Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
Chapter 51, Jealous Tang 3, Sneak Attacks the Dying Mandragora Snake. Chapter 51, Jealous Tang San, Sneak Attacks the Dying Mandragora Snake, Blue Silver Grass, Come Out. First Soul Skill, Root Stone Transformation. As 3 blue silver grasses rose from the ground, the white soul ring behind Tang San burst into white light. Buzz. Following a buzzing sound, 3 blue silver grasses were successfully made into blue silver sticks. Teacher, big brother, you can take them all. You can use them for self-defense. After seeing this scene, Fu Yi, who was hiding in the dark, gave Tang San a thumbs up in his heart. Tang San's future career was settled. People selling brooms and mops would probably come to him to purchase blue silver sticks. Well, Xiao San is thoughtful. Tang Chuan felt so happy after seeing Tang San's soul skills. The thrones of Poseidon and Azura can only belong to him, and as for his predecessor, he is only worthy of crawling at his feet like a dog. Well, let's go help you, Xiao Chuan, find the spirit ring. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that Tang San's first spirit skill is absolutely terrible. It can be said that his first soul skill is 84% useless, because his soul skill is really a little bit useless. Of the 3 people present, only Tang San, this idiot who has never seen the world, is still feeling complacent here. They continued to move forward and walked for about a quarter of an hour. Xiao Chuan, have you made any plans for your first soul ring? Yu Xiaogang asked after passing by the 3rd plant-type soul beast. Well, I have a plan. Tang Chuan looked towards the lake in the distance. He knew there would be a snake hiding on the shore, a 400-year-old mandrake snake. Brother Chuan, teacher, be careful. Tang San's anxious voice came from their side, and the next moment dozens of gray figures surrounded them. As the sky gradually darkened, the soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest gradually became active. What appeared before them were a dozen 10-year-level nether wolves, and a 100-year-old nether wolf leading them. It's the nether wolf. Xiao San, Xiao Chuan, stay where you are. At this moment, Luo Sanpao, who was like a pig, raised his big butt and twisted it wildly and rushed in front of everyone, then turned his head and pointed his anus at the 100-year-old nether wolf. While Tang San was still confused, Tang Chuan had already taken the mask handed to him by his teacher. Xiao San, put on this mask. Yu Xiaoang was on full alert at this moment, and 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 white, instantly rose up from behind him. That's right, 1 yellow and 1 white. Moreover, he had begged the Bebe Mountain group to get his 2nd spirit ring, a 10-year-old spirit ring, from a 10-year-old tusk pig 8 years ago. Just when Tang San was still confused after getting the mask, Yu Xiaogang raised his hand and waved, and the first yellow soul ring on his body flew out and was put on Luo Sanbao's body, and he shouted with a serious expression. The fart is like thunder, and the sky and the earth are shattered with 3 cannons. Luo Sanbao's cloudy black eyes suddenly lit up, and the yellow halo surrounding his body seemed to turn into a light curtain. His fat body suddenly bounced up and bounced into the air like a basketball. Accompanied by a thunderous sound that suddenly broke out, Tang San relied on the purple demon pupil to barely see Luo Sanbao's attack method. It's actually suddenly, Tang San seemed to have thought of something, and almost instantly put on the mask that his teacher had just handed to him. Boom! The sound of thunder accompanied by shit yellow gas gushed towards the group of nether wolves. The powerful impact even caused the nether wolves, which were just over 100 years old, to instantly collapse to the ground. As for the other 10-level nether wolves that were not attacked, they all ran away and scattered because of the loud noise and unpleasant smell. Even an extreme Douluo like Fu Yi would stay away from such attacks, which shows how disgusting Yu Xiaogang's martial soul and soul skills are. Xiao San, take out the white radish and feed 2 to San Pao. Yu Xiaogang seemed to be a little exhausted at this time, and a trace of sweat appeared on her forehead after letting out this loud fart. Is teacher. As they advanced, Tang Chuan finally saw a familiar scene. Big trees, lakes, hills. When these 3 things were combined in the soul-hunting forest, Tang Chuan silently chanted the 4 words, Mandragora Snake. Hiss! At this moment, a rustling sound was heard from not far away from them, and in the darkness, a pair of bright scarlet eyes were staring at the 3 of them like a killer. As the sky was gradually getting darker, Tang Chuan took out a fire starter without hesitation and threw it into the darkness over there. The fire starter caught fire when it met the wind, and as it rolled, it illuminated the dark area. Mandragora Snake. It's actually a Mandragora Snake. How could such an evil soul beast appear on the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest? I hope it's only a 10th level soul beast. Yu Xiaogang also noticed the mandrake snake at this moment, and looked at it with trembling eyes. Hiss hiss. After seeing the 3 weak humans, the mandrake snake spit out its greedy tongue. However, at this moment, Tang Chuan seemed to have been prepared and took out the realgar powder he had prepared in advance, and poured it directly into the opponent's pupils and all parts of the body against the wind. Hiss, hiss. The mandrake snake was angry. The burning sensation brought by the realgar powder instantly made it lose its previous calmness. Xiao Chuan, what are you doing? Yu Xiaoang, who originally wanted to run away with Tang San and Tang Chuan, was instantly frightened when he saw Tang Chuan actually took the initiative to provoke the mandrake snake. Teacher, I feel it is very suitable to be my first spirit ring. Tang Chuan did not waste any time. Before the mandrake snake attacked, he controlled the blue silver king to ambush in front of him. Damn it. The fart was like thunder, and it shattered the heavens and earth. Yu Xiaogang didn't care about that. When the mandrake snake revealed its shape just now, he already knew that it was a mandrake snake that was nearly 400 years old. Unless they can kill the other party, the 3 of them, the master and his disciples, will become food for the mandrake snake. Ogala, get out of the way. Yu Xiaogang was controlling Luo Sanpao and ready to go, while Tang Chuan had already managed to control the mandrake snake with his blue silver king martial spirit. Okay. Tang Chuan dodged and left, accompanied by a loud noise mixed with yellow mist that echoed in the forest. The mandrake snake, which had taken the shock wave head-on, was now a little shaky. At this moment, Tang San looked at everything happening in front of him and felt very uncomfortable. Now he suspected that his brother Tang Chuan deliberately let him absorb the 99-year-old bamboo. After all, he had just seen the other party's excited and fanatical eyes. In addition, the other party had prepared realgar powder and realgar wine in advance, which seemed to prove that the other party's original purpose was to obtain the snake's soul ring. No, if you let me absorb a 10-year spirit ring, then you can forget about absorbing a 100-year spirit ring. The mandragora snake, who had taken Yu Xiaogang's attack head-on, was almost unconscious at this moment, but Yu Xiaogang gave him another attack to be on the safe side. The fart is like thunder, and the sky and the earth are shattered with 3 cannons. Boom! The powerful shock wave and stench hit the mandrake snake head-on again, and at this moment it had fallen into a coma, and even some scales on its body had fallen off. Seeing that the mandrake snake was knocked unconscious by the 2 farts, a gleam of light flashed in Tang Chuan's eyes. He looked back and glanced at his predecessor in a very obscure way, with disdain on his face. Looking at the unconscious mandrake snake in front of him, a hint of greed appeared in Tang Chuan's eyes. However, what he didn't expect was that just as he was about to swing his knife at the mandrake snake, its body suddenly trembled. Tang Chuan, who valued his life, instantly retreated 3 steps. Sure. But in the next moment, dozens of sharp steel needles shot out from Tang San's hands towards the mandragora snake. Do not want. Puff puff. 10 steel needles were all injected into the eye sockets, throat, and 7 inches of the mandrake snake. The steel needles injected into the pupils also directly crushed the opponent's brain. As a circle of khaki soul ring emerged from the body of the mandragora snake, Tang Chuan's brain suddenly crashed. Yoshihisa Tang San, look what you have done. End of this chapter. Chapter 52 Xiao Wu accepts and quote beautiful young master and quote as her apprentice. Chapter 52 Xiao Wu accepts beautiful young master as her apprentice. Brother, I saw it move and thought it was going to attack you, so I. Tang San lowered his head like a child who had made a mistake, while Tang Chuan was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The first spirit ring that was within his grasp was gone just like that, just gone like that. Tang Chuan was so angry at Tang San's move that he jumped to his feet. Fu Yi clearly saw Tang San's little movements not far away. What does it mean to see it move? It was clearly Tang San controlling the blue-silver grass to forcibly grab the mandrake snake that had been knocked unconscious by the fart, and dragged its body from below and forced it upwards a few times. Then, when he saw Tang Chuan being deceived and retreating, he instantly attacked and killed him. In response to this, Fu Yi said that there should be applause here. Author, good. Good. Pay Papa, the mutual deception in past life and this life is worthy of the 2 Buddhas who have the same stink and are present in the past and present. One persuaded someone to accept the 10-year soul ring, while the other tried desperately to prevent someone from absorbing the soul ring. The character of both of them can be seen clearly. System, use the enchantment spell on Tang Chuan. Beep, the spell of enchantment is in use. Host, please issue the command. Let him completely follow Tang San and Yu Xiaogang's arrangements in choosing his first spirit ring. Command edited, the spell of enchantment in use. Successfully used. At this moment, a gray energy gathered in Tang San's sea of consciousness, but he did not notice anything unusual. Okay, I'm going to go back to sleep now instead of watching these clown noobs fighting each other. Fu Yi stretched his body lazily. He had never taken any action from the beginning to the end. It was always the 2 Buddhas who were deceiving each other. I believe that Tang San and Yu Xiaogang will choose a good soul ring for Tang Chuan, the reincarnation of the God King. Brother, there's a century-old evergreen tree over there. The spell of enchantment is taking effect. Okay, then absorb it. In the early morning, the sun shines through the mist, awakening the sleeping world. Birds are singing happily, dewdrops on leaves are sparkling, and the breeze is blowing, bringing a fresh breath. Early morning is a gift from nature and also a new beginning. Fu Yi brought Xiao Wu to the classroom early. All the students in the classroom were in high spirits, with only a few who came to class with dark circles under their eyes, as if they had lost their mothers. Handsome young master Wu Ling was appointed as the squad leader by himself when Tang San was away yesterday, and had his own independent seat in the front row. The other students shared a table with two people, and Tang San and Tang Chuan, who had not attended the first class of the semester, were moved to the last row. Okay, if you have any questions before class, just ask. I, the teacher, will tell you everything I know. Fu Yi casually took out a soft leather sofa from the system warehouse, and sat down on it with Xiao Wu in his arms. Tang Chuan, who was already feeling uncomfortable because he had absorbed a evergreen tree spirit ring that had just reached the 100-year level, saw his Xiao Wu being held in the arms of someone else in front of him. He was extremely angry in his heart, but at this moment he also knew very well that he could not beat the young man in front of him. The handsome young man Wu Ling, who was sitting in the front row, raised his hand to indicate that he had some questions to ask. Teacher Xiao Wu told me yesterday the difference between a 1,000-year soul beast and a 100-year soul beast, but I want to know what the difference is between a 10,000-year soul beast and a 1,000-year soul beast. After hearing Wu Ling's words, Fu Yi released his arms from hugging Xiao Wu and slowly stood up. That's a good question. The difference between a 1,000-year spirit ring and a 100-year spirit ring is only in the power of the spirit skills and the test of physical fitness. As for the 10,000-year spirit ring, it tests more than just the spirit master's physical fitness. When Fu Yi said this, Wang Sheng, who was sitting in the middle, raised his hand first. Teacher, does that mean that as long as my physical fitness is good enough, I can absorb the Millennium Spirit Ring when I am at the second level? This kid has a future. I never thought that Wang Sheng could actually hear the hidden meaning in his words. You are right. However, if you want to absorb spirit rings of higher levels, you need not only physical fitness but also mental strength. When it comes to 10,000-year spirit rings, the standard is even more stringent. Fu Yi spoke eloquently and explained the interests involved to this group of working students. The prerequisite for absorbing soul rings of higher levels is that the quality of the martial soul must be high enough, and the physical fitness and mental strength must also be far superior to those of soul masters of the same level, otherwise such behavior is tantamount to suicide. After Fu Yi finished explaining these things, the class gradually came to an end. Those children who were originally eager to try hard to train their first soul ring and absorb the 1,000-year level soul ring were poured a bucket of cold water by reality. For those of them who are only 11 or 12 years old and have not yet become soul masters, being able to absorb a 100-year soul ring is already a blessing from God, not to mention absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring. However, there was a bright look in Wu Ling's eyes. You should know that her first soul ring was as old as 837 years. Master Fu Yi once said that his second soul ring could absorb 1,000-year level soul rings. That's right, Wu Ling has become Xiao Wu's disciple. Her spirit ring was made from the black ball given to her by Master Fu Yi. She also promised Master Xiao Wu and Master Fu Yi not to tell this to anyone. After absorbing the soul ring, she is now a level 15 soul master. Jingle bell. The shrill bell for the end of school rang, and all the students present felt a little reluctant to leave. But Fu Yi is a person who never works overtime. He put away the sofa and was about to take Xiao Wu away. Master, wait for me. At the classroom door, Wu Ling came directly to Xiao Wu and held her hand. Well, Xiao Ling, come quickly. Brother Fu Yi will take us to eat something delicious later. After hearing what her master Xiao Wu said, a hint of excitement appeared in Wu Ling's eyes, and Fu Yi slowly leaned over and touched her little head. Come on, I'll cook for you guys today and give you something good to eat. The dancer felt the warmth in his master's palm. Hee, thank you, master. Wu Ling's cheeks were slightly red at this moment, and after hearing her words, Fu Yi turned his gaze directly to Xiao Wu, but who would have thought that Xiao Wu would turn her head to the other side and whistle as if it had nothing to do with her. However, this whole scene was seen and heard by Tang Chuan, who had just walked out of the classroom door. Master, Grandmaster. Tang Chuan, the reincarnated God King of Tang, was so angry when he saw this scene. God knows how much he wanted to tear Fu Yi apart and replace him. Little rabbit, if you accept a disciple, you must teach him well and don't call him by random names. But after hearing what Fu Yi said, Xiao Wu was unhappy. She had already stepped out of the ranks of pets, so why couldn't she become Brother Fu Yi's girlfriend? Loyala, Wu Ling, don't be afraid. Master will support you. From now on, you can call him Master when you see him. Xiao Wu's current favorability, 70%, the taste of first love. My goodness, why didn't Fu Yi realize before that Xiao Wu actually has such a strong side? Yes, Master, Wu Ling will definitely listen to you and call Brother Fu Yi Master from now on. After saying this, the little girl Wu Ling actually plucked up the courage to hug Fu Yi's arm and swayed around him. Master, just obey the master. End of this chapter. Chapter 53 Reincarnated God King Tang Chuan fainted in the rain. Chapter 53 Reincarnated God King Tang Chuan fainted in the rain. My Xiaowa, my dancing spirit, I %%. After hearing and seeing all this, Tang Chuan actually knelt on the ground, his two black eyes beginning to swell with bloodshot. "Brother, are you okay?" Seeing his elder brother kneeling on the ground, Tang Sen quickly reached out to help him up. "Xiao-san, go away, I want to be alone." Tang Chuan yelled in anger and pushed away Tang Sen, who came to help him. His loud voice naturally attracted the attention of many students. "Brother, get up quickly." Tang San was also anxious. Why was his brother so unreasonable now? "Get out of here, Xiao-san. I want some quiet time." Tang Chuan was already annoyed by Tang San's repeated attempts to cause trouble, and he was on the verge of exploding. "No, I mean you're blocking the door. We can't get out." Seeing that his elder brother was about to explode, Tang Sen told the truth in a panic. The whole place fell into silence as soon as these words came out. After hearing Tang San's words, Tang Chuan felt as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water directly on his head. The anger brewing in my brain was suddenly dissipated by the fact that I was blocking the door. "Hey, Tang Chuan, even if you are the boss you can't block the door, and there is no girl named Jingjing in our school." The students who were already unhappy with Tang Chuan's arrogant and unreasonable attitude were now filled with indignation. "If you want to be quiet, go somewhere else and think. Why are you blocking our way? Why don't you let us eat lunch? You have to know that there will be trouble under continuous strong pressure." During this period, almost all the part-time students were dissatisfied with Tang Chuan's arrogant and domineering attitude. "You guys, woo-woo." Seeing that his moody brother was about to get angry, Tang Sen quickly covered his mouth and pulled him aside. He knew very well that his brother was not steady and liked to bully these part-time students on weekdays. If they really fall out with these guys, the two brothers won't feel good either. "Tang Sen, we all know that you two brothers are very powerful, so we have helped you complete the tasks assigned to you by the academy. You are an okay person, but your brother is too unreasonable." Wang Xing spread his hands helplessly. At worst he would just not go to school. With his talent, he would at most be a great soul master in the future, and if he was lucky he could become a soul master. You know, he had been bullied before and had been someone else's little brother, but he had never seen such an unreasonable big brother who liked to beat his own people at will. "Wang Sheng, Wivyuo." Tang Chuan saw that a little Wang Xing dared to bark in front of him, and he wanted to teach him a lesson immediately, but Tang San was working at full speed and trying his best to restrain Tang Chuan's hands, feet and mouth. After everyone left, Tang Sen finally released the arms that were restraining Tang Chuan. "Tang San, what on earth were you doing just now? We are brothers." At this moment, Tang Chuan was looking at Tang Sen in front of him with anger in his eyes. "Brother, I noticed that you have changed. You were not like this when you were in Holy Soul Village." Tang San was helpless towards his hot-tempered brother. Tang San did suspect before that Tang Chuan deliberately let him absorb the 99-year-old lone bamboo soul ring. But after he saw the other party absorb the evergreen tree spirit ring that he had seen just break 100 years old, he knew that he had wronged his brother. Hearing Tang San's words, Tang Chuan actually left a red tear in the corner of his eyes. That's right, Tang Chuan was angry and cried. The reincarnation of a generation of God King was actually angry and cried. "Xiao San, you don't understand anything at all." Tang Chuan gradually calmed down at this time, but the anger and helplessness in his heart made his body still tremble uncontrollably. Someone stole his ex-wife right in front of him. Someone took his current wife away in front of him. The key is that this someone is the same person. In order to find his wife Xiao Wu, he would rather die and return to the starting point, but you told me that she was stolen away by someone else, and it was pried away right in front of me when I was at my weakest. "Brother, Chuan, you wouldn't." Looking at his elder brother's face that looked as if his father had died, Tang San had a bold guess in his mind. "You don't like teacher Xiao Wu, do you?" In the end, Tang San couldn't hold it back and said it out loud. But who would have thought that after he said this, the tension in Tang Chuan's heart was completely broken. Why? Why do you treat me like this? Why? I did this for her and she. No. Tang Chuan roared to the sky at this moment. He was unwilling to give up. He was unwilling to give up. Boom. Thunder. Hua la la, hua la la, hua la la. Finally, he fainted from crying in the rainstorm and was dragged back by Tang San like a dead dog. On the other side, in a villa on the southwest street of Nottingham City, Xiao Wu and Wu Ling were sitting on the comfortable sofa, watching the heavy rain outside the window, while Fu Yi was busy preparing ingredients in the kitchen. "Master, does Tang Chuan have conjunctivitis? I just saw that his eyes were full of bloodshot, so scary." Thinking back to Tang Chuan's appearance just now, Wu Ling felt a chill. Fortunately, her master and her master's uncle took her in, otherwise, if she really lived in a dormitory full of boys, who knows what might have happened. The master doesn't know about this either, but you can go ask your master after he's done with his work. Xiao Wu pulled her little disciple into her arms. The 6-year-old Wu Ling was so tiny and really adorable. "Ask the master." Although the master is very gentle, the aura on his body is very scary. Wu Ling looked at Fu Yi who was preparing ingredients in the kitchen. Although her master was really handsome and good-looking, she always felt that there was a hint of danger in him. Hee, don't worry. Once you get familiar with him, you won't be scared anymore. He is a very gentle person. Thinking back to when she was a white rabbit cushion 16 years ago, Xiao Wu felt that it was quite interesting at that time. She was so excited at the time that she wanted to sneak attack Fu Yi, the human who was watching the show, but she was so frightened by his aura that she dared not move at all. But now, she is no longer the big white rabbit she used to be. Now she has turned into a human form. Let's see how she fights her way up from being a pet to becoming the mistress, and finally successfully captures the heart of the hero. Okay, I'll go ask Master later. Master, you have a great figure. Master is so lucky to have you as a partner. Well, your master, am naturally beautiful, and so are you, Wu Ling. You will definitely be a great beauty in the future. Hee, no matter how beautiful you are not as pretty as Master. In Wu Ling's heart, Master is the most beautiful. Fu Yi, who was cooking in the kitchen, heard the two little girls, Xiao Wu and Wu Ling, making a noise outside, and a smile appeared on his face. As for why Tanguan was so angry that he knelt on the ground with red eyes, he didn't know, and he didn't know either. End of this chapter. Chapter 54, please read and subscribe. 4 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Nottingham College, Nottingham City. In Yu Xiaogong's dormitory. The windows were covered with thick curtains, leaving no gaps. Today is a rest day and many students are still asleep at this time. The room was silent for a moment as the sound of something heavy falling on the bed came from the room. But soon the same sound was heard again, and a hint of abuse could be heard faintly. Fu Yi, you bastard, you stole my Xiao Wu, my Xiao Wu. Now we zoom in and see that the person who is cursing madly is none other than the reincarnation of our god king Tang San, Tang Chuan. Xiao Wu, my Xiao Wu. Tang San roared in anger. At this time, he was still sprinkling strong drugs as usual. It can be said that he was the best MVP in the past 20 years of rectifying Yu Xiaogang. He originally had 99999 plus strong aphrodisiacs in his hand, but now only 78480 were left. In response to this, Tang Chuan said, he, the god king Tang, respects teachers the most. Yu Xiaogang, who had slept soundly for a whole night, now stretched herself as if nothing had happened. However, when he saw the messy room, the silence at this moment is deafening. Nottingham City, in a villa in the southwest block. Fu Yi was holding the soft and boneless Xiao Wu and sleeping soundly. Xiao Wu's current favorability, 100% I only love you. After 4 years, he was finally conquered by his former pet. Although he was not obsessed with Furui, he always wanted to take a bite of Xiao's furry ears. Oh, brother Fu Yi is bad. You can't just eat the bunny's ears. Xiao Wu shook her little head and let her 2 long ears rub Fu Yi's cheeks. Fu Yi gently bit Xiao Wu's rabbit ear. Feeling her ear being bitten by Fu Yi again, her body softened instantly. Brother Fu Yi, you are so bad. I hate you. Xiao Wu turned around and faced Fu Yi, but Fu Yi was still biting her ear and refused to let go. Xiao Wu bit Fu Yi's chest muscle directly. Ow. Feeling a slight discomfort in his chest, Fu Yi quickly let go. Little rabbit, you really bite. Bite it, bite it. Wu. Hey, bunny, that's enough. At the same time, the beautiful young man Wu Ling, who had been eavesdropping all night, had a blush on her face, and there seemed to be a bit of shame on her face. Brother, Fu Yi and Master have a really good relationship. Fu Yi did not interfere much with Tang Chuan's second soul ring. After all, he had to give the other party some hope to make it interesting. Now the other party had a soul power of up to level 22. Because his martial soul is the blue-silver king, his cultivation speed must be faster than the blue-silver grass in the original book. As for Tang San, because he absorbed the 99-year spirit ring, his spirit power is 2 levels lower than in the original book, so his spirit power is still stuck at level 18. I guess he will have to wait at least another month if he wants to break through. Beautiful young master Wu Ling's cultivation level increased rapidly, and now she is already a level 27 great soul master. As for Xiao Wu lying in his arms, she has eaten the immortal herb purple jade Ling Tian grass in the past 4 years, and her martial soul has evolved into a phantom demon rabbit. She has also absorbed a full set of ferocious beast soul bones and 3 god-granted soul rings, and is now a titled Douluo at level 95. Don't criticize me here. The immortal grass, a full set of beast soul bones, skull, sternum, hand bones, leg bones, wing soul bones, a total of 7 beast level super soul bones, plus the physical enhancement after absorbing the soul bones, absorbing the impact of 300,000 year or even beast level soul rings. The strength setting should be fine. Character, Xiao Wu martial soul, phantom rabbit. Level 95, yellow, purple, black, red. Character, beautiful young master Wu Ling. Martial soul, light and dark peacock level 27, yellow-purple. First soul skill, breath of light and darkness. Second soul skill, glazed blessing. Looking at the system panel floating in front of him, Fu Yi was also thinking about what kind of magical herb would be suitable to equip Wu Ling with. After thinking it over, he directly opened the system mall. There were no less than thousands of kinds of magical herbs in it. If Fu Yi really wanted to choose, it would be difficult to pick out the best ones. System, please help me pick the most suitable fairy grass for that little girl Wu Ling. The system has selected the most suitable fairy grass for you, the fairy yin-yang twin flowers, which can reverse the different powers of yin and yang and fuse them into one's own body. After absorbing it, there will be no bottleneck. Both physical fitness and mental strength will be greatly improved, and the person who absorbs it will have an extra yin and yang force in his body. Looking at the introduction of the system, Fu Yi nodded with satisfaction. This was a good system for him. If he really had to choose one himself, who knows how long it would take him to choose. Click to buy. Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the immortal item Yin-Yang Twin Flower 1. In a class for work-study students at Nottingham College. In the bumpy playground, the working students including Wu Ling were running hard. Wu Ling was at the front of the team, followed by Tang San, Tang Chuan and Wang Sheng. Wu Ling's steps were light and powerful, and she soon left Tang San and the others far behind. At this time, Tang Chuan's face was full of pain, and his waists on both sides were aching due to the intense running. Thinking back to the ridiculous things that happened in the past few days, he thought about committing suicide. But why is that? He has been pfft. Tang Chuan was not paying attention and tripped over the bumpy ground, falling face first onto the ground. Brother, are you okay? Tang San is a person who values family affection very much. Even if his brother has a bad character, he is still his brother. After a rustling sound, Tang Chuan barely stood up, but after he stood up, he angrily shook off Tang San's hand. However, after losing Tang San's support, he fell face first to the ground again after taking only 2 steps. Boom. Brother, don't be so stubborn. I'll take you to find the teacher. Having said this, Tang San directly supported the other person's shoulders and slowly walked towards the direction of Fu Yi and Xiao Wu. It's just, brother Fu Yi, you smell so good. Xiao Wu pressed her small nose against Fu Yi's chest and sucked greedily. If it wasn't fragrant, how could I let you, a little rabbit, come to my room to play with me in the middle of the night? At this time, Fu Yi and Xiao Wu were lying together on the oversized lounge chairs basking in the sun, not paying any attention to Tang Chuan and Tang San who were gradually approaching them. Humph, I just want to give birth to little rabbits for you, brother Fu Yi is so mean. Xiao Wu placed her fair little hands on Fu Yi's waist and rested her cheek on his chest. Little rabbit, you haven't eaten enough in these 3 years. Hee, I can't eat enough. I never can eat enough. Xiao Wu and Fu Yi's conversation and actions were heard and seen clearly by Tang San and Tang Chuan who were standing not far away. After seeing how loving teacher Fu Yi and teacher Xiao Wu were, Tang San couldn't help but feel envious, and thought that he would also find a beautiful girlfriend in the future. However, Tang Chuan coughed. Poof. Brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you vomiting blood? BGM starts. Hoo, snowflakes are falling, the north wind is blowing, the world is vast. A plum blossom stands proudly in the snow // It's been edited, so it's a bit. End of this chapter. Chapter 55 Tang Chuan left sadly and went to Binghuo 2 Yi Yen. Please read and subscribe. Chapter 55 Tang Chuan left sadly and went to Yin Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. Please read and subscribe. Xiao San, your brother's condition is a typical case of overindulgence. His energy and spirit are already depleted, and his vomiting blood seems to be caused by some kind of stimulation. Looking at Tang Chuan, who had fainted from vomiting blood due to anger, Fu Yi's expression was exceptionally calm. After listening to Fu Yi's words, Tang Sen looked at his grumpy brother with a complicated expression. You know, his brother Tang Chuan always disappeared in the middle of the night for no reason recently, and only came to school with dark circles under his eyes the next day. Let's send your brother back to rest first. In his condition, he just needs to be fed and rest for a few days. I will give him 3 days off to rest. You should also keep an eye on your brother and stop him from looking for other women. After hearing Fu Yi's words, Tang Sen nodded seriously. After 4 years of getting along, he could really feel that this young teacher Fu Yi was unfathomable. No matter whether it was about the knowledge of soul beasts, absorbing soul rings or other unpopular knowledge, the other party could almost give perfect answers. This also made him regret becoming Yu Xiaogang's apprentice. After all, his teacher Yu Xiaogang, apart from telling him that he had twin martial spirits, basically told him to go to the library to look up information for the rest of the knowledge. Yu Xiaogang's actions also made him feel that the other party's self-proclaimed title of master was somewhat unworthy of its reality. Thank you, teacher. After saying that, he bowed and left. Tang Sen really learned a lot of useful knowledge from Fu Yi, and Fu Yi never targeted him because of the things that happened at the beginning of the school year in the past 4 years, so he still respects Fu Yi now. Brother Fu Yi, is that kid named Tang Chuan sick? I feel like his brain isn't normal. Xiao Wu looked at Tang Chuan with disgust. After all, the other party's bad behavior was really disgusting. Who cares? We are here to enjoy life. Being a teacher is just entertainment. Fu Yi looked relaxed. You know, Prometheus once said, work is for coping. As long as you are not fired and the money is deposited into your card, then just have fun. After all, you only make a few dollars a month, so why risk your life? Holding Xiaowa and humming a song, I feel so happy. In the evening, in the work-study student dormitory, everyone went to have dinner at this moment, and Tang Chuan woke up from his sleep with a tired face. Grumpy. His whole body ached, but his stomach was growling. Hiss, it hurts. Sitting up slowly, Tang Chuan felt numbness and soreness in his ribs. His kidneys felt as if they were being pricked by needles. The pain on his face told him that he seemed to have fallen. Little San. Tang Chuan shouted this with some difficulty, but no one responded to him. When he looked out the window, he realized that it was almost dusk. Looking at the empty dormitory, Tang Chuan felt a wave of sadness hitting his body like crazy. His Xiao Wu was defiled. 3 years ago, thinking of this, 2 tears of blood and pain flowed from the corners of Tang San's eyes. Why? Why do you do this to me? Tang Chuan roared in the dormitory for a long time. His Xiao Wu betrayed him and actually got together with another man. As a god king, he was actually cuckolded by someone. He wanted revenge. He wanted to kill the other person's entire family. Tang Chuan glanced at the items in dormitory 7 and finally saw half a bag of cold, hard biscuits that Wang Sheng had placed in front of his bed. A quarter of an hour later, outside Nottingham, Tang Chuan finally left this sad place quietly. Now he is a level 22 Great Soul Master and can go to Douluo to take him in as his dog. As long as he has Douluo, a titled Douluo level dog, he will definitely make sure that Fu Yi, who defiled Xiao Wu, is killed without a burial place. By then, Xiao Wu, who had betrayed him, could only become a toy at his mercy. He wanted to let her know what price she would pay for betraying him. Suddenly he thought of Douluo's granddaughter Doulu Yen, whose appearance and figure seemed to be. Thinking of this, a lewd smile appeared on his face. He had been pure and clean all his life, and now he wanted to be fair and just in this life. Even if he, the Divine King Tang San, had to rebuild himself, he could still ascend to the throne of the Divine King. In the evening, Fu Yi lay on the soft and comfortable bed, holding the soft and boneless Xiao Wu in his arms. He felt so comfortable. Fu Yi knew at the first moment that Tang Chuan, the reincarnation of the pure and innocent God King, had left Nottingham City. You should know that he had placed a black armored puppet of the extreme Douluo level in the opponent's shadow a few days ago. There are countless crystal photos of Tang Chuan here, with records from all angles. However, Fu Yi did not open it to watch. After all, it was too eye-catching, and the filming was done by puppets. As for why he was in such a hurry to leave, Fu Yi had already guessed the other party's intention. The yin-yang eyes of ice and fire are not a big secret. Anyway, everything inside has been pulled out by Fu Yi. Now only a leisurely person like Douluo is growing flowers in it to relax his body and mind. As for what Tang San can get inside, it's Douluo's big pussy. He was not planning to follow Tang Chuan, so he simply bought a 6-year third-party perspective, which was the right to use Tang San's perspective. As long as he changes his perspective, he can see the world in Tang San's pupils in person. As Fu Yi changed direction, he found that Tang San had come to a dense forest. Seeing that it was getting dark, he jumped onto the big tree beside him and used the blue silver king to weave an airtight sleeping bag and hung it on the tree trunk. TSK, worthy of being the Divine King Tang, he really has. 3 minutes later, is the wind that strong? Can this sleeping bag tied to a tree shake so much? Just when Fu Yi was puzzled, he found that Tang San's hands were glowing green, and he seemed to be desperately repairing the sleeping bag he had woven with blue silver king. But he managed to hold on for 2.5 minutes. Stab. Suddenly, the blue silver king on top of his sleeping bag was torn to pieces by the sharp claws of some creature. With the shining moonlight, Tang Chuan completely saw who had ruined his sweet dream. Bang 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 bang. Ouch. But the creature was seen beating its dark, hairy chest muscles frantically with its arms, and the group of hairy creatures following closely behind him were all beating their chests. Bang. Tang Chuan had no strength left at this moment, but he was still punched by the creature and saw stars. Stab. In a daze, Tang Chuan only felt his clothes being torn off, and his body began to gradually become hot. After seeing Tang San's perspective, Fu Yi was so frightened that he quickly switched back to his own vision. But that's not the most important thing. The important thing is that around Tang San is a group of gorillas led by a 100-year-old King Kong gorilla. You have to know that there must be at least 50 or 60 of these creatures to gather in a group. The most important thing is that this thing is lustful. And it doesn't care about gender. End of this chapter. Chapter 56, What the Divine King Tang Chuan and the King Kong gorilla have to say. Please read in S. Chapter 56, What the Divine King Tang Chuan and the King Kong gorilla have to say. Please read and subscribe. At 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, the sun illuminates the earth today with its vitality. Tang Chuan, who had been unconscious for the entire night, finally recovered some strength, but the local pain and aches all over his body told him what had happened last night. At this time, his clothes were scattered aside, and a gorilla covered with coarse black hair was sleeping soundly on him. Pfft. A steel needle shot accurately from Tanguan's hand into the opponent's pupil. With just this one strike, the opponent was completely silent. At this moment, Tanguan suppressed his nausea and pushed the gorilla down, but because the inside of the sleeping bag was too slippery, he fell directly out of it. Oh! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was heard in the forest. The century-old gorilla was knocked unconscious, but Tanguan, who fell accidentally, relied on his blue silver king to hold himself back. It was not until then that he realized that there were 70 gorillas fainted around him. Damn it! Damn it! I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you! Tang Shenhuang had never expected that he would be raped by a group of gorillas, some of whom were female gorillas. In the principal's office of Nottingham College, Fu Yi, Xiao Wu and Wu Ling were standing in front of Fallows. Principal, Xiao Wu and I are here to get Wu Ling's graduation certificate. In the principal's office, Fu Yi looked at Fallows in front of him with a calm expression. Okay, Wu Ling's graduation certificate and various information are already here. Fallows tremblingly took out a briefcase and handed it to Fu Yi. He just took a quick look and then gave the principal a meaningful smile. Well, then we'll meet again someday. Without the reincarnated god King Tanguan, there would be no fun in Nottingham City, so he decided to go to Tianda City to take a look. It is also unclear what scale the Juxiang Pavilion has grown to now. Thinking about all those old lovers of mine, I have been away for 16 years. I am afraid they will eat me alive when they see me. Thinking this in his mind, Fu Yi was actually a little excited. After leaving Nottingham City, Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with excitement, while Wu Ling's eyes were mixed with a hint of fear. Brother Fu Yi, where are we going? After 4 years of getting along, Wu Ling is now very friendly when she sees Fu Yi, and she no longer has the shy feeling she used to be afraid of. I'll take you to the Imperial City to play with your master, but you still have to practice. Fu Yi stretched out his hand to pinch her nose, and Wu Ling did not dodge and was pinched twice by Fu Yi. Hee, as long as we follow master and grandmaster, Wu Ling can go anywhere. Happy face. The 4 years she lived with her master and her uncle were the happiest 4 years of her life. With her master and her uncle by her side, she would never be excluded or bullied as before. Happy face. To go from Nottingham City to Tiandu Imperial City, one needs to pass through Soto City, where there is Shrek Academy, but Fu Yi is not interested in visiting such a shabby academy. He had no intention of flying directly over there relying on his own hard power. He has plenty of time now, so he just takes this trip to see the scenery and relax. I hired a very spacious and comfortable carriage and watched the scenery receding outside the window. The storyline of the protagonist group gradually begins to unfold, and he also has to start planning for the next step. In the carriage, Fu Yi leaned on the spacious back seat and thought about what to do next, while Xiao Wu, who was sitting next to him, felt a little sleepy. Brother Fu Yi, I'm going to sleep for a while. Call me when you get there, Mu-ma. Xiao Wu gave Fu Yi a sweet kiss on the corner of his mouth, and the little girl Wu Ling quickly covered her big eyes with her fingers after seeing this scene. Master and Grandmaster are really a perfect match. When Fu Yi saw Xiao Wu acting funny, he just pinched her nose gently and then continued to look out the window aimlessly. But by chance, I found a few burly men carrying a small figure walking towards the depths of the jungle. Fu Yi was not the kind of person who would stand by and watch someone die. Just as he was about to lend a helping hand, the character information on the system popped up. Age, 10 years old. Martial Soul, Blue Silver King Soul Power, Level 22 Skill, Xiantian Bailu. Holy shit. Is Zundu fake? Watching the group of big men walking away, Fu Yi decided that it was better to have less trouble than more. However, after thinking it over again and again, he cast a few more bewitching talismans. After all, Yu Xiaogang had lived too comfortably in the past 2 years, and this was not what he wanted. Towards evening, Fu Yi and his companions finally arrived at Soto City, where the protagonists of the original novel developed in their early stages. What's the first thing you do when you arrive in Soto City? Of course, you should come and experience the Rose Hotel in the original book. He knew very well how flashy this hotel was. There are 999 red roses, milk bath, rose bath, all kinds of fun and good things. The carriage stopped just in front of the Rose Hotel. Rose Hotel? Brother Fu Yi, let's stay here tonight. Just like in the original novel, Xiao Wu couldn't take her eyes off the Rose Hotel after seeing it. The whole hotel has an ambiguous atmosphere. The lights inside are all warm in color, and the light brown and pink walls give people a warm and comfortable feeling. Sure, if you want to stay here, you can stay here tonight. Looking at the hotel in front of me with its exquisite decoration, it gives people a very high-end feeling. Wu Ling was also looking at the hotel with curiosity at this time, and a hint of curiosity appeared in her eyes. Great! Xiao Wu pulled Wu Ling and ran straight in, with Fu Yi following closely behind. The decoration of the reception hall of the Rose Hotel is extremely gorgeous, and you can see that the owner here really put a lot of thought into it. There are also plenty of bright green plants and flirtatious bouquets. Waiter, open 2 rooms. Fu Yi casually took out a bag of gold soul coins, about 300 to 500 of them, which was just enough for the room fee. When the waiter saw how generous the handsome guy in front of him was, he didn't hesitate at all and directly took out the numbers of 2 adjacent rooms. Hello, here are your room keys, Blue Ocean and Red Rose. Xiao Wu reached out and took away the two very beautiful keys. The pink and blue pendants hanging on the end of the keys looked very exquisite. Brother Fu Yi, which room are we staying in tonight? After getting the key, Xiao Wu placed it in front of Fu Yi and shook it, her beautiful eyes full of teasing. Boom. When Fu Yi saw her acting funny in public, he immediately gave her a slap on the head. Ouch. Feeling that she was being hit, Xiao Wu immediately showed an aggrieved expression on her face. She was about to cry, but she didn't expect she actually shrank into Fu Yi's arms before he could react. Beautiful young Master Wu Ling. Clerk. But at this moment, an extremely arrogant voice came from the door, accompanied by a loud noise of the door opening violently. Oh. Boy, give me the woman in your arms and the girl next to you, otherwise. End of this chapter. Chapter 57. The arrogant Daimyo Bai is completely ruined. Please read and subscribe. The other person was a golden retriever who was relatively tall, with slightly developed limbs, an incompletely developed cerebellum, and a completely underdeveloped brain. At this moment, he was looking at Xiao Wu in Fu Yi's arms and Wu Ling beside him with a lewd and greedy look on his face. At this moment, Fu Yi looked at the boy with heterochromatic eyes in front of him with a frown on his face. If he guessed correctly, this should be Daimyo Bai. I really didn't expect that he would come here to seek death 2 years earlier than the original novel. Brother Fu Yi, I'm going to teach this rude bastard a lesson. After saying that, Wu Ling was about to take action. Let me do it, destroy him. Fu Yi gently held her little head, then looked at Daimyo Bai with cold eyes. Tap tap. Fu Yi's steps were light, but a terrifying sense of oppression emanated from his body. Brother Mu Bai, I'm so scared. After hearing the words of the beautiful girl in his arms, Daimyo Bai curled his lips, then used his soul power to push the other person out. Oh. How could an ordinary person like her resist Daimyo Bai, a great soul master? Her weak figure fell heavily in the corner of the hotel. Her knees were bleeding because of Daimyo Bai's great force, and her eyes were full of fear. Brother Mu Bai, I abandoned my fiancée. The woman lying in the corner seemed to be emotionally broken, but Daimyo Bai didn't care. It's your business whether to abandon me or not. You and I are just playing around. You have no value to me now. After saying this, Daimyo Bai licked the corner of his mouth and looked at Fu Yi with a vicious look as he gradually approached him. If you don't want to die, hand over the two girls beside you. When I am well again and in a good mood, I will let you play with the rest. After listening to Daimyo Bai's words, Fu Yi immediately covered his cheeks. He. That's right, he was so angry that he laughed at Daimyo Bai's words. But at the age of 13, you are already bullying boys and girls in this city at will. You are really a scumbag. I don't know if it's because Fu Yi spoke so softly that Daimyo Bai felt he was weak. Ha ha ha. If you have the strength, you can do whatever you want. To tell you the truth, there is no one in Soto City that I, Daimyo Bai, Dai Xiao, dare not mess with. Daimyo Bai's eyes revealed viciousness and greed. In his eyes, people like Fu Yi were nothing but show-offs. But he moved closer to Fu Yi and tugged at Fu Yi's sleeve with his claws, his eyes full of contempt. Looking at the way you're dressed, you look like a noble from a small country or a wealthy businessman. Just give up those two women, Before the other party could finish speaking, Fu Yi grabbed the other party's throat with one hand. At this time, Fu Yi already had plans to destroy the other party. You have to know that he has trained the arrogant and undisciplined dark demon evil god tiger into an obedient dog. How dare Daimyo Bai, a stray dog abandoned by the Xingluo royal family, bark in front of Fu Yi. Fu Yi's palm was like an iron clamp, grabbing Daimyo Bai's neck and lifting him into the air. Click. Fu Yi's palm was still exerting force. Daimyo Bai's face was full of panic and fear. He found that he couldn't even possess his martial spirit in the hands of the young man in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he looked at Daimyo Bai with a playful look, whose eyeballs were bulging. Hold head high. The next moment, an extremely terrifying dragon roar exploded in Daimyo Bai's sea of consciousness. As a result, a white shadow was scared out from Daimyo Bai by Fu Yi. Buzz. Fu Yi only gave a glance and the white shadow was imprisoned directly. It could be seen that it was a white tiger with wings. You are the dragon god. How is that possible? Aren't you already? However, before it could finish its words, Fu Yi directly stored it into the system space and sealed it up. That's right, what Fu Yi forced out was the divine power of the third-level god, the divine beast Evil Eye Saint King, which lurked deep in Daimyo Bai's soul. It was born in the evil-eyed white tiger martial spirit of the Xingluo royal family, and it would appear every 1,000 years to look for the inheritor. However, its greatest use to Fu Yi is to become dog food for the dark demon evil god tiger. Click. Fu Yi's palms continued to tighten, and Daimyo Bai's face had turned purple. He wanted to continue struggling with his hands and feet, but Fu Yi relied on his powerful soul power to suppress him so that he could not move. Just when he was about to die, Fu Yi casually swung it towards the marble floor in front of him. Boom. Click. 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 Countless sounds of breaking bones were heard from Daimyo Bai's body in an instant, and at this moment half of Daimyo Bai's body was embedded in the ground, and a lot of gravel was stuck in his flesh. Cough cough cough. Ha ha ha. Although the pain in his body made him want to scream, the feeling of suffocation told him to breathe first. Hiss. Dai Mubai's screams frightened the waiter and the girl he had just pushed away so much that they collapsed to the ground. Wu Ling was hiding in Xiao Wu's arms at this time, and Xiao Wu was more or less dissatisfied with Fu Yi's behavior. After all, in her opinion, this kind of scum should be killed directly. Well, let me explain here. Dai Mubai is the type who is irresponsible and abandons every girl he plays with. Although the protagonist is more fickle and takes all the girls in, he will always give them a name to protect their safety. Don't criticize me for being hypocritical on this point. Fu Yi raised his foot and pressed the sole of his shoe on his mouth. His whimpering and the frightened look on his face were a perfect match. I hated most in my life when someone threatens me, and you are the second person who dares to threaten my woman. Fu Yi's eyes were full of mockery. In his eyes, Dai Mubai could be offline right now. After all, he was just a supporting role, and the plot had already begun, so it really didn't matter whether he was there or not. Boom. Crack. Fu Yi kicked Dai Mubai directly on the waist. He really couldn't understand how such a shameless scum who had no bottom line and robbed women could be whitewashed and become a member of the protagonist group. TSK, what a pity, this is not the original work. What? The severe pain in his waist made Dai Mubai unable to help but let out a sharp explosion again. Buzz. At this moment, Fu Yi's right hand turned into a gorgeous 9-colored cover. The irregular dragon scales were connected in an extremely ingenious structure. It seemed messy, but it seemed as if every dragon scale was carefully polished and placed. The cover that looked like a work of art was hovering in front of Dai Mubai. With the appearance of an invisible suction force, Dai Mubai felt as if his soul was about to be torn apart. The shrill howls echoed throughout the street, but Fu Yi still had no intention of stopping. Looking at the white ball of light above his dragon claws, Fu Yi showed a satisfied smile. This is the essence of Dai Mubai's evil eye white tiger martial soul, and it is also the kingly aura that he possesses in his martial soul. Again, he can choose not to have good things, but he must not leave them to these self-righteous male protagonists. Ma Hong Junmei, Dai Mubai, and Oscar, how could these people who have been hanging out in brothels since they were 9 years old become the protagonists? Especially Ma Hongjun, this fat pig. If the evil fire chicken martial spirit has defects, doesn't it mean that he is 6 years old? I dare not even think about it, it's too outrageous. Then he lowered his head and turned his gaze to Dai Mubai, who was under his feet, his eyes full of mockery. What are you doing, Master Dai? If you still have the ability to kowtow to me 3 times, maybe I can forgive you this time. The ages of Jian Douluo and Tang Xiao were changed according to everyone's opinions. Jian Douluo, 60 years old, now 76 years old. Tang Xiao, 55 years old, now 71 years old. It should be roughly the same after this change. Brothers, my book was originally put on the shelves with 40 chapters. Now it is charged for only 22 chapters. It is not my problem. It may be done automatically by the system. I just discovered this. End of this chapter. Chapter 58, White Tiger with Evil Eyes and White Dog with Different Eyes. Chapter 58, Evil-Eyed White Tiger Heterochromatic White Dog. Almost all of Dai Mubai's bones were broken by Fu Yi. At this moment, even his screams in pain would tear his broken bones. Kaka. Fu Yi stepped directly on his arm without mercy, and the sound of the bones being crushed was so pleasant. What? After playing with his entire skeleton, Fu Yi finally nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Dai Mubai was tortured by Fu Yi to the point where he was almost on his last breath. Almost all the bones in his body were broken. Even though Shrek Academy had a soul sage of the food department, it would take him at least half a year to heal his injuries. Furthermore, the opponent's martial soul has begun to degenerate after losing those essences. Now the opponent's martial soul can be renamed and called White Dog with Hetero-eyed Eyes. There would be no problem in breaking through to Soul Master in the future, but if he wanted to continue to break through to Soul Sect and Soul King, he would probably need to work hard for his entire life. Of course, the premise is that he can live to old age, because his brother Davis is not an easy person to deal with. I will let you live this time, provided you can survive this. Fu Yi kindly wiped Dai Mubai's clothes with the sole of his shoe, and then returned to Xiao Wu and Wu Ling with brisk steps. Let's go, we have to travel tomorrow. Fu Yi pinched Xiao Wu and his disciples' noses. Loyula, brother Fu Yi is too kind. Scum like him should be stepped on to death. Xiao Wu stuck out her pink little tongue. If Fu Yi didn't take action, she would definitely make the little brat in front of her die miserably. Yes, master is right. Brother Fu Yi, why don't you let Wu Ling make the final move? At this moment, Wu Ling pulled out a dagger that was flashing with cold light from somewhere without knowing when. She hated scum like that who robbed girls the most. If Xiao Chenayu and the others didn't have aristocratic backgrounds in Nottingham City, she would have killed them long ago. Good, listen to master, and let him live this time. Although Dai Mubai could be killed at will, killing people is boring. Destroying their hearts is the right way to torture them. Dai Mubai likes someone else's fiancée. Isn't that a coincidence? I like her too. It's not that Fu Yi looked down on him for stealing someone else's fiancée. Fu Yi just simply looked down on Dai Mubai for being a man who would abandon someone after having fun with them, and who even liked to use force, threaten and forcibly take over other people's wives and daughters. In Fuyi's heart, this behavior is extremely shameful. Let me explain again here. The protagonist has never used his strength to force the heroines, except Ao, and they will all become wives in the end while Dai Mubai plays with one and then abandons one. The author is really not a double-standard dog. Humph, it's an advantage for him. Having said this, Xiao Wu directly threw a blue key to Fuyi, then took Wu Ling's hand and left. No. Xiao Wu is unhappy today, so she won't sleep with brother Fuyi. Having said this, Xiao Wu pulled Wu Ling up the stairs, and Xiao Wu Ling waved her hand at Fuyi. Fuyi, boom. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Fuyi kicked Dai Mubai, who already had broken bones all over his body, directly out of the door. Bang! Dai Mubai knocked the trash can across the street over, but fortunately the trash spilled onto him, saving the sanitation workers from having to clean it a second time. Dai Mubai, who was still conscious, was kicked by Fuyi and passed out from the pain. However, Fuyi did not care whether Dai Mubai lived or died. The other party can live with grievance or die with frustration. Of course, it is best if he does not die. After all, it must be a very painful feeling to pry Zhu Zhuqing away in front of Dai Mubai. Turn around and go upstairs. Fuyi was in a bad mood. He could have had a wonderful night, but it was ruined by Dai Mubai, the bid. But in less than 2.5 minutes, two young men, one fat and one thin, walked out of the hotel with red, blue and purple lights on the corner of the street. Oscar, this time I'm the fat man's guest, you have to treat me next time. Ahem, you know, my sausage business isn't doing well, but come to my place next time and I'll give you as much sausage as you want. That's right, these are Ma Hongjun and Oscar, the protagonists of the original novel. At such a young age, he does not practice cultivation but just likes to visit brothels. Are you kidding me? Damn that sausage. The person lying in the garbage looks like Dai Mubai. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun pointed to the direction of the trash can as if he saw something incredible. Holy shit, it's true. After confirming that the person lying in the trash can was Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun and Oscar looked at each other. Should we care about him? He bullies us every day. Although he bullies us every day, we are still classmates after all. So, go back and tell the dean, we don't have the money to pay for the medical expenses. Agree. In a grove halfway to Soto City, Tanguan was currently being tied up in tattered clothes between two large trees that were close to each other. Although the method of binding was not as good as the tortoise shell binding, it was not much different. 3 burly men with wretched faces were sweating profusely here, while the remaining 3 strong men were waiting anxiously with their eyes wide open. Hey, second brother, hurry up. It's been half an hour and it's still not working. Right away, why are you in such a hurry? At this moment, Tang Chuan's eyes were full of anger, but his soul power was sealed by this group of Bebe Mountain, and all his hidden weapons and 24 bridges on moonlit night were taken away by the other side. His scarlet eyes showed that he was very angry. But his mouth was sealed with smelly socks and he could only make humming sounds. By the way, where are the 6th brother, the 2nd brother, and the big brother? Usually they are the most active at this time. The 4th old sturdy man asked his good brothers with some doubt. I'm not sure, but they seem to be heading to Nottingham. I guess they're going to look for that old backstabber in Pharaohs. Listening to what these strong men said, a tear suddenly flowed from the corner of Tang Chuan's eyes. He hated it, in the city of Nottingham, at Nottingham College, in Pharaoh's dormitory. At this moment, everything was silent. Pharaohs dragged his tired body into a deep sleep, leaving Yu Xiaoang alone hiding at the foot of the bed and sobbing quietly. Xiao Chuan, my Xiao Chuan, where have you been? Come back soon. Very quietly. Just when Yu Xiaogang was still feeling sad about Tang Chuan's disappearance for a whole day, he didn't realize that 3 burly black figures with lifeless eyes appeared behind him. Boom. After the muffled sound, there was a rustling sound of footsteps, and finally everything returned to silence when the window was slowly closed. A quarter of an hour later in Soto City, at the Rose Hotel, a middle-aged man with a stern face and a resemblance to a profiteer seemed to come to Dai Mubai at his fastest speed. The 7 soul rings of yellow, purple and black on his back symbolized that he was a soul saint. After he checked Dai Mubai's injuries and breath, his pupils shrank sharply. Who on earth is this? How could he be so cruel to my student? End of this chapter. Chapter 59, Angry Flanders, Seeking Justice. Chapter 59, Angry Flanders, Seeking Justice. In the morning, the sun rises slowly and the whole world seems to wake up from a deep sleep. The sky gradually changed from light blue to warm orange-red, like a gorgeous watercolor painting. The air is filled with a fresh scent, with the fragrance of earth and grass. Yu Xiaogang, who was far outside the city of Nottingham, fell to the ground with bruises and wounds all over his body, but his ragged clothes and body covered with red bloodstains made it easy to imagine what kind of atrocities he had suffered last night. Halfway from Nottingham City to Soto City, 6 corpses of slender and strong men were lying beside Tang Chuan. At this moment, he was holding a silent sleeve arrow and stepping on these bodies like a warrior who had won a battle, feeling secretly sad. But judging from his wildly shaking thighs, he had reached the brink of exhaustion after winning this battle. Ha ha ha, you bunch of lowly people don't deserve to die. I, Tang Chuan, must take back what belongs to me. Tang Chuan, who had killed 6 people, felt as if he had reached the highest level. All the frustration in his heart was vented out in this roar. However, the group of baboons 500 meters away instantly became agitated after hearing the sound. At this time, the level 99 black armor puppet hiding in Tang Chuan's shadow was holding a portion of medicine powder and ready to go. Shrek Academy. It was built in a small village south of Soto City in the Barak Kingdom. The college environment was very simple, with only a few simple buildings and a small playground. The overall look was extremely shabby. Water, give me water. I want water. Dai Mubai, whose body was covered with medicine powder and wrapped in white bandages, slowly opened his pair of red and blue eyes. However, at this moment, he no longer had the vigor and vitality he once had, and his eyes, which were once full of energy and spirit, had lost their luster. Xiao Xian, a level 73 food-oriented soul saint from Shrek Academy, with the martial soul sugar bean, who had been guarding beside him all night, hurriedly gave Dai Mubai a sip of water after seeing him wake up. Squeak. At this moment, Flanders, who heard the noise inside the door, pushed the door open and walked in. Dean, Dai Mubai burst into tears when he saw Flanders. Even speaking at this moment would cause severe pain because of pulling his muscles. Who did it? Flanders' eyes were full of coldness. No matter who it was, no matter if they were right or wrong, he would seek justice for his students. If Ma Hongjun and Oscar had not discovered it in time last night, Dai Mubai would probably have become a cold corpse today. 1 man and 2 women. Rose Hotel. Dai Mubai almost gritted his teeth when he said the last 2 words, and Flanders frowned slightly after hearing what Dai Mubai said, but the murderous look in his eyes did not diminish at all. I will make the person who beat you into this state give you justice. After saying that, Flanders directly performed martial spirit possession. His cat-owl martial spirit gave him extremely fast speed. If he used all his strength, it would only take 5 or 6 minutes to reach Soto City from here. The other side. Soto City, Rose Hotel. Looking at the gradually rising sun, Fu Yi no longer had the intention of taking a nap. After all, with nothing in his arms, how could he have the mood to sleep soundly alone? It was all Dai Mubai's fault. Just to save someone's life, his little rabbit didn't want to sleep with him last night. I feel really unhappy. In Xiao Wu and Wu Ling's room. Master's arms are so warm, Wu Ling likes it so much. Wu Ling took the position that should have belonged to Fu Yi, and Xiao Wu was also woken up by Wu Ling's little movement. She slowly opened her ruby eyes, and a hint of interest appeared in her eyes when she saw her obedient disciple making trouble in her arms. My dear disciple, the master is here. Master, are you awake? I just mumbled. You are worthy of being my good disciple. You smell as good as your master. Master, please don't. Moo, my good disciple, come to the master's arms. When I wake up in the morning and open the door, I feel great. Seeing that Xiao Wu and Wu Ling, the master and disciple, had not yet gotten up, Fu Yi had no intention of calling them. What they lack the least now is time. Xiao Wu is now a super Douluo of level 95, and Wu Ling is already a level 27 Great Soul Master at the age of 10. She will definitely break through to level 30 when she is 12 years old. Besides, the other party has not yet taken the magical herb Yin Yang twin flowers or fused the ferocious beast soul bones, so there will be a lot of room for improvement in the future. I have to say that the environment at the Rose Hotel is really good. Early in the morning, various young ladies with long white legs walked out of the room. It can be seen that the business here is really booming. No wonder Dai Mubai, a rich man, comes here to spend the night every day. The girls who walked out of the room stared at Fu Yi. As soon as he walked through the aisle, he noticed that there were no less than 6 or 7 pairs of eyes looking at him, and finally all the eyes focused on one point on him. He would not care about these ordinary women. He wanted to have a harem, but he was not a stud who could not walk when he saw a woman. Arriving at the reception hall on the first floor, the waiter from last night bowed immediately when he saw Fu Yi coming down. After all, his brutal behavior last night was really too scary. He broke all the bones in a person's body and kicked him away. Moreover, the person who was kicked away was the influential figure of Soto City, the genius soul master Dai Xiao. Sir, did you sleep well last night? The professional fake smile, coupled with the calm and gentle tone, made Fu Yi unable to find any fault with it. Well, the environment here is pretty good, but you should avoid receiving scoundrels like the one who bullied men and women last night. My wife refused to sleep with me just because I spared his life last night. Fu Yi was so helpless. He could have done something happy, but it was ruined by Dai Mubai, that fool, convex, fuck dish, haha. Our family is just a small business. We can't control many things. The waiter had a bitter smile on his face. How could ordinary people like them dare to provoke a soul master? So, you broke all the bones in my student's body and threw him next to the trash can like garbage. At this moment, a dark shadow appeared behind Fu Yi. The glass door was still shaking, and it was obvious that he had just arrived. Your student. Is he the yellow-haired guy who threatened to steal my wife and kill me yesterday? He had long sensed a soul saint level aura rushing towards him, and he had a rough idea of the person's identity. He looked back at the sturdy middle-aged man standing behind him. He looked to be about 50 years old, with a slightly protruding chin, broad cheekbones, a flat face, a slightly hooked nose, and orange-yellow eyes with erect pupils. This made him look a bit cunning even with his eyes closed, and he wore a pair of rigid, old-fashioned square black-framed crystal glasses. End of this chapter. Chapter 60. Flanders threatens Fu Yi to join Shrek. If you are here to seek justice for your student who bullies men and women, I can tell you clearly that letting him live is the greatest kindness I can show him. Fu Yi didn't have much affection for Flanders, the protective principal. Not only did he allow his apprentice to linger among the women, he also allowed his disciple to bully men and women. Fu Yi didn't believe that a soul sage like him could not keep an eye on his students. Not to mention the two soul saints Zhao Wuji and Zhao Xian who are still left in Shrek Academy, plus the Soul Emperor Li Yuzong. There are 4 teachers above the Soul Emperor level in an academy, but only 3 students. Can't they handle this properly? You kid. Flanders' eyes flashed with a fierce light. He knew what kind of person Dai Mubai was, but even so what? He was his student, and the most talented student in Shrek Academy. Suffering such a serious trauma will definitely affect future achievements. As the dean, he will definitely make the young man in front of him give an explanation to his students, but at this moment, a slightly mischievous voice came from the stairs. Brother Fu Yi, you are here. That's right, it was Xiao Wu and Wu Ling who came downstairs. Judging from Xiao Wu's cheerful look, she had a good rest last night. But what made Fu Yi feel strange was that Wu Ling, whose hand was held by Xiao Wu, had such a sad face. Want a hug? / Xiao Wu gave Fu Yi a bear hug without any hesitation, and did not pay any attention to the old, ugly and unfashionable middle-aged man standing not far in front of Fu Yi. You little rabbit, hey. Helpless, his wife was anxious to hug him, and he felt helpless in his heart. After all, he should spoil his wife himself. After putting Xiao Wu down, Wu Ling actually dodged and hid beside Fu Yi. When he looked at his good master Xiao Wu, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Master bullied me. Well, after the master holds you in his arms, you become his little disciple. When Xiao Wu saw that her little disciple looked like he wanted to complain, she immediately put on a serious face. Master, look at master. Seeing the little girl Wu Ling hiding behind him, Fu Yi knew that it must be that the rogue rabbit Xiao Wu played something new with her and scared her. Okay, your good master is probably joking with you, don't be afraid. Fu Yi silently handed Wu Ling to Xiao Wu, but when he accidentally saw the 2 small plum blossoms on Wu Ling's neck, Xiao Wu is really good at playing. Not only did she plant little plum blossoms on his body, she also planted one on her apprentice's neck. Master. Hee, my good disciple. What bad intentions would Xiao Wu have? She just wanted to plant some plum blossoms on her good disciple. Moreover, my good disciple's body is fragrant and soft, which is just right for planting plum blossoms. Flanders was completely stunned when he saw Xiao Wu and Wu Ling appear. After all, they were both so beautiful. No, why should you? Now he knew clearly why Dai Mubai was beaten, but this could not be an excuse for the other party to beat his student to the point of breaking all the bones in his body. However, when he felt the aura of Wu Ling, a gleam of light flashed in his shrewd black eyes. Old man, if you have nothing else to do, please make way. We are leaving here. Fu Yi didn't want to pay any more attention to Flanders, but if he dared to stop him again for Dai Mubai, he could guarantee that the other party's fate would not be much better than Dai Mubai's. Fu Yi didn't want to look at Flanders' ugly, old-fashioned face for even a second. Just as he was about to leave with Xiao Wu and Wu Ling, Flanders blocked Fu Yi's way again. What do you mean, sir? Do you think I have a really good temper? Seeing that Flanders stopped him again, a hint of frost appeared on Fu Yi's face. But Flanders still refused to give in. Boy, you have already reached the Soul King level at such a young age. You are indeed proud of yourself, but in my eyes, you are nothing more than that. Flanders' face was full of gloom at this moment, but Xiao Wu and Wu Ling were covering their mouths and laughing after hearing his words. A cultivation level above Soul King, enough to be proud of? Although Xiao Wu and the others had no idea what this ugly old man in front of them was doing, he was so sure that Fu Yi was a Soul King, which meant that his vision was really bad. Please step aside. Fu Yi didn't want to pay attention to Flanders, and he said he was the Soul King. Who was he insulting? To tell you the truth, I am Flanders, the Dean of Shrek Academy. I can forgive you for injuring my students, but you have to let that girl join our academy. When Flanders said this, he looked at Fu Yi with a cunning look on his face. He had just felt it and found that the girl's cultivation level was as high as level 27. As long as they can get her into their academy, there is an 80% chance that their academy will produce another peerless genius in the future. Thinking of this, Flanders was ready to use his Soul Saint cultivation to pull the other party into their Shrek Academy. Haha, you want my lovely apprentice to go to your Shrek Academy? Fu Yi was so angry that he laughed at Flanders' actions. Shrek. That's right. Our school has an extremely strong faculty. Including me, we have a total of 3 Soul Saint teachers and 1 Soul Emperor teacher. There will be absolutely no problem with teaching. After hearing Fu Yi's words, Flanders thought that Fu Yi was going to agree to him, and immediately began to brag about his own academy. Fu Yi was already prepared for him to suffer the same fate as Dai Mubai, so he just chatted with him for a while. Then do you have a place to practice mimicry? Hearing Fu Yi's words, Flanders showed an embarrassment on his face. Oh, but our college has a strong faculty. Can the food guarantee that we can eat spiritual food at every meal? Well, no, I can only make sure they have enough to eat. What about accommodation? Is it a luxury apartment with a single room? That's not even there. Fu Yi asked around like this, but found out that there were no other teachers besides the 3 soul saints and 1 soul emperor, and 2 of them were wanted criminals by the spirit hall. So this is the Shrek Academy you mentioned. Fu Yi didn't want to waste any more time talking to him at this point, and was ready to make him and Dai Mubai become fellow patients. When Flanders saw Fu Yi walking forward, he thought he was going to leave, so he shouted loudly again. No, she has to join today whether she wants to or not. Flanders' face was already ferocious at this time. As a soul saint, he condescended to talk to a mere soul king for such a long time. Since the other party did not appreciate it, then don't blame him for using force. You know, with that girl's qualifications, she will definitely become a titled Douluo in the future. Handing her over to this soul king level young man in front of him to teach would be a waste of talent. He couldn't bear to see such a good seedling destroyed in the hands of the other party. I have written about Flanders' character in the writer's words, you can take a look. Don't feel that Flanders' character has collapsed in my eyes. You have to know that if he can hang out with a villain like Zhao Wuji, how good can he be? Imagine that you meet 2 people who you feel are weaker than you and a peerless genius appears in front of you. Will you let them go easily? In 20 years, he recruited more than 40 top talents, but in the end only 14 survived. Until now, the strongest one is only Qin Ming. This is enough to show the problems in his teaching. As for the youngest elder of the Spirit Hall, come on, except for Yu Shaogang in the original novel, the other elders of the Spirit Hall are at least 60 years old. You have to know that he has only opened the academy for more than 10 years. The characters of Flanders and Zhao Waoqi were only beautified in the original novel. In fact, they are both people who bully the weak and fear the strong. Li Yuzong, like Zhao Wuji, is also a wanted criminal of the Spirit Hall. He has killed many people in the past, but Shaoxing, a food-type soul master, is the only one who has no black spots. Think about the chapter about Meng Yuan in the original novel. If Lord Long hadn't been nearby, Zhao Wuji would have wanted to kill him and take his soul ring. But then again, this is a fantasy world, and it is normal for different schools and sects to fight with each other. I just wrote it this way to make it closer to reality. End of this chapter. Chapter 61, Showing Strength and Tyrannizing Flanders. Chapter 61, Showing Strength and Tyrannizing Flanders. Aren't you too overbearing, old man? If others disagree, you use force to force them to agree. Is this really the character of a dean of an academy? Seeing that Flanders was about to take desperate measures, Fu Yi was not anxious at all. He was just a small soul saint, not even as good as an ant in his eyes. I'm not being overbearing. I just can't bear to see a little soul king like you destroy a top genius. But Flanders changed the subject and pointed the finger at Fu Yi. But if you and your girlfriend are willing to join our academy, we will naturally agree. When he said this, a gleam of light flashed in Flanders' eyes. If this deal was successful, wouldn't he have found the strongest disciple and image ambassador of Shrek Academy? Will he still be worried that he won't become famous by then? Haha, if you want to die, just say it. It's really unmanly of you to be so coy. After he finished speaking, a 9-colored jade sword box appeared beside Fu Yi. It was his martial soul, the divine sword box. Since you are determined to go against Shrek Academy, then as the dean, I have no choice but to resort to violence. Cat Owl, possessed. However, countless black shadows began to gather around Flanders' body, and almost in an instant, Flanders' body turned into a giant cat owl. Buzz. Along with a buzzing sound, the 7 soul rings behind Flanders, which symbolized his strength, appeared in this small hotel. Yellow, purple, black, 7 ring soul saint. Go against your Shrek Academy? Are you really worthy of it? Fu Yi murmured softly. He didn't expect that Flanders would actually want to let the little girl Wu Ling join their academy. But none of this matters now. Since Flanders wants to use force, there is no need to hold back. Chang. Shui Han. A sound of metal colliding came from the divine sword box, and the next moment an ice blue sword jumped from the sword box into his hand. Buzz. The moment he grasped the hilt of the sword, Fu Yi's aura instantly burst out. A touch of blood-red color enveloped the entire Rose Hotel at this moment. Flanders, who was standing in front of Fu Yi and originally wanted to knock him and Xiao Wu out and forcibly take them back to the academy, was stunned when he saw the spirit ring behind Fu Yi. Red, it's actually red. Boom. At this moment, the sound of Shui Han's sword resounded throughout the Rose Hotel. Red, 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 red. The 990,000-year soul rings shrouded the hearts of everyone present at this moment. At this moment, there was only that extremely bright red in Flanders' eyes, without any other spirit. The extreme of ice, the great red lotus hell. As Fu Yi murmured, the first soul ring behind him shone with a dazzling red light. A devastating aura instantly enveloped Flanders' body. No, he will die, absolutely. Feeling that his life was seriously threatened, Flanders finally came out of the shock of the 900,000 soul rings. At this moment, he completely covered his whole body with his wings. But at this moment he saw the situation of the two girls over there through the gaps between his wings. At this moment, Xiao Wu's body was wrapped in a dark golden illusory vein, and her whole body seemed to be covered by dark golden armor. When Flanders saw the spirit ring behind Xiao Wu, his already dead heart was caught and chopped in half. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, red, red, 9 rings. 300,000-year soul rings. The couple standing in front of him were both titled Douluo level warriors. It's over, it's completely over. Flanders' face was as pale as death at this time. He knew that he could not escape this disaster today no matter what, but his instinct for life told him that he had to do something. Third, soul skill, cat-owl body protection. The 7th soul skill, martial soul true form. Looking at Flanders' dying struggle, Fu Yi just felt amused. What did you do earlier? Now you know how to cherish your life. I have already given him the chance, and he was the one who made the first move, so don't blame me for destroying him. Fu Yi swung his sword lightly, and a giant frost dragon with a terrifying aura rushed out from his sword blade, heading straight for Flanders. Hold head high. The ice dragon roared angrily, and at this moment, every pore of Flanders' body was trembling. All the soul power in his body was used to resist Fu Yi's attack. Boom! The violent explosion carried the ice crystals outward, but due to Fu Yi's deliberate control, the spacious lobby of the Rose Hotel was completely intact. But Flanders, who was at the center of the explosion, was not so lucky. Receive. Fu Yi waved his hand casually, and endless icy power gathered in his palm again. At this moment, Flanders, who was at the center of the explosion, was breathing out more than breathing in. His whole body was covered with sharp ice crystals, and bright red blood stained the floor of the Rose Hotel. Xiao Wu, let's go. If we're any later, we won't be able to reach Tiandu Imperial City today. He waved to Xiao Wu and Wu Ling. But Xiao Wu and Wu Ling had no sympathy for Flanders after seeing his miserable condition. It's okay to be weak, but you want to use your little bit of strength to force others. That's right. Xiao Wu and Wu Ling now felt that Fu Yi was too lenient and should have killed him directly. Especially Wu Ling, she just heard everything that this old and ugly man said. The other party actually wanted to force her to join his 3-No Academy. Fortunately, her master and her master's master are very powerful, otherwise she would be in danger. Thinking of this, Wu Ling snuggled into her master's arms again. Although what her master did this morning was indeed excessive, it seemed that her master still loved her. Yes, it is like that. Yes, master, let's go with our master. Wu Ling pulled her bad master away, and Xiao Wu didn't want to stay here anymore. Well, let's go. 10 minutes later, Zhao Wuji and his group arrived here in a hurry. However, what they didn't expect was that Flanders fell to the ground seriously injured, and the staff here disappeared without a trace. Boss Fu. Dean. On the other side, Fu Yi and Xiao Wu had already boarded the carriage. Good disciple, come to the master's arms. Master, please don't. Don't worry, master loves you the most. 10 seconds later. Master, you are lying. Seeing Xiao Wu and Wu Ling, the master and disciple, showing off here, Fu Yi simply opened the perspective of our great god King Tang. Fuck. Fu Yi was so frightened by the scene before him that he immediately turned off the vision of the god King Tang. Hu ho ho. It took Fu Yi a long time to calm himself down. Don't ask him what he saw. Just a large black gorilla and white filth. At the same time, in the forest on the border of Nottingham City and Soto City. Get out of here. Get out of here, you beasts. Get out of here. Fuck you at %%. Guess who will be the next heroine? The pace of this book is not fast. I plan to write 1,000,000 words. The heroine will be introduced every 10 chapters or so I can only arrange the plot as I want. Let me reiterate, this is a harem novel. Don't ask me if I will accept so and so. If you ask, I will. Do 1, Do 2, Do 3, Do 4, collect them all. Note, except for the Snake Lady, please be rational of course. If the average subscription exceeds 1,000 in the future, I will open a separate chapter. Ahem. End of this chapter. Chapter 62. Returning to Juxiang Pavilion and meeting Ning Fengzi again. There are many shops in Tiandu Imperial City, selling a wide variety of goods. There are shops that specialize in selling soul guides, weapons, and armor, as well as shops that sell daily necessities, food, and medicinal materials. In addition, there are also some shops that specialize in serving soul masters. As the capital of the Tiandu Empire, the Tiandu Imperial City is densely populated with people from different regions. Some of them are businessmen, some are soul masters, and some are ordinary people. Right in the heart of this bustling city stands an elegant and quaint building. There is a plaque above the main entrance, Juxiang Pavilion. After getting off the carriage, Wu Ling became curious about the plaque of the restaurant, which looked very simple and elegant. Master, are we going to have dinner here? This place seems very upscale. Hearing what the little girl Wu Ling said, Fu Yi smiled without saying a word and just walked in silently. Seeing this, Xiao Wu and Wu Ling followed him in. Xiao Zhang, give me 3 more jugs of good wine. Ha ha ha. I told you, the food here is incredible. Eat as much as you want today, it's my treat. The Juxiang Pavilion was bustling with activity, and the seats were full of guests. The laughter and joy of the people mixed together, filling the entire space. The waiters were busy shuttling around, carrying delicious dishes to each table. The diners were enjoying the food and chatting happily. The atmosphere was warm and cheerful, and people could fully feel the popularity of this restaurant. Guest, how many are you? At this moment, a middle-aged man in black supervisor's uniform walked over from somewhere, and Fu Yi recognized who he was the first time he saw him. Little Leo, I haven't been back for more than 10 years, and you don't recognize me. A smile appeared on Fu Yi's face, and when Little Li heard Fu Yi's voice, he was stunned for a moment, then he looked at Fu Yi carefully. Fuck, boss, it's really you. Sister Lan, hurry up and pass it on. The boss is back. Little Li Zi, oh no, old Li Zi shouted directly at Xiao Lan who was not far away. After hearing Lao Li's voice, Xiao Lan also looked over here, but when she saw Fu Yi, who looked the same as he did more than a decade ago. Xiao Lan, Xiao Chui, pass it on. The boss is back. Oh, mouth, oh well, isn't it just that his boss who has been missing for more than 10 years has returned? Why is he so excited? Fu Yi didn't understand, but he was greatly shocked. However, at this moment, in the number 1 box, a white-haired old man with a youthful face and magpie hair suddenly stood up, and the elegant middle-aged man who was drinking in front of him was also startled by his sudden standing up. Uncle Jian, you. He is back. Before the person in front of him could speak, the old man with white hair and a youthful face disappeared in the box in a flash. Huh, who's back? This old swordsman is already old but still not as steady as me. The black-haired middle-aged man sitting nearby looked at the white-haired Lao Deng's leaving back, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. Dad, where is Grandpa Jian going? Why did he leave so suddenly? At this moment, a little girl in a green princess dress and with a delicate figure poked her head out from the side. Wrong, your Grandpa Jian just has. Uncle Wagu, get ready. The only one who can make Uncle Jian go to such great lengths is probably that guy. Which guy? The one who pulled you out of the alien dimension with his bare hands. Damn, that perverted guy is back. After chatting with Lao Li for a while, Fu Yi prepared to find an empty seat to take Xiao Wu and Wu Ling to eat something, but before he could move his legs, he felt a very familiar breath. Brother Fu Yemian. But then an old man with white hair and a youthful face appeared behind Fu Yi, and then he bowed to him. Feeling this, Fu Yi smiled. Chen Xian is worthy of being Chen Xian. He has now become a super Douluo of level 98. Brother Chen Xian, what are you doing? I've already told you that we are brothers. If you continue to be polite, don't blame me for not showing mercy. He turned around and patted his shoulder. Jian Deluo's mouth twitched at the 2 slaps from Fu Yi. It really hurt. You haven't eaten yet, Xiao Li. Take these ingredients and process them. I want to have a good drink with the biggest bodyguard of Juxiang Pavilion today. Fu Yi casually handed Lao Li a large bag of food, all of which were 1,000-year-old spiritual objects and various rare ingredients. I believe they will be processed later. Okay, I'll go and urge them to work right away. Little Leo was very nimble and quick, picking up the things and running towards the kitchen. Let's find a place to drink. After hearing Fu Yi's words, Chen Xian thought for a moment and told Fu Yi about his situation. That old fox Ning Fengzi is here too. It's a good time to get him drunk again. Fu Yi waved to Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan, just ask Xiao Li to deliver the dishes to the number 1 private room. After hearing Fu Yi's voice, Xiao Lan nodded and bowed. Yes, boss. At this point, Fu Yi, Jian Deluo, Xiao Wu and the little girl Wu Ling went directly to the special private room on the upper floor. Of course, the top floor is still where Fu Yi rests. Master, who is this white-haired uncle? I don't know either. It should be brother Fu Yi's old friend. Xiao Wu and her disciple followed behind Fu Yi, chattering in low voices, while Jian Deluo led the way in front. This staircase is made of marble and other materials, exuding a simple and elegant beauty. The handrail of the stairs is made of dark iron, with a simple and powerful shape, smooth lines but with a simple charm. There are delicate carvings on the iron, which is very exquisite. On both sides of it, there are very cozy stone lamp holders with warm lights burning inside. The swaying light sprinkles on the stairs, adding a mysterious atmosphere. After several twists and turns, they finally arrived outside the Emperor's number 1 private room. Squeak. The door was slowly pushed open by Jian Deluo. Inside the room, there is the bone Deluo Gu Rong, the old fox Ning Fengzi and Ning Rongrong. Fu Yi was stunned for a moment when he saw Ning Rongrong, but then he thought about it carefully. Yes, there is nothing wrong with it. Hey, old fox, we haven't seen each other for so many years. Your daughter has grown so big. As soon as Fu Yi entered the room, he said something that made Ning Fengzi swallow all the caring words that he had carefully thought of. No, you are an idiot. I'm fine. You're fine too. You even have a child. Ning Fengzi immediately saw Xiao Wu behind Fu Yi and the little girl who looked somewhat like Xiao Wu. End of this chapter. Chapter 63 Little Witch Ning Rongrong, The Rogue Rabbit. Chapter 63 Little Witch Ning Rongrong, 100,000 Years of Rogue Rabbit. You are wrong, old fox. I don't have any daughter. Wu Ling also heard what the other party had just said, and immediately came to Fu Yi and started to explain. Uncle Old Fox, I am not my master's daughter. Well, Old Fox, Uncle, Old Fox Uncle, Jian Douluo and Bone Douluo both smiled after hearing what the little girl Wu Ling said, thinking that this little girl was too honest. Ning Fengzi's expression twitched slightly. No, you don't care about it. She slandered me. No, you two are the ones who are slandering me. What old fox? I am not an old fox. Ning Fengzi turned his gaze to his little daughter beside him. That's right, a gleam of light flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes, as if she had seen something interesting and opened the door to a new world. Dad is an old fox, Seeing that the situation was not good, Gu Rong immediately came behind Ning Rongrong and covered her mouth. Rongrong, although the sect master is indeed an old, cough. Your father is not a fox, he. Gu Rong almost told the truth, and Ning Fengzi's face was full of black lines at this time, and there was a hint of resentment in his eyes when he looked at Gu Rong. No, how come he is a fox? Did I steal from you or cheat you? Okay, Wu Lingwai, although he is indeed an old fox, we can't say it in front of him. He also touched Wu Ling's little head, and she nodded as if she understood. Yes, Wu Ling knows. Next time, Wu Ling will tell you behind her back. Ning Fengzi, sit down, don't be polite to me. After saying that, Fu Yi sat down on the seat without any hesitation, and Xiao Wu and Wu Ling also sat next to Fu Yi very appropriately. Old Fox sect leader Ning, you guys should sit down too. It's not good to eat standing up. At the dinner table, Fu Yi, Jian Douluo, Ning Fengzi and Gu Rong were drinking and bragging. Xiao Wu and Wu Ling sat next to Fu Yi and ate dinner. The dishes that were added later were served in less than a quarter of an hour. From the chat with Jian Douluo, Fu Yi learned that the big boss Lu Erlong went to Tianshui College to look for her good friend Han Ruyan. Sister, you two are both so beautiful, and you look alike, are you sisters? After her father and the others started chatting, the little witch Ning Rongrong quietly came over and sat down next to Wu Ling and Xiao Wu. Little sister, you are very beautiful too, like a little princess. Ning Rongrong is only 10 years old now, half a head shorter than the little girl Wu Ling. Hee, thank you, sister. My name is Ning Rongrong. What are your names, sisters? Although Ning Rongrong is a little witch, she still knows her limits in such special occasions. After all, she had never seen her father being teased like this and not get angry. Brother Fu Yi has already said that the affairs of Juxiang Pavilion are my business. Let's not talk about other things, but as far as making money is concerned, I can guarantee that you will never find fault with it. Ning Fengzi became drunk again at this time, and it was obvious that he was still a little drunk from the Millennium Soul wine. But compared to the way he would pass out after drinking 2 jars of wine more than 10 years ago, he now looks quite manly. Don't stand there nagging. Money or no money doesn't matter. The most important thing is to have a place to drink and eat. Fu Yi looked at Ning Fengzi's slightly tipsy face and took out more than a dozen jars of Millennium Soul wine. Bring me another jar. Whoever falls first today will have a turtle painted on his face. My name is Xiao Wu, and she is my good disciple called Wu Ling. We are master and disciple, not sisters. Xiao Wu pinched Ning Rongrong's little face, which still had a little baby fat, without any hesitation. She really liked its softness. So you two are master and disciple. Ning Rongrong was not angry at all when she felt Xiao Wu's white and warm palm pinching her cheek. After all, this was the first time she had met such a beautiful and gentle sister. Well, I was rescued by Master Xiao Wu and Master Fu Yi. Looking at the little girl in front of her who was the same age as herself, Wu Ling seemed to have a lot of interesting things to talk to her about. The two little girls, along with Xiao Wu, were chatting non-stop like 3 little birds. Time passed by minute, and half an hour later. Pfft. Ning Fengzi finally couldn't bear it anymore and fell asleep on the table. Yes, he was the first one among the 4 to get drunk. Look at this old fox. He is such a loser. Fu Yi looked at Ning Fengzi who was about to fall asleep and mocked him without hesitation. Old bones, put him on the sofa next to you, and then we'll take him to the guest room later. Sword Douluo hadn't drunk enough at this time, and the same was true for Bone Douluo. No problem, let's continue. Gurgling. Tons. An hour passed. Pfft. Sword Douluo Chen Xin and Bone Douluo Gu Rong fell on the dining table one after another, and Fu Yi said that they still had to practice. My martial soul is the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, an auxiliary martial soul. This year I have reached level 19. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were still chatting nearby. That's amazing. Can a support-type martial spirit be trained so quickly? Dad said that only by eating and drinking well can we practice well, so he makes me eat some not-so-delicious dishes every day. But Wu Ling, what is your martial soul? There was a hint of curiosity in Ning Rongrong's eyes. You know, even if she didn't practice seriously, her cultivation was definitely among the best among her peers. Well, my martial soul is the light and dark peacock, and I am now a level 27 Great Soul Master. Ning Rongrong was obviously stunned for a moment after hearing Wu Ling's words, but she quickly came to her senses. Level 27. Wu Ling, you are so awesome. Ning Rongrong never imagined that the girl who had been chatting with her for more than 2 hours was actually such a talented genius. Hee, it's nothing, it's all thanks to my master and grandmaster's good teaching. Wu Ling smiled sweetly. Her master and grandmaster helped her solve all the problems she encountered in cultivation. She felt that she was really lucky. What is Sister Xiao's cultivation level? Is she a strong person above Soul Saint? Ning Rongrong looked at Xiao Wu with curious eyes. Hee, if you want to know about this, Rongrong, you have to make a small sacrifice. As she said this, Xiao Wu directly hugged the tiny Ning Rongrong into her arms. Ning Rongrong was frightened by Xiao Wu's action. Sister, you have a great figure. Feeling the touch on her back, even though Ning Rongrong was a little witch, her cheeks turned red due to Xiao Wu's teasing. Xiao Wu lifted the hair by her ear and whispered softly in Ning Rongrong's ear. Rongrong smells just like Wuling. End of this chapter. Chapter 64, Divine King Tang Chuan experiences secular customs. Chapter 64, Divine King Tang Chuan experiences secular customs. Late at night, Fu Yi lay drunkenly on his big bed, feeling hot all over. At this time, Xiao Wu, who was held in his arms, also felt the slightly hot temperature of Fu Yi's body. Her cheeks were flushed at this moment, and she immediately pushed Fu Yi down onto the large gilded bed. The little feet wearing white silk stockings stepped directly on Fu Yi's chest, and the bright white moonlight shone in the room, forming a beautiful shadow. Call me your majesty. Tonight is destined to be extraordinary. The early rising sun goes to work early in the morning. Look at this dog son, it is thinking about going out to work before daybreak. After a night of joy, Xiao Wu finally collapsed powerlessly on the huge bed, and Fu Yi continued to catch up on sleep with Xiao Wu after a simple tidying up. Like Xiao has extremely high body flexibility, which enables them to perform some postures and movements that are beyond ordinary people. It's hard to imagine how exciting the scene would be if the two of them came together. Let's just think about this first. As for whether to go together or not, that's another matter. At the same time, in the next room, two small figures with dark circles under their eyes and red cheeks were putting their ears against the wall to eavesdrop. Sister Rongrong, what I said is right, isn't it? Brother Fu Yi is really strong. Sister Wu Ling, you. That's right. In order to prove that she was not lying, Wu Ling forced the little witch Ning Rongrong to eavesdrop the whole night. It's so embarrassing. Hearing that there was no movement in the next room, Ning Rongrong dived into the bed with red cheeks. Master and Grandmaster have a really good relationship. On the other side, inside Shrek Academy, Flanders was covered in white bandages. At this moment, except for his heart beating, he could hardly make any sound. Food Department Soul Saint Xiao Xian was sitting in the dilapidated main room to rest, and taking care of Flanders and Dai Mubai who were half crippled. With the help of his martial soul's true body's healing treatment of Tangu, both Flanders and Dai Mubai have passed the critical period. Suddenly, Flanders' fingers trembled slightly, and at this time he was showing signs of waking up. However, Xiao Xian, the sixth brother, was resting with his eyes closed and did not notice the unusual movements on Flanders' side. Shui. After a long time, Flanders' weak voice was heard, and Xiao Xian, the only food-type soul saint in the contemporary era, finally discovered Flanders' situation. Flanders, you're awake. When Xiao Xian saw that his dean had woken up, he picked up the cup of water beside him and slowly poured it into the other's mouth. Teacher Xiao Sheoxin, I want to drink too. Dai Mubai also slowly woke up at this moment. Although his broken bones had been straightened out, the intense pain told him that he was still unable to move. God knows how scared he was when he saw his own dean, Flanders, and his own family being beaten to the point of having their bones broken last night. But after the fear, he felt relieved. You know, Dean Flanders is a soul sage, and the only ones who can crush a soul sage are Soul Douluo and titled Douluo. But the only one who could beat Flanders, a high-level soul saint, so badly that he couldn't even escape was a titled Douluo. Dai Mubai could actually survive the hands of a titled Douluo. Really, at this moment he no longer hated Fu Yi. Of course, it would be better to say that he did not have the courage to hate him rather than not hating him. You have to know that if it were someone else, he would have become a corpse rotting in the trash can. Gurgling. After Xiao Xian gave Dai Mubai a sip of water, he felt like he was finally alive again. Although the water flowing into his abdomen would make him feel pain like his muscles being torn, what did this pain matter as long as he could survive? Thinking this in his mind, Dai Mubai finally let it go. It is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. He never thought that he could defeat his elder brother Davis. Now he is happy every day. On the other side, inside Soto City, our reincarnated King Tang Chuan has finally arrived at Soto City, his first stop on his way to the Yinyang Eyes of Ice and Fire. The scenery here is exactly the same as in the previous life. Tang Chuan had no interest in these things. He passed by here to take away a very powerful hidden weapon, the plate crystal. You know, after his constant persuasion, Yu Shaogang finally gave him the 24 bridges under the moonlight. Now, as long as he lets Flanders, the dean of Shrek Academy, see this soul guide as he did before, Ban Jing will naturally be able to get it easily. After passing 2 main streets and 3 alleys with ease, he finally found Flanders' grocery store at the corner of a market. But what surprised him was that Flanders, who usually stayed in the grocery store to cheat people, rarely opened the door today. Looking at the busy street, Tanguan obviously couldn't just dismantle the door on the spot and go into the house to look for Ban Jing. After thinking it over, he decided to postpone his plan to go to the Inyang Eye for half a day. After he took away the plate crystal and had a certain ability to protect himself, he would go to the Inyang Eye to enslave Douluo. Just as he was thinking about what to do, a sign in the dark alley across the street that was shining with a faint purple-red light in the shadows attracted Tanguan's attention. That's right, that was the brothel, a place Tanguan had never set foot in his previous life in order to maintain his pure image. At the same time, the black armored puppet in his shadow quietly spread the dust of strong drugs. Tanguan unknowingly felt a trace of desire for a brothel in his heart, but his heart told him not to go. 2.5 minutes later. Hey handsome boy, what kind of girl do you want? I don't have anything here, but I have a lot of girls. An old procuress with wrinkles all over her cheeks looked at Tanguan, whose face was very ordinary and even a little clownish, with a forced smile. Following the call of the madam, dozens of women came over. Most of them were of average build but dressed very lightly, with red marks on their necks and cheeks from the previous customers. Tang San glanced around, and at this moment he only felt his body extremely hot. The desire in his heart forced him to make a quick decision. That's her, let her come. Although the woman in front of him had a very ordinary face and figure, he felt extremely hot all over as if he was possessed by an evil fire. The woman whose name he called came out and at the signal from the madam, she took Tanguan to a small room deeper in the alley. A quarter of an hour later, 2 wretched figures, one fat and one thin, one red and one white, stepped into the brothel filled with dark purple-red light. The madam, it's the same woman from last time. Tell her to come see me, fatty, as soon as possible. End of this chapter. Chapter 65, The Young Master of the Black Tiger Sect? Then let N039S get rid of him. Chapter 65, The Young Master of the Black Tiger Sect? Then let's get rid of him. At noon, Fuyi held Wan Xiang in his arms and closed his eyes to rest. This girl Xiao Wu loves to make noise too much. Fortunately, the dragon god martial spirit has greatly enhanced his physical fitness, otherwise he can't stand this every day. But it was really comfortable. Xiao Wu's body was softer than a Wu's, and she had a faint scent of milk on her body. Ancient emperors liked to say that they would no longer attend court early in the morning. He was just like those idiots and didn't want to get up either. Of course it was impossible not to get up, as the little girl Lu Erlong actually ran to Tianshui College. Fu Yi said he wanted to go too, but he just wanted to go over there and take a look, and settle Xiao Wu and Wu Ling there. Fu Yi, that's all. Author, there is a problem. Okay, stop sleeping in, little bunny. We should get going. Fu Yi pinched Xiao Wu's nose, but she refused to get up from the bed. No, let Xiaowa sleep a little longer. Listening to Xiao Wu's lazy words, Fu Yi knew that he needed to take some unconventional measures. Grope slowly, position accurately, and exert force suddenly. A quarter of an hour later. After putting on her clothes, Xiao Wu looked at Fu Yi with a look that contained 6 parts shyness and 4 parts resentment. In response, Fu Yi said that the sun was about to burn his butt. He took Xiao Wu away from here and went to the next door. Dong dong dong. Wu Ling, we should go now. Fu Yi knocked on Wu Ling's door, and, Master, please let Wu Ling sleep for a while longer. In the end, Wu Ling was taken away by Fu Yi. Halfway through the journey, Xiao Wu was holding Wu Ling, who still had dark circles under his eyes. Fu Yi had no idea what the little girl Wu Ling was doing in the room with the little witch Ning Rongrong last night. They hadn't woken up until noon. Little did she know that at this moment Wu Ling was secretly looking at her master Xiao Wu, her eyes full of curiosity. Tianshui College is one of the 5 element colleges on Douluo continent. It is located in the Tiandu Empire, in Ningding City, 50 kilometers east of Tiandu City. In Ningding City, most of the soul masters here are of water or ice attributes, and Tianshui College, one of the 5 elemental colleges, is the #1 signboard of this city. Brother Fu Yi, is this Ningding City? It feels like the temperature here is lower than outside. Yes, is Tianshui College here? Xiao Wu and Wu Ling, the master and disciple, are a pair of naive people who are curious about all new things. Well, it should be just ahead. Although he didn't know where Tianshui College was, the positioning navigation provided by the system was correct. However, at this moment, Fu Yi felt a very unpleasant feeling of being watched. Damn, bro, these 2 girls are even prettier than Shui Binger from Tianshui College. But the man standing next to them is really an eyesore. Do you want to deal with him, big brother? The younger brothers standing behind the leading young man could no longer take their eyes away and were still giving advice to their boss. Get him, and kill him. Although I can't afford to offend Tianshui College, it won't be a big problem to kill 1 or 2 of them, small nobles. The tall young man licked the corner of his mouth greedily. He had been pursuing Shui Binger for a long time, but the other party had been hiding in the academy and never came out. But now, he can get 2 new toys to play with. You have to know that he is the young master of the Black Tiger Sect, and his father is an 89th level soul Douluo, the Black Tiger Sect, one of the new lower 4 sects that appeared in the later part of the anime. Even Tianshui Academy did not dare to do anything out of line with him. When Fuyi felt that someone was spying on them, he immediately locked onto this group of people, and a character template appeared in front of him. Name, Hu Li, age, 18 years old, soul power, level 41. Martial spirit, Black Tiger. Identity, young master of the Black Tiger Sect, fiancé, Lin Xiaoer, the eldest disciple of the master of the Sparrow Bee Sect. Swallow Bee Sect, the new lower 4 sects that appeared in the late anime. TSK, another one looking for death. However, based on the other party's identity, Fuyi would have to ban him for 1 year like Dai Mubai did. Xiao Wu also noticed that someone was spying on them, and then she turned her gaze to Fuyi, only to see a smile on his face. 2.5 minutes later, on a sparsely populated stretch of road. Feeling the surrounding atmosphere, Fuyi still moved forward with Xiao Wu and Wu Ling. But at this moment, 3 figures blocked their way. Boy, just be a good boy. However, before they could finish their words, a strange black figure appeared in front of the 3 people almost instantly. Kaka. 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 3 crisp sounds were heard almost at the same time, and the other party's voice stopped abruptly. Boom. 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 Their bodies fell heavily to the ground, and Huli, who was hiding in the dark, was killed. Although his younger brothers were not strong, they were all great soul masters, and the other party could kill them instantly. Seeing that the situation was not good, Huli wanted to escape, but Fuyi would not give him the chance. The black shadow that had rushed out from under Fuyi's feet came behind him at an incredible speed and grabbed the back of the opponent's neck with one hand. Kaka. What? That's right, this is Fuyi's puppet of the ultimate Douluo level. To deal with this group of scum who didn't even show up in the original novel, it doesn't require Fuyi to do it himself. The puppet brought the other person in front of itself as ordered by Fuyi, and Xiao Wu and Wu Ling had already noticed this person who had just wanted to escape. Let me go. I am the son of the leader of the Black Tiger Sect. If you... However, Fuyi did not give him much time to speak. Since he wanted to attack him, he had to think about what price he would pay. Kaka. What? Listening to the other party's screams, Fuyi also felt very helpless. Why did you have to pick on me when there are so many people you could pick on? Among thousands of people, you really chose the one you can't afford to offend. As the other party screamed, Fuyi simply let the puppet cover his mouth. He was really tired of hearing the screams. Kaka. Whoa. While the puppet was giving Huli a thorough health check, Fuyi had already left with Xiao Wu and Wu Ling. Fuyi said that he was quite good at dealing with such people. I believe that after this incident, the other party will definitely mend his ways and start a new life. About 5 minutes later, Fuyi and his friends finally arrived at their destination, Tianshui College. On the other side, inside the Black Tiger Sect, the wooden signs of Huli's 3 followers shattered, and a crack also appeared on Huli's wooden sign. Not good. Young master is in trouble. End of this chapter. Chapter 66 Tianshui College Admissions Office. Chapter 66 Tianshui College Admissions Office. The overall appearance of Tianshui University is like a crystal palace standing in ice and snow. The outer wall is like a huge ice wall, reflecting a faint blue light under the sunlight, and there are lively water ripple patterns engraved on the ice wall. The gate is made of ice sculptures in the shape of water waves, and the top of the gate is a pointed roof with interlaced ice spikes. Looking at the majestic academy in front of him, Fuyi was still very surprised. You know, although Ningding City is not the main urban area, it is definitely not inferior. The fact that the house is decorated so luxuriously shows that there is definitely a powerful force behind it. And just outside the gate of Tianshui College, a group of young people dressed fairly well gathered for some reason. Do you know, Tianshui College is going to start recruiting students again today. I wonder if anyone will be admitted. Brother, you are superficial. Tianshui College is full of beauties. Every year when recruiting students, the Tianshui troupe will perform a dance here. Ahem. I'm a gentleman, bro. I'm not superficial. I just do this for the pleasure of my body and mind. Old Wang, shut up. Your child is already 2 years old, and you're still being so frivolous. Sure enough, not long after, the heavy door of Tianshui College was pushed open by 2 girls with good looks and demeanor, but after opening the door, they disappeared into the college behind them. Then 5 girls with great looks and figures walked out from the students, and their information appeared in front of Fuyi. Name, Shui Binger. Age, 14 years old. Martial spirit, Ice Phoenix soul power, level 36. Name, Shuyuir. Age, 14 years old. Martial spirit, Jade Dolphin. Soul power, level 33. Name, Suo. Age, 15 years old. Martial soul, Ice spirit. Soul power, level 33. Name, Shen Liuyu. Age, 14 years old. Martial soul, Cold current. Soul power, level 33. Name, Yuhero. Age, 14 years old. Martial soul, Ice spear. Soul power, level 32. Not water, like the sea. Walking in front was Shui Binger, the leader of the Tianshui group, and behind her was the deputy captain Suo and the other 3 girls from the Tianshui group. At this moment, they were wearing the uniform of the Tianshui college team, and with the magnificent buildings behind them, their appearance skyrocketed. Xiao Wu and Wu Ling were looking at the girls on the ice platform in front of them with curiosity. It was obvious that they seemed to be quite interested in these things as well. Looking through the open door into the academy, the main building looks like an ice peak. Inside the building, the blue ice crystal chandeliers are like frozen water droplets, and the floor of the hall has a texture like rippling water. There is an icy lake in the courtyard of the college. The water is clear and cold. In the center of the lake is an ice-sculptured fountain, which sprays out not water but fine ice chips. The surrounding trees were also wrapped in ice, like ice guards. The elements of ice and water blend perfectly here to create a college environment full of fantasy. Yuer, look over there, that boy is so handsome. When Yuhiro saw Fuyi standing behind the crowd, her eyes sparkled. Wow, he's really handsome. So Shui Yuer and Yuhiro, the 2 crazy girls, were pounded into silence by the big sister Shui Binger, who used a hammer to smack them. Thump. Yuer, Hi-Ro, the academy has a clear rule that students are not allowed to fall in love. Do you two want to be punished? Seeing her sister and her little sisters being infatuated with each other, Shui Binger felt a little disappointed. I know, sister. Yuer will listen to you. Big sister, Hi-Ro doesn't dare anymore. Because of the distance, these ordinary wealthy people did not see the situation of Shui Binger and the others, but soon Shui Binger brought her 4 team members to the front of everyone. After taking his position, he bowed to everyone present. Goddess. Tian Shui Group. I'm your fan. The people present started shouting after seeing their actions, and Fu Yi was also frightened by the voices of the group of people. He saw people holding babies in the crowd. Aren't they afraid of having to kneel on the washboard? In the center of the square in front of Tianshui University, 5 girls began to dance like ice and snow elves. Behind them, 7 or 8 girls were playing music for them with harps in their hands. They were wearing white dance dresses decorated with ice-like sequins, and the hems of their skirts swayed gently in the wind, like piles of snow blown by the breeze. Shui Binger, who was in the lead, jumped up lightly, like the trajectory of falling snowflakes, and her feet tapped the ice surface lightly, making crisp sounds. The girls next to them started spinning, waving their arms like icicles in the biting cold wind, flashing with cold light. As their dance steps intertwined, ice flowers seemed to bloom on the ice beneath their feet. That was the soul power released by their dance steps. The ice blue hair fluttered as the body danced, like elf wings in an ice storm. The cold air around them seemed to be infected by their enthusiasm, condensing into tiny ice crystals that floated around. The whole scene was like a dream, full of the purity and agility unique to the world of ice and snow. This dance lasted for nearly 10 minutes, and everyone present closed their mouths at the same time when the dance started. You know, the Tianshui troupe only performs once a year during the enrollment period, and they won't break the rules. After the dance of ice and snow ended, everyone slowly woke up. Fu Yi, who was used to big scenes, was not overly surprised. After all, in his previous life when special effects were at their best, he had seen many things more explosive than their dancing. However, the Tianshui group's dance did not use any special effects. They relied on their own martial arts spirits to maintain the icy mist condensed in the air on the field. As for dancing, he is a gentleman, why would he watch dancing? He mainly looks at whether the legs are good, small leather boots, white stockings, when else would you like to see these white calves? Our Tianshui College will start recruiting students for 3 days starting today. All girls who meet the recruitment requirements can join our Tianshui College. Shui Binger's words were very tactful and generous. You know, although their Tianshui College recruits new students every year, only 5 to 10 people are qualified every year. After all, this is an academy that only accepts beautiful girls. Girls who are not talented, old or good-looking enough cannot enter their academy. Similarly, Tianshui College is the only one among the 4 elemental colleges that recruits civilian soul masters. Although the requirements are a bit harsh, it gives those civilian girls an opportunity to grow. Just at this moment, 2 graceful figures, one in blue and one in red, walked out from inside the gate. The 2 women were holding each other's arms and looked very intimate. When Fu Yi saw the other person's face clearly, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It took him a long time to find this little girl Lu Erlong. She came here to help her best friend recruit students. End of this chapter. Chapter 67. Dean Han Ruyan wants to accept a disciple? Yuer, the 2 girls next to that handsome guy are so pretty. Wow, really? Are they coming to join our Tianshui College as well? Shui Yuer and Yuhiro, the pair of love-crazy sisters, continued chattering non-stop after they left the stage, while Shui Binger was looking at her sisters helplessly. They have never even touched a boy's hand, but they know much more than other girls. Soon, the enrollment tent was set up. The one sitting there to enroll students was Suo, the oldest member of the Tianshui group. Helping behind her was Shui Binger, the most steady member of their team. Soon, a line formed in front of Tianshui College. All of them were girls with good looks. As for their talents, Fu Yi had no interest in finding out. Wu Ling, Xiao Wu, go sign up. Fu Yi patted Xiao Wu and Wu Ling on the shoulders. They were both stunned after hearing what Fu Yi said. Sign up. Master, are we going to join Tianshui College? Wu Ling was a little confused. After all, Fu Yi had never mentioned joining the academy before. Well, go ahead. It's not good for you to be alone all the time without any close friends. Fu Yi touched her little head lovingly, and at this moment Xiao Wu spoke. I'm signing up too, I think. Seeing that Xiao Wu was confused, Fu Yi gave him a slap on the head. Boom. It hurts. Xiao Wu covered her head with her hands, still not figuring out what Fu Yi wanted her to do. How stupid. I asked you to sign up to be a teacher, not to be a student like Wu Ling. Fu Yi really couldn't understand Xiao Wu's train of thought. A level 95 super Douluo wanted to be a student in an academy where the highest level of cultivation was only Soul Douluo? Loyola, it's okay if you're a little stupid, but it's still you who did it. After saying that, Xiao Wu directly took Wu Ling's hand and went to line up. Fu Yi, I author, 9-6 turned over. At the front line of Tianshui College's admissions, several girls in the front row have already left, and it's obvious that they didn't pass. Xiao Wu and Wu Ling, two girls with extremely good looks, stand out from the crowd in the registration queue. Their appearance also caused exclamations from passers-by around them. Fuck, those two girls are so pretty. Oh my god, but that girl must be over the age requirement for admission. Could it be that the number of goddesses in my heart will increase by 2 again? Tianshui College's enrollment is far more cruel than Shrek's, except that the registration fee is not collected in advance. Instead, students pay the registration fee and other miscellaneous fees after successfully entering the college. Martial Soul Ice Butterfly, 12 years old, Soul Power level 20. Congratulations, you've passed. Go to our academy to get 2 sets of school uniforms. Suo, who was sitting in the admissions office, looked at the girl in front of her with a gentle face. When the girl heard that she could enter Tianshui College, her eyes were filled with excitement. And outside there was a pair of parents who burst into cheers, seemingly very happy that the girl could be admitted to Tianshui College. But not everyone is so lucky. Most of the girls that followed had either unqualified martial arts spirits or unqualified appearances. Although Tianshui Academy recruits commoners, its requirements for students are still to have good martial arts, talent, and appearance. Soon, the girls in front of Xiao Wu and Wu Ling left and dispersed. For them, Tianshui College is their best choice, but if it is not accepted, they will also consider other colleges. Hello, little sister. Are you also here to register at Tianshui College? Wu Ling is only 10 years old this year, and her delicate little face is still quite childish. Yeah, I'm here to go to school. After being brought up by Xiao Wu for 4 years, Wu Ling is now not afraid of strangers at all, especially since the person in front of her is a beautiful sister. What a lovely little sister. Tell me your age and martial spirit, and then I will test your spirit power. Suo noticed this cute little girl early in the morning. She guessed that she didn't seem to be very old and was also very curious about her martial spirit. My name is Wu Ling. I'm 10 years old this year. My martial soul is the light and dark peacock. I'm a level 27 strong attack spirit master. Wu Ling's words were soft but very clear. After hearing her words, Suo also nodded. Martial soul light and dark peacock, 10 years old. And level 27. Shui Binger, who was standing behind Shui Wu, was the first to react and directly placed the crystal ball for testing soul power in front of Wu Ling. Little sister, put your hand on this crystal ball and inject a little soul power into it. After hearing Shui Binger's words, Wu Ling almost subconsciously placed her hand on the crystal ball for testing soul power. Buzz. Along with a buzzing sound, a dazzling blue light spread out from the crystal ball that tested soul power. After seeing this scene, even Shui Binger, who was the most steady, was a little unsteady. Level 27. If the other party's age was not lying, then this was a 10-year-old level 27 Great Spirit Master. Lu Erlong, who was chatting with her bestie in the back, also noticed the situation here, and the two girls walked over directly. Binger, what happened? The woman in the blue dress came straight to Shui Binger, and Shui Binger seemed to have found her backbone after seeing the woman. Aunt Han, there is a genius here who has reached level 27 at the age of 10. Shui Binger moved aside, revealing Wu Ling standing behind her. A 27th level Great Spirit Master at the age of 10. After hearing this, even Lu Erlong who was standing at the back couldn't remain calm. She was also very aware of the value of talent that could reach level 27 at the age of 10. Sister, am I accepted? Wu Ling looked at Suo's face full of disbelief and felt a little confused. Could it be that I am not talented enough? No, little sister, you have passed the test. From now on, you will be a member of our Tianshui College. After hearing Wu Ling's words, Suo quickly spoke, and at this moment the woman called Aunt Han by Shui Binger came straight to Wu Ling. Little sister, are you willing to become my last disciple? Seeing that her best friend was so anxious to accept a disciple, Lu Erlong did not stop her. After all, everyone would want to take a young man with such extraordinary talent as a disciple. Sister, you can't do that. Wu Ling already has a master. When Wu Ling heard that the beautiful sister in front of her wanted to take her in as a disciple, she decisively refused. After all, she already had a good master. Although she always liked to act naughty when sleeping, she knew that her master would not harm her. What? You already have a master? This is not a water story. After all, many things need to have a beginning and an end. There are exciting parts and boring parts. The arrangement here is not very good. I will focus on the portrayal of the plot later. End of this chapter. Chapter 68 Xiao Wu is the water instructor for the day. Chapter 68 Xiao Wu is the water instructor for the day. Han Ruyan was stunned when she heard Wu Ling say that she had a teacher. At this time, Wu Ling shrank behind Xiao Wu. Hello, my name is Xiao Wu, I'm Wu Ling's master, and I'm also here at Tianshui College to apply for a teaching position. Looking at the appearance of her apprentice, Xiao Wu silently protected him behind her. Are you here to apply for a teaching position? Han Ruyan looked a little unconvinced. But after hearing what he said, Xiao Wu's answer was still clear and neat. Well, I'm here to apply for a teaching position. Oh my god, Han Ruyan was confused again, but having run the academy for so many years, she was considered someone who had seen big scenes before, so she came to her senses almost instantly. Then show us your martial spirit and spirit power level. As long as you can reach the level of Soul King or above, you wrote it wrong again and you should be qualified to enter our academy. Han Ruyan fully agreed with Xiao Wu and Wu Ling, the master and disciple, joining the academy. After all, there were not many teachers in their Tianshui academy. You have to know that there are not many powerful male soul masters, let alone powerful female soul masters. My name is Xiao Wu, my martial spirit is the Phantom Rabbit, and I am a level 95 Super Douluo. As 9 enchanting soul rings appeared behind Xiao Wu, even Lu Erlong was stunned. Yellow, purple, black, red, red, red. The other party actually has 300,000-year level spirit rings. No, there's a problem. The dazzling red light enveloped everyone's heart, and at this moment Lu Erlong had no intention of observing the 100,000-year soul ring behind Xiao Wu. At this moment, she looked nervous and her eyes were wandering, as if she was looking for something. Han Ruyan felt like she couldn't breathe. A level 95 Super Douluo was going to join her Tianshui Academy as a teacher, and he was a Super Douluo with 300,000-year spirit rings. Shui Binger and the other girls standing behind Han Ruyan were also stunned after seeing the 100,000-year spirit ring behind Xiao Wu. Is it true that someone can directly absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring on the 7th ring? The people who were watching the excitement from afar were all overwhelmed by the terrifying aura when they saw the 100,000-year spirit ring. Soon Lu Erlong saw a familiar figure. Excuse me, can I become a teacher at Tianshui College? Seeing that the beautiful sister in front of her was reluctant to speak, Xiao Wu began to back down. After hearing Xiao Wu's words, Han Ruyan came back to her senses instantly. Yes, as long as your majesty is willing, the door of our Tianshui College will always be open to you. Can he become a teacher at Tianshui College? Of course he can. This is a Super Douluo. No matter which faction it is, they will not refuse a Super Douluo to join them. Just as Han Ruyan responded to Xiao Wu, Lu Erlong walked straight towards the familiar figure. The crowd outside was all excited when they saw Lu Erlong walking towards them. What was he doing? It felt so exciting. Lu Erlong exuded a unique red aura of coercion, and those outsiders who approached within 10 meters of her would be pushed away directly until she came in front of Fu Yi. You said you were only going to be gone for a while, but you ended up being gone for 16 years. Lu Erlong's voice was extremely calm, and Fu Yi's face was slightly embarrassed. After all, he did tell them that he would be away for a while and asked them to absorb the soul bones, the divine soul rings, and the fairy grass. As for the safety issue, Fu Yi arranged 9 extreme Douluo level puppets around them, plus a puppet that obeyed orders 100%. Hey, I'm back now. Fu Yi held her in his arms, and Lu Erlong hugged Fu Yi tightly. Sniff. Fu Yi gently sniffed the fragrance on Lu Erlong's body and murmured unconsciously. Erlong, you seem to smell better than before. Inside Tianshui College, Xiao Wu and Wu Ling looked around with curiosity at the Crystal Palace-like buildings. It was hard to imagine that this was actually a college. Fu Yi walked between Lu Erlong and Xiao Wu. With the help of the system, the Shura field would not appear. Han Ruyan walked in front of them, introducing their Tianshui College as she walked. After walking for a while, Han Ruyan brought Fu Yi and the others to the teaching area of their Tianshui College. This is our teaching area. With Erlong's funding, the infrastructure of our Tianshui College has become more complete, and all kinds of simulated training venues have been completed. After listening to Han Ruyan's words, Lu Erlong actually looked at Fu Yi with a guilty conscience, but Fu Yi didn't say anything about it. In his eyes, money is really just a bunch of numbers now. If he takes out all the gold soul coins in the system mall, he might be able to bury the entire Douluo continent. After walking around in circles, Fu Yi, Xiao Wu and the others were brought back to the teaching area by Han Ruyan, but there were 5 people standing at the gate this time. These little girls are the strongest talents of our Tianshui Academy, and they are also members of the Tianshui team. When Han Ruyan saw the 5 little girls in front of her, her eyes were filled with unconcealable pride. Hello, my name is Shui Binger, I'm 14 years old, I'm the captain of the Tianshui team, my martial soul is Ice Phoenix, and I'm a level 35th strong attack type combat soul master. Hello, my name is Swu, I'm 15 years old, I'm the vice captain of the Tianshui team, my martial soul is Bingling, and I'm a level 34 control type combat soul master. Hello brothers and sisters, my name is Shui Yuer, I'm 14 years old, a member of the Tianshui team, my martial soul is Yingyu Dolphin, and I'm a level 33 defense type combat soul master. Hello everyone, my name is Shen Liuyu, I'm 14 years old, a member of the Tianshui team, my martial soul is Cold Current, and I'm a level 33 control type combat soul master. Hehe, hello, my name is Yuhiro, I'm 14 years old, a member of the Tianshui team, my martial soul is the Ice Spear, and I'm a level 32 strong attack spirit master. Listening to the introduction of her own team members, Han Rian revealed a satisfied smile. Binger and Yuer were the children she adopted when she founded the academy in her early years and traveled outside. To this day, they still have not let her down. Suo and the other two are the top talents in their school. It can be said that the members of the Tianshui team were finally selected after going through layers of selection. Her Majesty Xiao Wu will be the instructor of our academy in the future. You 5 little girls should also cheer up. It can be seen that Han Rian is really happy. With the joining of such a super Douluo, it is no exaggeration to say that their Tianshui college has taken off from the ground. It was at this moment that Shui Yuer from the Tianshui team finally couldn't wait any longer and spoke. Aunt Han, is this handsome brother also here to be a tutor in our college? Han Rian was shocked when she heard what her student said, but Fu Yi smiled slightly when he saw it. End of this chapter. Chapter 69, The Black Tiger Sect is here to help. Destroy them first. Chapter 69, The Black Tiger Sect is here to help. Destroy them first. I'm not here to be a teacher, but if you're willing, I can teach you some control over the ice element and some simple melee techniques. Fu Yi said that it was no problem at all to teach beautiful girls. After all, couldn't he just apply the techniques that the great god King Tang used? Ghost Shadow Steps, Mysterious Heaven Skill, Mysterious Jade Hand, as well as controlling cranes and capturing dragons. Anyway, he saw that Wu Ling was quite good at using them. Don't say that Xian Tiangong must be practiced from childhood. Look at the people in Douluo Continent 3, Legend of the Dragon King. They all started practicing Xian Tiangong when they were teenagers. It is just a method of cultivating soul power and taking into account internal strength. In Douluo Continent, Xian Tiangong can indeed be regarded as the top practice method. Okay. When Shui Yuer heard Fu Yi say that he was not here to be a teacher, the light in her eyes dimmed a little. However, Shui Yuer was thinking at this moment, what a good-looking and handsome big brother, it would be a shame not to let him stay in the academy for us to feast our eyes on him. Yu Xinro and Suo, 2 lovelorn girls, had the same idea as her. Yuer, apologize quickly. You can't be so ignorant. Although Han Rian was not sure about Fu Yi's level of cultivation, how could a person with a super Douluo like Xiao Wu by his side have ordinary strength? At night, Fu Yi was lying in the elegantly decorated guest room of Tianshui College. He was looking up at the ceiling as if thinking about something. After settling Xiao Wu and the others, it was time for me to go find Yu Hua and Xiao Dong to catch up, even though I told them I would be away for a long time. Squeak. The door of Fu Yi's room was gently pushed open, and when he looked back, he saw Lu Erlong in a gauze dress. Brother, Fu Yi, your Erlong is very angry. The only way to relieve worries is to have a flying dragon ride on your face. Half an hour later, Xiao Wu urgently joined the battlefield. No conversation all night, just work. The next morning, Fu Yi was awakened by a loud noise, as if someone was making trouble in front of the gate of Tianshui College. She just picked up a set of white pajamas from her own mall and walked out. At the same time, at the gate of Tianshui College, Han Rian, I advise you to hand the person over to me. Otherwise, with your strength, you will not be able to resist the 3 of us Soul Douluo. A middle-aged man with dark skin, bloated body and a face full of flesh was standing in front of the gate, facing Han Rian face to face, and standing behind him were 2 tall middle-aged men. But between the 2 of them there was a young man covered in bandages. I can tell you clearly that we don't have the person you are looking for in Tianshui College, but if you don't retreat, don't blame me for being ruthless. Han Rian was staring at the middle-aged man with a frosty face in front of her. Although she was a level 88 Soul Douluo, the level of the opponent was no lower than hers, not to mention that there were 2 Soul Douluo level elders behind him. The teachers of Tianshui College are all standing behind Han Rian at this moment. Most of them are Soul Kings, and only one of them has the cultivation level of Soul Emperor. You won't hand it over. Then don't blame me for destroying your Tianshui College. I've heard that there are so many beautiful girls in your Tianshui College. When the time comes, I'll catch some and bring them back to entertain my disciples. Don't blame me for being cruel. The middle-aged man with a face full of flesh showed an obscene smile. You must know that although Tianshui College is one of the 4 major element colleges, they have no backing. After all, it was just a civilian academy founded by a woman named Han Rian. Even if he really destroyed her, nothing would happen. Now that his only son has been deposed, he will no longer care about his face. Master Hu Meng, stop talking nonsense to them. We'll know whether they have found it or not. Let's first cripple this woman Han Rian, and then we'll ravage her students in front of her. After hearing the words of the two elders beside him, Hu Meng no longer hesitated. Tianshui College actually dared to shield the murderer who killed his son, so don't blame him for being cruel. Teacher. At this moment, Shui Binger and other members of the Tianshui team also arrived here. Binger, Yuer, go back quickly. This is not the place for you. Seeing her most beloved students coming here, Han Rian shouted at them to leave. 6th Soul Skill, the Devil Tiger's Heart-Devouring Claw. 8th Soul Skill, Rage of the Earth Dragon. At the moment when Han Rian looked back and was distracted, the sneak attack of the two Soul Douluo level elders on the other side was about to reach Han Rian's lower abdomen almost instantly. 7th Soul Skill, Ice Dragon Spear True Form. 6th Soul Skill, Ice Dragon Rises to Sea. Han Rian relied on her martial soul's true body and her 6th Soul Skill to forcibly reverse the opponent's attack. Han Rian was worthy of being the president of Tianshui College. She almost instantly broke the opponent's killing move and pierced the shoulder of one of the men who had just launched a sneak attack. But at this moment, a bloated figure appeared behind Han Rian. Have you forgotten that I, a level 89 Contra, am also here? But Hu Meng was about to slap Han Rian on the lower abdomen. You must know that the lower abdomen is where the Soul Master stores his strength. Once it suffers a serious attack, his cultivation will regress at best, and at worst, decades of hard work will be destroyed. Teacher. Shui Binger and the others also saw this scene, but it all happened so fast that they didn't even have time to speak. Chang. However, at this moment, another figure appeared in front of Han Rian, and Hu Meng's palm, which was about to slap down, was now firmly clamped by the other party. Wearing white-yellow duck pajamas and white rabbit slippers, yes, the hot man is back. Aren't you looking for the person who ruined your son? Now I'm here. His voice was very soft, but everyone present heard it very clearly. What? It's you who ruined my son. At this moment, Hu Meng heard that his son Huli was crippled by the young man in front of him, and he wanted to pull back his fat tiger claws to attack him. But at this moment, he found that his hands were firmly clamped by the young man in front of him, and he could not move at all. Ka-ka-ka-ka. The teeth-grinding sound of bones breaking could be heard by everyone. Ah, my hand, my hand. Fu Yi crushed all the bones in his arm with one hand like twisting a dough stick, and considerately helped him tie a knot that looked very convenient. Hey, it seems that you and your son are of the same character. Well, with a father and son like you, I believe your sect is not a good thing either. Fu Yi casually used his soul power to pinch his neck and hung him in the air. The two elders who had just attacked Han Rian didn't dare to breathe at this moment, even though one of them had an ice dragon spear on his shoulder. As Fu Yi moved his hand downward, an ice blue sword shot out from the 9-colored jade box below. Shui Han, stab him in the heart. End of this chapter. Chapter 70 Make Me Unhappy, 9 Clan Peeling Technique. Chapter 70 Make Me Unhappy, 9 Clans Peeling Technique. Following a move of Fu Yi's hand, a 9-colored jade box appeared beside him. Then a gap opened in the jade box, and an ice blue sword burst out from it. Pfft. The ice blue sword pierced straight into the opponent's chest, and at this moment Hu Meng's eyes were full of disbelief. He couldn't believe that the young man in front of him had such terrifying strength, nor did he believe that the other party really dared to kill him in public. But even if his chest was pierced, he could still hold on for a while with his Soul Douluo level strength, but what he would have to face next was watching with his own eyes how his sect was destroyed. Sure. The ice blue sword returned to Fu Yi's hand almost instantly, and the teachers behind Tianshui College, including Han Rian, were all shocked beyond words at this moment. If you kill me, you will. Hu Meng no longer had the energy to speak, but Fu Yi just shook his head. I won't do anything, but you and your family will meet you in hell. At this moment, 9 blood-red soul rings as deep as an abyss or a prison appeared behind Fu Yi, and the 2 Soul Douluo elders of the Black Tiger sect, as well as Han Rian and other teachers and disciples of Tianshui College who were present were unable to move at all. First Soul Skill, Second Style, Sigh of the God of Ice and Snow, Ice Sky 100 Flowers Burial. As Fu Yi's low moan was heard, giant ice flowers as big as children began to fall from the sky the next moment. Not only here, but this kind of magnificent ice flowers also appeared in the sky above the Black Tiger sect. After the ice flowers touched the human body, they began to spread wildly at an incredible speed. In almost the blink of an eye, the 3 of them were covered by these gorgeous ice flowers. The Black Tiger sect, far to the east of Ningbing City, has now been buried by the ice flowers, and its disciples have lost all vitality like ice sculptures. Before you die, I will let you take another look at your sect, so you can be an understanding ghost. Fu Yi casually condensed a piece of ice flower, and on the ice flower were the disciples of the Black Tiger sect, including Hu Meng, who were frozen into ice in a tragic state. At this moment, his whole body was covered with ice flowers. Even if he still had the strength to speak, he could not open his mouth. When the ice flowers fall, it will be the time of your destruction. Since you like to bully the weak, don't blame me for killing all your clans. At this point, an extreme Douluo puppet wearing black armor appeared in front of Fu Yi. No one from the Black Tiger sect will be left alive. Yes, master. After hearing Fu Yi's words, the extreme Douluo puppet disappeared instantly. Don't ask it how to find people. The only thing it knows is the precise navigation with the cheating device. Click. The next moment, the ice flowers began to shatter, and the 3 soul Douluos who were enveloped by the extreme ice were all turned into dust and dissipated between heaven and earth. Over at the Black Tiger sect, the entire sect disappeared without a trace in an instant, and the Black Tiger sect disciples who had just sneaked out when they saw that the timing was not right were all killed one by the black armor puppets. Ah, I'm so sleepy. These people are so annoying. They can't even let me sleep peacefully. After doing all this, Fu Yi yawned as if nothing had happened and waved his hand casually. Okay, now that everything is settled, I'm going to go back and catch up on some sleep. Almost in an instant, Fu Yi's figure disappeared from the spot again, and the 9-colored jade box in front of Shui Binger also turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the spot at this moment. After a long time, Shui Yuir was the first to break the silence at the scene. Sister, brother Fu Yi is so handsome. Yes. Big sister, Sister Yuer, brother Fu Yi is mine, don't fight with me for it. In the afternoon, Tiandu Imperial City, Yuexian. Brother, Yuexian is so boring here, can you help your sister talk to the emperor? A small little girl in gorgeous clothes was sitting in front of a tall and handsome young man and rolling around. Don't worry, Sister Shui Ke. Father is also thinking about you. Look, your second brother was sent here, wasn't he? That's right, they are Shui Qinghe and Shui Ke who were sent here by Shui Yi. Of course, Shui Qinghe Qian Rongxiu. But Qian Rongxiu is not simple now. Her goal in coming here is simple. Her sister has paid so much for her cultivation, and she wants to give the entire Tiandu Empire as a gift to her sister. But what made her feel embarrassed was that she knew Tang Yuehua, and her sister used to bring her here to play often, but now she came here in a different way. Outside the gate of Yuexian, Fu Yi walked into Yuexian at a leisurely pace. The place was still elegant and solemn as it had been more than a decade ago. There was also a very flashy little gold-plated badge on his waist, a Douluo Continent teacher's certificate. This was given to Fu Yi by Yuehua long ago before he left. He walked past the students with ease. Looking at these unfamiliar faces, Fu Yi did not feel any waves in his heart, but when he came to the innermost classroom, he was stunned. Name, Qian Rongxiu. Age, 19 years old. Martial soul, 6-winged seraph soul power, level 95. God's test, the 5th test of Angel God. No, buddy, you are already a super Douluo, and you are still playing role-playing games here. He originally left a candle sun immortal grass for Qian Rongxiu so that she would put cultivation first, but this girl ended up going down the old path of cosplay. However, considering that she did not waste her cultivation, Fu Yi would forgive her first. She reached level 95 at the age of 19 and even reached the 5th test of the divine test, which showed that she had not neglected her daily practice. Wow! Brother King He, this handsome older brother is even more handsome than you. Shui Ke couldn't take her eyes off Fu Yi after seeing him, and Shui King He also noticed Fu Yi standing at the door. Haha, little sister is so cute, but next time you have to call me mentor. Hearing someone talking about himself, Fu Yi walked straight in, and the information panel in front of him was updated again. Name, Shui Ke. Age, 10 years old. Martial soul, Crystal Swan. Soul power, level 15. Ah, big brother is the teacher here. Shui Ke's face was full of confusion. At this moment, she was staring at Fu Yi with an expression full of disbelief. Hearing this, Qian Rongxiu, who played Shui King He, also became interested. You know, he had already inquired about this place, but had never heard of such a young mentor. Yes, I am indeed a tutor here, but I left Yuexian for a while because of some urgent matters. End of this chapter. Chapter 71. 2 years later, intercepting the Zhu sisters. Chapter 71. 2 years later, intercepting the Zhu sisters. The narrow and long dark alley seems to be a corner forgotten by the world. It is difficult for sunlight to shine in directly, so this place is shrouded in darkness all year round, exuding a decadent and depressing atmosphere. The walls were covered with mottled mosses and looked wet. The stone slabs on the ground were full of potholes and pools of foul-smelling sewage. There was some debris piled up in the corner, but deeper in there came a noisy and very regular sound. After a long time, 2 figures, one in white and one in red, walked out, but there was something unnatural on their faces. Oscar, you must not tell anyone about this, or we. The fat man in red put his 5 fingers together and pretended to stroke his neck. Fatty, I'm not stupid. Can we tell anyone about this? We actually did this to a man. Oscar took a deep breath, but ultimately didn't dare to say it out loud. Let's go quickly and just think of it as a nightmare. Ma Hongjun felt a chill when he recalled what happened last night. He was actually interested in men. And Oscar was also. Hurry. Up and go, it will be bad if that guy wakes up and sees us. The 2 quickly fled the scene. About a quarter of an hour after they left, a rustling sound was heard from the depths of the alley, as if someone was putting on clothes. Cough cough. A cough sounded from deep in the alley. When he came out, he saw a boy who looked extremely ordinary, and a bit like a clown. That's right, this is none other than our reincarnated great god King Tang Chuan, but his current situation is more or less bad. He is now in dishevel, with his buttocks sticking out and a look of despair on his face. Now he wanted to leave, but the burning pain in his back made it difficult for him to move at all. Damn it! Who is it? Who is hurting me? Tanguan was furious. For some reason he was in such high spirits yesterday afternoon that he fainted from exhaustion. While half asleep and half awake he felt like he was being pounced on. But he really had no strength at that time. What? Tanguan roared angrily to the sky. He was a divine king, the pure and innocent divine king Tang. He was actually, no, it's already afternoon, and he has to wait until the evening to get his crystal plate. Tap tap. Pfft. The god king Tanguan, who was anxious to leave here, fell to the ground, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. I don't know how long it took. Boss, there's a disheveled boy here. He looks like he just came out of a brothel. TSK, what a loser, playing here actually made him look like this. At the same time, the extreme Douluo puppet in Tang San's shadow, I feel like I can take action again. 2.5 minutes later. Boss, I think this guy seems to be quite handsome. Third brother, I feel the same way. I feel +1. Before I knew it, 2 years had passed. At midnight, beside a small river 30 miles outside Soto City, Fu Yi was casting and swinging the club leisurely. God-level cheater host, Fu Yi. Age, 21 age locked. Level, 99th level quasi-god level locked. Appearance, fairy-like charm highest level, has locked the first martial soul, divine mind sword box, 1 box with 9 swords, 9 ultimate attributes, red. Second martial soul, dragon god, the origin of all soul beasts, controls the power of judgment and punishment, red. Mental strength, 99999 spiritual realm peak level locked. Constitution, 100, max level 100, level locked. 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 80%, 70%, 85%, 85%, 65%, 85%, 85% system mall, warehouse. You can enter the name and take any item that has ever existed in Douluo World 1234 at any time. System hidden function, 100% chance of getting soul bones when killing soul beasts. Personal luck index, 100% lock dependence from getting pregnant. Comprehensive evaluation. What kind of evaluation do plugins need? Just feel good. Looking at his favorability panel, Fu Yi felt that his efforts over the past 2 years were not in vain, of course, except for that little bitch Qianrongxiu. You know, in the past 2 years, there were many times when he and Bibi Dong were doing bad things and were almost caught by this girl. But now is not the time to think about these things. He knows clearly that 2 cats, 1 big and 1 small, will pass by here today. It doesn't matter whether he takes 1 or 2, so he just decided to pack them all up and take them away. As for the Xingluo royal family, the worst that can happen is that I can let a few extreme Douluo puppets go a few more times to accompany the old emperor of the Xingluo empire to relax. The moon tonight is exceptionally bright. Although it is not a full moon, it is only missing a small corner. Fu Yi lit a bonfire early and sat here waiting for the right person. Half an hour had passed unknowingly, but Fu Yi was not in a hurry at all. A quarter of an hour later, there was a sound of hurried footsteps in the distance, and Fu Yi smiled when he heard it. The big fish, oh no, the big cat is about to take the bait. The sound came from far away. My dear sister, you can't run away. I advise you to stop and die. A cold female voice echoed in the forest. Dream. A clear but somewhat childish voice directly refuted, and it was obvious that the person who said this was very angry at the moment. Second miss, just give up. You and that deserting third prince are no match for the eldest Mississippi. Yes, maybe the third prince who deserted the battlefield has already prepared to live in hiding. That's right, they are Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun. Hateful. Zhu Zhuqing was almost in despair. She had finally saved enough money for the trip and escaped, but she was still targeted by her good sister. She had been chased by the other party for a whole day and night, and had suffered considerable injuries. Although the injuries were not fatal, they slowed down her speed. Crackling. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly saw a glimmer of fire. You know, how could anyone live here in such a remote place? She didn't think much about it, but then she made up her mind and headed in the other direction. Zhu Zhuqing is a kind girl and she doesn't want to implicate other innocent people because of herself. Fu Yi, who was sitting there, was stunned after feeling this situation, but he quickly realized that the other party did not want to implicate him. A kind girl like Zhu Zhuqing is definitely a breath of fresh air in the Douluo continent. But unfortunately, in the original book, her significant other is the exact opposite of her. I forgot to post it. See here, I give you guys a kowtow. End of this chapter. Chapter 72. Love and hate between the cat sisters. Haha, my sister is as kind as ever. She doesn't want to drag others down even if she is dying. When Zhu Zhuyun saw Zhu Zhuqing change direction, a strange look flashed in her dark eyes, but she remained unrelenting with her words. Miss, there's someone here. At this moment, one of the people next to her discovered Fu Yi sitting by the campfire, and the guard's words also made Zhu Zhuyun notice Fu Yi's existence, and a hint of surprise flashed across her eyes. Don't worry about him, just keep chasing Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuyun did not stay for too long, and Fu Yi was a little helpless when he saw this scene. No, you guys are more or less looking down on people. 3. There are many people who look down on him, but this is the first time he has been looked down upon like this. Name, Zhu Zhuyun. Age, 18 years old. Soul power, level 38. Martial spirit, Nether Civet. Identity, the eldest daughter of the Netherworld Duke's mansion of the Xingluo Empire, and the fiancée of the eldest Prince Davis. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun running in another direction, Fu Yi felt a headache. No, you are heading towards Nottingham, in the dense forest. Zhu Zhuqing hurried her steps and did not dare to stop for a moment. She knew that she would have a chance of survival only if she reached the urban area. However, she was almost exhausted at this moment, and the soul power in her body was almost used up. She could not hold on for much longer. Finally, blocked by a thin vine, Zhu Zhuqing fell heavily to the ground, and 3 figures were rushing towards her at a very fast speed. My dear sister, you don't have to struggle anymore. Accept your fate and go back with me. Maybe I can save your life. Reflecting the moonlight, Zhu Ziyun's flawless figure appeared in front of Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment, her words were full of disdain, as if she had already defeated Zhu Zhuqing. Go back. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? You might as well just stab me right now instead of pretending like that. Looking at the 3 people who were gradually surrounding her, Zhu Zhuqing knew that she couldn't escape. Being caught by her sister and dying here would have the same outcome. She didn't want to live that kind of life in fear anymore, pretending to be nice. Ha ha ha. My dear sister, you still don't understand anything. Zhu Zhuyun looked at her good sister Zhu Zhuqing with disdain, but no one noticed that there was a hint of pity in the depths of her eyes. But at this moment, a figure that Zhu Zhuyun and the other 2 felt familiar appeared in front of them. Hello, we meet again. Looking at Zhu Zhuyun, who was possessed by the martial spirit in front of him, and the 2 soul master guards holding machetes and hammers, Fu Yi felt a little helpless. He could sense that Zhu Zhuyun did not seem to want to kill Zhu Zhuqing, but instead left opportunities for the other party to escape everywhere. Fu Yi looked at the guard who was exhausted from using the machete and hammer as his martial spirit, and then looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was lying on the ground with wounds all over his body. It's you. Zhu Zhuyun naturally recognized Fu Yi, who looked harmless sitting by the campfire. After all, in Zhu Zhuqing's perception, apart from the fact that the person in front of her was quite pretty, she did not sense any soul power from him. Boy, the young lady is so kind that we let you go, don't be ungrateful. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't leave, you'll die. The 2 guards saw Fu Yi standing in front of them and immediately got angry. After all, they had been chasing him from Xingluo to Tiandu. Oh, are you sure you can kill me with your weak strength? Fu Yi looked at the 2 guards in front of him with a half-smile. Seeing the murderous intent in their eyes, Fu Yi felt that they were a little ridiculous. Ignoring them, Fu Yi walked lightly to the fallen Zhu Zhuqing. Little girl, you and I are destined to be together. Why don't you consider coming with me? Fu Yi's voice was full of magnetism. He knew very well that he couldn't force a stubborn girl like Zhu Zhuqing. After hearing Fu Yi's words, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were a little evasive, but she was in a very conflicted situation. Who are you and why are you helping me? Who am I? Of course I'm an old pervert. You want to ask me why I want to help you? I just can't bear to see such a pure and kind girl die. As for who I am, you will know it in the future if you are willing to follow me. Fu Yi would never force a girl, except for of course. No, she can't go with you. At this moment, Zhu Zhuyun finally couldn't sit still anymore. Although she did want to put her sister under house arrest, that at least could protect her life from being threatened. If I let my sister rashly follow the man in front of her and leave, no one knows what will happen. Little girl, have you made up your mind? I respect your choice. In the night forest, the moonlight was cut into pieces by the dense branches and leaves. A 9-colored white jade sword box appeared beside him, and then an ice blue sword suddenly rushed into his palm. Fu Yi held the Shuehan sword in his hand, like the god of death in the dark night. The sword flashed coldly in the weak light, as if it couldn't wait to drink blood. An extremely terrifying aura emanated from Fu Yi's body, and at this moment, Zhu Zhuyun and the other 2 felt their hair stand on end as if they were facing a formidable enemy. I'm willing to go with you. After pondering for a moment, Zhu Zhuqing directly agreed to Fu Yi. She didn't want to trust her sister anymore, nor did she want to go back to that nightmare-like family. So good. Without any extra words, he flashed and drew his sword. In an instant, the sword streaked across the night sky like a meteor, bringing up a gust of cold wind. The sword blade easily cut a man's throat, and blood splattered out, like a blooming red plum under the moonlight. Before the other man could react, the sword turned around and stabbed directly through his chest. The 2 men fell down one after another, their eyes full of unwillingness, but Zhu Zhuyun didn't even dare to breathe at this time. The 2 soul master guards were killed so easily. Does that mean that I am also? In the next moment, Fu Yi's sword was about to pierce Zhu Zhuyun's throat, and at this moment Zhu Zhuqing came to her senses and suddenly spoke. Do not want. At this moment, a figure that had been hiding in the dark appeared in front of Fu Yi. The next moment, the black shadow used its sharp claws like a ghost to try to tear Fu Yi's neck, and the 6 soul rings on his back indicated his level. A soul emperor of over 60 levels, but Fu Yi did not dodge the opponent's attacks, he just stood there without any movement. Chong! The sound of metal colliding was heard, and the attacker's eyes showed a look of astonishment, but the next moment. Pft! Pft! The Shui Han sword slid down in a beautiful ice arc, leaving a deep wound on the man's neck and heart, and the man's broken body gradually turned into a water blue ice sculpture at this moment. Don't support it, don't support it, don't support it. I have to say it 3 times. Supporting a book is equivalent to destroying it. If there is no data in the background, the book will be useless, and the young author's enthusiasm for writing will also disappear. End of this chapter. Chapter 73, Scoring Twice, Meeting Dai Mubai Again. Chapter 73, Scoring Twice, Meeting Dai Mubai Again. Douluo Continent, Star Luo Empire. The quaint and magnificent palace stands quietly, the vermilion gate is full of the weight of history, and the copper nails on the door shine with majesty. The flying eaves and brackets are like an eagle spreading its wings to take off, the glazed tiles reflect colorful light in the sun, and every corner of the palace is filled with the luxurious atmosphere of the royal family in the past. On the ancestral hall in the main hall, a tablet near the middle suddenly shattered at this moment. Don't say that the Douluo Continent fantasy floor tiles are too low level and there are no ancestral tablets. Just treat me as a second character. It is a fantasy world after all, otherwise you won't even know if someone in the family has died. Who is it? Who dares to attack the Xing Luo Empire's priest? On the other side, in the forest 40 miles outside Soto City, the ice-blue sword blade was pressed against Zhu Ziyun's throat, and her pupils shrank at this moment, as if she couldn't believe the current situation. You are an interesting girl. You actually have a soul emperor protecting you. But unfortunately, he met me. Fu Yi's expression was very calm. He had already noticed the soul emperor behind Zhu Ziyun, but it was not difficult to tell from Zhu Ziyun's expression that she seemed unaware of the existence of this soul emperor. Davis. Although the icy sword was against Zhu Ziyun's throat, she was still thinking about the soul emperor who had just jumped out from behind her. She didn't know the existence of this soul emperor, and with her current power she couldn't mobilize a soul emperor level warrior, so the only one who could let a soul emperor monitor her was Davis. Senior, can you spare her life? At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing spoke. After all, the person in front of her was her biological sister, and she couldn't just watch her die in front of her. Leave her here to get help. Little girl, I hope you are not so naive. As for Zhu Ziyun, Fu Yi might believe that she had no intention of harming Zhu Zhuqing, but it was impossible for him to let her go, no matter from which perspective. Pfft. At this moment, Zhu Ziyun actually knelt down, and the ice-blue sword left a bright red blood mark on the tip of her throat. Please don't kill me, senior. I can give you everything I have. Zhu Ziyun knew that if she didn't express her opinion, she would probably die here. She was still young and didn't want to die. Oh, give your all. Fu Yi looked at Zhu Ziyun calmly. To be honest, perhaps because Zhu Ziyun is an adult, her figure is more perfect than Zhu Zuking's. Product, ordinary, soul honor, slave mark effect, can control all actions of the enslaved person. Price, 0 stock 99999 plus. Product, special grade, soul saint, slave mark effect, can control all actions of the enslaved person. Price, 0 stock 99999 plus. Product, super, title Douluo, slave mark effect, can control all actions of the enslaved person. Price, 0 stock 99999 plus. Fu Yi looked inside at the things in his mall and prepared to give them to Zhu Ziyun. Although he was not a wicked person, he had to have the necessary protection. Feeling Fu Yi's scrutinizing gaze, Zhu Ziyun raised her head and looked at Fu Yi with her bright dark eyes. Yes, everything about me. 10 minutes later, Rose Hotel. Get 2 rooms. He said he fully understood that the Rose Hotel had a new owner. After all, the last incident was so serious, and Flanders' group of good brothers would never let it go with the owner of the Rose Hotel. The boss must have packed up and fled. The Rose Hotel is still the same as it was then, except that the staff and the front desk manager have been reshuffled. Objective, we only have. Boom. If you are asked to open 2 rooms, then open 2 rooms. Fu Yi casually threw a large bag of gold soul coins on the table, about 1,000 coins. Okay, sir. Here is the key to your room. The 2 rooms are next to each other. After collecting the money, the lobby manager's eyes widened when he saw the 2 stunningly beautiful girls standing behind Fu Yi, but his professional ethics were still very high. He forced his eyes back and turned his gaze towards the door to prepare to receive new guests. You have to know that it is already night time, and this is usually the time when there are the most guests. Purple Mist, Orange Dreamland. The names are as interesting as before. Looking at the key card that the manager handed to me, I couldn't help but feel a little emotional. After all, he was the one who tortured Dai Mubai from a white tiger to a dog. Now that I don't see him anymore, I really miss him. Bang. The glass door was kicked open with a huge force. Manager. I just heard at the door that you gave my purple mist to someone else to live in. Didn't I tell you that this is my exclusive room? At this moment, a young man with a face full of black stubble, a desolate and slightly gray golden hair, a look of displeasure on his face, and 2 pretty girls in his arms walked in aggressively. That's right, this is our Dai Mubai, Master Dai. He had completely fallen into depravity after being crippled by Fu Yi 2 years ago. He was no match for his older brother and sister to begin with, and now he had been recuperating from his injuries for nearly 2 years, so he had completely given up. His soul power has been stagnant for 2 years and is still only at level 31. How can he fight against his elder brother? He also discovered that his cultivation speed was far slower than before, and even his martial arts soul had degraded to a certain extent. Mr. Dai, you remembered it wrongly. The 2 rooms you booked for the whole year were the blue ripples and the green bitong. You only stayed in the purple mist once half a year ago. Both Fu Yi and Zhu Zhuqin had their backs to Dai Mubai, but after hearing what the other party said, Zhu Zuking's body trembled slightly, and her good sister Zhu Zhuyun naturally also heard who was standing behind them. Dai Mubai. It was the Dai Mubai that Zhu Zhuqin had waited so long for in the Xing-Luo Empire for 5 years. It was the Dai Mubai, the third prince of Xing-Luo, that Zhu Zhuqin wanted to find even at the cost of her life. It was at this moment that Dai Mubai also noticed the 2 beautiful figures in front of him. Although he didn't see their faces, based on his experience of more than 10 years in the brothels, these 2 were definitely top-notch. And judging by their clothes and graceful figures, they were probably sisters. Look at these 2 things in my arms, what are they? Thinking of this, Dai Mubai started to think about his own little ideas again. He didn't get the pair of top-notch items 2 years ago, so he wouldn't be as unlucky this time, right? Moreover, the young man in front of him with his back to him didn't seem to be wearing anything special. He must be just a businessman with some money. Hey, boy, I advise you to let me have the pair of sisters next to you. Otherwise, don't blame your grandfather Dai for being rude. Zhu Zhuqin, M Zhu Zhuyun, M Fu Yi, end of this chapter. Chapter 74, Zhu sisters beat Dai Mubai. Are you going to provoke me again? It seems that the lesson I taught you 2 years ago was not profound enough. You have forgotten me so quickly. Listening to Dai Mubai's words which were exactly the same as 2 years ago, Fu Yi felt his hands itching again. Dai Mubai just felt that the voice was so familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was for a while. However, at this moment, Zhu Zhuqin turned around and looked at the person who had been waiting for 5 years. Dai Mubai couldn't take his eyes off Zhu Zhuqin after seeing her stunning beauty and figure. You know, he has played with so many girls over the years, but this is the first time he has seen such a top-notch girl. Oops. Ouch. Dai Mubai pushed the twin sisters in his arms away just like he did 2 years ago, then walked towards Zhu Zhuqin in a very gentlemanly dress. Fu Yi did not take any action at this time, because he knew very well what Dai Mubai would experience next. Zhu Zhuyun was observing her sister out of the corner of her eye. She knew clearly that although Dai Mubai was not very old, he now had the combat power of a high-level soul master, and his strength was far beyond what Zhu Zhuqin could handle. Master, do you know him? Because she was given a slave mark by Fu Yi, Zhu Zhuyun could only call Fu Yi master and could not disobey any of his wishes. After hearing Zhu Zhuyun's words, Fu Yi smiled, then naturally put his hand on her shoulder, pinching her cheek while speaking. 2 years ago, I brought my sister and my apprentice here to rest, but he set his sights on my sister and my apprentice, so I broke all his bones to punish him. But now it seems that he has not learned the lesson from that year. Zhu Zhuyun seemed to have never been touched so closely by a boy before, and her cheeks soon turned red. So, my little servant, do you know him? Fu Yi pinched her little hill very comfortably, but the slave seal effect was there and she had no way to resist. Master, you are so bad. Zhu Zhuyun was like a ripe peach at this moment, with her cheeks extremely hot. She knew that she no longer had any privacy in front of Fu Yi, and the other party was already giving her face by just doing this. She is also very aware of her own charm, and basically no man can resist her beauty. He was Zuking's former fiancé. I have met him, but he ran away from his family when he was 7 years old. Maybe Zhu Qin ran away to find him. After hearing Zhu Ziyun's words, Fu Yi nodded, but at this moment the sound of a slap in the face came from Zhu Qin. Snapped. A loud slap landed directly on Dai Mubai's dog face. Pfft. But what was unexpected was that Zhu Zuking's slap actually caused Dai Mubai to stagger and fall into the corner. Cough cough cough. Fu Yi and Zhu Zhuyun looked back to the left front of Zhu Qin. At this time, Dai Mubai was lying in the corner coughing. Anyone with a discerning eye could see what the other party's situation was. The cheeks are wrinkled, the lips are pale, and the eyes are dull. Isn't this a typical manifestation of excessive indulgence and irregular work and rest? Even Zhu Zhuqin was stunned when she saw this scene. Although she used all her strength, it was impossible for her to knock a soul master away with just one slap. My face. Ah, you bitch, how dare you hit me? Dai Mubai staggered to his feet. It was obvious that he was very angry, so much so that 3 yellow and purple soul rings lit up behind him. The first soul skill, White Tiger Protective Shield. The second soul skill, White Tiger Fierce Light Wave. In just a moment, Dai Mubai was covered with a layer of light white shield, and then a light yellow ray spurted out from his mouth. But after seeing the soul skills released by the other party, Zhu Zhuyun frowned. Why did she feel that the soul skills of Dai Mubai, a 3-ring soul master, were not as strong as those of a normal great soul master? Possessed by a martial spirit. The first soul skill, Netherworld Thrust. Zhu Zhuqin transformed into a phantom and instantly rushed in front of Dai Mubai, then with lightning speed, he used his claws to tear a crack in the opponent's first soul skill. The second soul skill, 100 Claws of the Netherworld. Although the single damage of the Netherworld 100 Claws is not as good as the Netherworld Stab, there are more of them, and each time they hit Dai Mubai's face accurately, which causes the white light on his body to weaken at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ding, ding, ding. Pft. Finally, Dai Mubai's first soul skill was broken, and Zhu Zhuqin left a long and narrow scar on his face with one claw. Bah! Ah, my face, my face. Damn it, you deserve to die. Dai Mubai never thought that his face would be disfigured today. You know, he relies on this handsome face to pick up girls. Click. Dai Mubai became ruthless and forcibly grabbed Zhu Zuking's wrist despite her attack. The third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. The third soul ring on Dai Mubai's back lit up. Even though the essence and pure blood in his martial soul were taken away by Fu Yi, the strength of the three-ring soul master and the physical enhancement brought to him after the release of the thousand-year soul ring had not changed at all. Even if his martial soul is weak, he is still a three-ring soul master with a thousand-year soul ring. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqin wanted to evacuate quickly, but her wrist had been tightly grasped by Dai Mubai, and she had no way to avoid Dai Mubai's powerful attack. Go help your sister. Fu Yi whispered in Zhu Ziyun's ear, then released the arms that were wrapped around her shoulders. Zhu Ziyun's cheeks were red at the moment, but she knew that she had to go and rescue her sister first. Possessed by a martial spirit. The third soul skill, Netherworld Spring Fall. Zhu Ziyun's third soul skill is not a traditional agility attack soul skill, but a mental attack with a certain illusion ability. It can pull the consciousness of the attacked person into the illusion and affect the opponent's consciousness and state. It is a soul skill with control and interference effects. Almost in an instant, Dai Mubai's consciousness was gradually pulled into the illusion by Zhu Ziyun. The movements of his hands stopped and the look in his pupils began to become blurred. The first soul skill, Netherworld Thrust. Without saying a word, Zhu Ziyun slapped Dai Mubai's arm, which was holding Zhu Zuking's arm, away with one claw. Dai Mubai hadn't come to his senses yet, and because of the blessing of his third soul skill, he was only slightly injured. Sister, you. Zhu Zhuqin felt very unhappy when she saw Zhu Ziyun who had just attacked suddenly. You know, her sister has always been hoping she would die. End of this chapter. Chapter 75 Dai Mubai cancels engagement. Dai Mubai is originally a combat soul master, and his mental strength is not very strong. In addition, his martial soul essence and bloodline were taken away by Fu Yi, and he has been recuperating in the world for almost 2 years. His mental strength is now pitifully weak. So much so that Zhu Ziyun's simple illusion was able to control him for a long time. Hiss. Dai Mubai's eyes were bloodshot when he came back to his senses. At this moment, he just wanted to tear the other person apart. Dai Mubai's physical condition was very bad. There were 3 deep scratches on his face and a bloody cut on his chest. The blood flowing out had soaked his clothes. The 2 twins he brought with him had long been scared away without a trace. Looking at Dai Mubai in front of him with bloodshot eyes like a primitive beast, Zhu Ziyun showed a disdainful smile on her face, and Zhu Zhuqin felt a chill in her heart after seeing Dai Mubai's appearance. She didn't expect that the person she had been waiting for 5 years would degenerate into such a state, but now these things have nothing to do with her. She has lost all hope for Dai Mubai. He raped women and indulged in women without making any effort to improve himself. Moreover, the opponent's martial spirit seemed to have degenerated due to his decadent life. Dai Mubai, do you really not know who I am? At this moment, Zhu Zhuqin spoke up. She wanted to make things clear with Dai Mubai now. Who are you? I don't care who you are. If you dare to hurt my face, I will torture you bit by bit and make you live a life worse than death. After listening to his words, Zhu Zhuqin didn't want to say anything more, but at this moment Zhu Ziyun spoke. You are just as bad as your elder brother, but your elder brother is better than you. He doesn't just stuff all kinds of stuff into his mouth. At least he likes to play with some young ladies from wealthy families, while you are just hanging around in these shady brothels. Zhu Ziyun's words brought Dai Mubai back to his senses instantly, and even his eyes became clearer. My eldest brother? No, how do you know? Looking at the 2 girls, one big and one small, in front of him with beautiful figures and looks, Dai Mubai's pupils suddenly shrank as if he thought of something. You are Zhu Qing, then you are Zhu Ziyun. Dai Mubai's eyes were filled with fear, but he was still struggling deep in his heart. No, impossible. How could you be here with Zhu Qing? How could the 2 of you be together? This can't be true, it can't be true. Dai Mubai was like a real madman at this moment. He was unwilling to admit that the person in front of him was his fiancée, nor was he willing to accept this result. Nothing is impossible, Dai Mubai. You may not know that Zhu Qing risked her life to get here. Zhu Ziyun came to Zhu Zuking's side, gently placed her hands on her sister's shoulders, and looked at Dai Mubai with mockery in her eyes. 9 deaths? No, that's impossible. You were with her, so how could she be 9? However, before Dai Mubai could finish his words, a voice that was extremely familiar to him reached his ears. This was a sound he never wanted to hear again in his life. Master Dai, aren't the lessons we learned 2 years ago profound enough? Or maybe your bones are itching again, and you want me to help you loosen them up. Dai Mubai looked behind Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun with trembling all over, and Fu Yi's smiling face appeared in his eyes. Mr. Dai from Soto City, we meet again. As for Dai Mubai, Fu Yi said that he would give him the strongest beating. Today he would not only kill people, but also destroy their hearts. Fu Yi. No, Master Fu, I don't have me. Dai Mubai stammered for a long time without uttering a complete sentence, and finally knelt down without hesitation. Pfft. The sound of the knee hitting the ground echoed in the hall, and the lobby manager was stunned after seeing this scene. He knew clearly that Dai Mubai was a soul master. He knelt on the ground trembling all over. How powerful was the person in front of him? Don't kneel down so hastily. We haven't settled our accounts yet. Today is a good time to settle them with you. You have to know that the reason why Flanders could find this place must be because of Dai Mubai, otherwise he would not have been able to determine that I was the one who beat Dai Mubai at the first sight of me. My lord, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please forgive me. Unfortunately, Fu Yi didn't want to listen to what he was saying here, and kicked him directly against the wall next to him. Boom. Dai Mubai collapsed on the ground in a mess, like a dead dog that had lost all hope. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun were both filled with astonishment after seeing this scene. They didn't expect that this low-key master actually knew Dai Mubai. At first you said you wanted to steal my sister and my apprentice. Fine, I spared your life. But now you want to steal my new apprentice again. Please give me a reason not to kill you. Fu Yi's eyes were filled with coldness. He really couldn't understand what kind of rubbish Shrek Academy was. They released Dai Mubai out to hang out with the girls right after he had recovered from his injury. It is no wonder that Shrek Academy has been in operation for more than 20 years and has enrolled so many talented students, but only 14 of them survived. It seems that they do not impose any restrictions on their students. But think back to their Shrek slogan. Those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre. Wow, what a great quote for seeking death. I'll only give you 3 seconds to think about it. After 3 seconds, I'll kill you. 3. After hearing Fu Yi's words, Dai Mubai panicked. He was completely panicked. He is still young, he doesn't want to die yet. No, he wants to live. He must live. 2. 1. Well, the time is up. I've let you live for 2 years. Since you won't change your ways, I have no choice but to send you to death. Fu Yi relied on his soul power to grab the opponent's throat and hung him in the air in front of him. At this time, Dai Mubai's face was full of struggle. He knew that if he didn't show any resistance, he would definitely die. Zhu Qing and I broke off our engagement. Dai Mubai took out a small red notebook at some point, with 5 large gold-plated characters written on it. Xingluo Royal Engagement. Seeing Dai Mubai's actions, Fu Yi slightly controlled his soul power to give him a little breathing space. He is quite sensible, but you can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of life. As Fu Yi kicked him on both sides of his waist, he was very clear that most of the other person's functions had been destroyed by him. But killing Dai Mubai so early would be a bit too easy for him. At this moment, Dai Mubai collapsed in the corner of the hall like a dead dog. Brother Fu Fuye. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the marriage certificate in her hand that had sealed her away for 6 years, with a hint of disbelief in her eyes. Don't call me big brother anymore. Call me master instead. However, at this moment Zhu Zhuyun also joined in. What about me? What about me? Call me master, because you are just my little slave. End of this chapter. Chapter 76 Fu Yi and 039's teachings to Zhu Zhuyun. Chapter 76 Fu Yi's teachings to Zhu Zhuyun. Late at night, Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing lay side by side on the bed to rest. You should know that they have never rested in the same bed since 6 years ago. Zhu Qing, do you hate your sister? Zhu Zhuyun asked with a confused look on her face. Hatred. Zhu Zhuqing is not at all pretentious. Hearing what her sister said, Zhu Zhuyun's face was full of indifference. Alas, hate us all you want, we are just pawns of the Xingluo royal family, pawns that can be used as both combat power and playthings. When Zhu Zhuyun said this, her beautiful brown eyes flashed with helplessness. After hearing what her sister said, Zhu Zhuqing still did not believe her. After all, she had been deeply oppressed by her sister over the years. Sister, the Xingluo royal family is not as harmonious as you think. In fact, there are all kinds of frictions within Xingluo every day. I have isolated and excluded you over the years not because I want to hurt you, but because Davis put pressure on me. Zhu Zhuyun paused here, then sat up and looked at her sister. Sister, I don't ask you to forgive me, but you have to know that I don't want to hurt you. If possible, I really hope that the martial spirit you awaken is not the nether spirit cat. Having said this, Zhu Zhuyun got up and changed into the pretty clothes in the closet. It's just that her figure is so good that those things can't cover up her beauty. A cat's eyesight is very good at night. Zhu Zhuqing sat up when her sister was changing clothes, but when she saw the clothes her sister changed, she couldn't help blushing. After choosing the clothes that best suited her, Zhu Zhuyun slowly walked to Zhu Zuking's side. She naturally noticed the shy look of her younger sister. Sister, what are you going to do? Zhu Zhuqing finally couldn't help but speak, and when Zhu Zhuyun heard that her sister was finally willing to call her sister, a gentle smile appeared on her cheek again. Zhuqing, you are still young, there are some things you don't understand. We are women, we need to find a backer for ourselves. Now I am just someone's servant. If I don't understand, I will die. Zhu Zhuyun turned around and rubbed her sister's little face. Besides, I have never seen a young man who can kill a high-level soul emperor with one sword, and he is so handsome. You are still a little young, so leave this task to me. After saying that, Zhu Zhuyun put on a bright red bed sheet and jumped out of the window, leaving Zhu Zhuqing in a messy bed. Sister, you. Don't make trouble. That night, Fuyi was lying on the bed board, looking at the bright moon outside. No one can understand how he feels now. Rustling. The window suddenly trembled, and Fuyi almost instantly released his mental power to cover the surroundings, but when he sensed who was coming, he was a little confused. I saw a girl with a beautiful figure and charming appearance coming to Fuyi on tiptoe like a cat, with a bright red sheet draped over her body. But when Fuyi saw clearly what the other person was wearing, he only felt his nose getting hot, but he still used his soul power to seal the bright red directly in his nasal cavity. Master, am I beautiful? Zhu Zhuyun came to Fuyi in an instant like a fierce little wild cat. Feeling Fuyi's somewhat confused and surprised gaze, Zhu Zhuyun showed a smug smile at the corner of her mouth. You look so calm, is it because I'm not beautiful enough? Zhu Zhuyun walked slowly to Fuyi with lotus steps. The hazy moonlight became like a dream at this moment. Seeing Zhu Zhuyun trying to control him, Fuyi just smiled slightly. Woman, do you know you are playing with fire? Well, since I can light it, I can also put it out. 3/4 past noon. Zhu Zhuyun's current favorability is 36%. Zhu Zhuyun's current favorability is 35%. Zhu Zhuyun's current favorability is 25%. 4 o'clock in the morning, Zhu Zhuyun's current favorability is 50%. Zhu Zhuyun's current favorability is 60%. 8:00 a.m. Zhu Zhuyun's current favorability is 99%. Zhu Zhuyun's current favorability is 100%. Fuyi's figure was still steady, but Zhu Zhuyun was not in such a good condition at the moment. Her cheeks were flushed with shame, and it could be seen that she did not seem to be in good condition. Although it was Zhu Zhuyun who took the initiative, Fuyi still needed to care about her physical condition. After all, he was a great gentleman, and how could he be so harsh on such a beautiful lady? How is it? Are you still convinced now? Looking at Zhu Zhuyun lying limp on the ground, Fuyi knew very well that her current combat capability was basically zero, but Fuyi would still maintain his respect for this stubborn girl. Mr. Lu Sun once said that there are only fields that are damaged by plowing, but no cows that are worked to death. I believe that the Yanzas who see this are the same as him. I don't agree. If you have the ability, do it yourself. Fuyi already knew from the system's prompt that Zhu Zhuyun's favorability towards him has reached the maximum, but he still decided to keep the slave mark, as it felt quite interesting. But Zhu Zhuyun seemed to enjoy this feeling. Thinking of this, Fuyi turned around and shrank back into his quilt. Forget it, let's just review our lessons a little bit. At noon, Fuyi sat in the luxurious carriage with a very comfortable look on his face, but Zhu Zhuyun could see that his eyes seemed a little unintelligent. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was sitting opposite Fuyi and Zhu Zhuyun with a red face. She lowered her head and did not dare to look at her sister in front of her and the elder brother whose life Fuyi saved. She was a member of the royal family, and her education in certain aspects was much more rigorous than that of ordinary nobles, so she knew very well what her sister had done last night. The slightly dark marks on her eye sockets showed that she did not sleep well last night. In response, Fuyi gave a wry smile. He has a lot of girls, and most of them are prettier than Zhu Zhuyun, but none of them has a better figure than her. But today I seem to have gone a little too far, but it's also her fault for being too stubborn. Fortunately, it is covered with black cloth now, otherwise it would be very embarrassing for him. End of this chapter. Chapter 77, Zhu and 039's sisters enter Tianshui. Chapter 77, Zhu's sisters enter Tianshui. It was not until the evening that they were able to reach Ningbing City. This is also due to the fact that Ningbing City is not too far from Soto City and the luxury carriage is fast enough. Zhuyun held Fuyi's arm tightly on her towering peak all the way, and the little pink love in her eyes was lingering. The little girl Zhu Zhuqing saw that she had plenty of time and entered a state of cultivation. Zhu Zhuyun, who had recovered from her shock, started to make a fuss again after seeing Zhu Zhuqing practicing. But it is only limited to Qin and Momo. Master, do you like Zhuyun? Zhu Zhuyun was lying in Fuyi's arms at this time, her wild brown eyes full of desire. You have crossed the line, little servant. As he said this, Fuyi kissed her hot lips. After an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived at their destination for the day, Ningbing City. After resting for an afternoon, Zhu Zhuyun was finally able to walk normally, and Zhu Zhuqing also stopped practicing at this time. Looking at her sister with a blushing face, she felt a little strange. You know, In her impression, her sister kept all men at a distance, but she didn't expect that the other party would be interested in this brother Fu Yi who had captured her. "We're here, follow me." This afternoon in the carriage he almost set up a barrier on the spot to deal with Zhu Zhuyun again. After all, she was so good at fanning the flames, so it was really hard to believe that the other party was still a novice. "Brother Fu Yi, we are going." Zhu Zhuqin was a little confused, but Fu Yi patted her shoulder gently. "You will study at Tianshui College here for the next period of time." After saying that, Fu Yi took the two sisters Zhu Zhuqin and Zhu Zhuyun and walked towards the north side of the city. The temperature here is a few degrees lower than outside, so they will feel a little chilly, but lowering the temperature a little bit is simply unnecessary for soul masters like them. Tianshui College. Tianshui College. Zhu Zhuqin and Zhu Zhuyun were both confused at this moment. They had naturally heard of the name of Tianshui College, which was an academy that only accepted girls. It was also the only academy among the 4 elemental academies that was willing to accept civilians. "That's right. I have a young apprentice here at Tianshui College. Zhuyun, you can study and live here with Zhuqin in the future. Since you are so proactive, I will take care of the matter with Xingluo." Zhu Zhuqin, Zhu Zhuyun, s. "What? You know ours." After hearing Fu Yi's words, not only Zhu Zhuyun, but even Zhu Zhuqin were shocked. The other party actually knew their identities. "Isn't it the Zhu family of the Xingluo Empire? I will go there when the time comes." "Well, you two don't have to worry about your affairs anymore. Let's stop here." The captain of the Tianshui team, Xiao Binger, and Xue Wu, are the same age as Zhu Yun. "I believe you guys should be able to get along well." But he knew clearly that the little girl Wu Ling had become friends with the girls here. As for Xiao Wu, she has received unanimous praise from the Tianshui team in the past 2 years. You have to know that Xiao Wu has been practicing for tens of thousands of years, and her experience and understanding of cultivation are far stronger than those of ordinary titled Douluo. It might be a bit difficult for her to teach soul saints and soul Douluo with these words, but she can teach soul sects and soul lords like Xue Binger very easily. Inside Tianshui College, Fu Yi gently put Zhu Zhuqin and Zhu Zhuyun down. It was already night time, and he couldn't disturb the normal practice and rest of these students, so he simply climbed over the wall and entered. His arrival immediately attracted the attention of Lu Erlong, the ultimate Douluo. Almost instantly she appeared in front of Fu Yi, but when the other party saw that it was Fu Yi who came back, she gave Fu Yi a bear hug and then gave him a very aggressive kiss. The two sisters Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqin were looking at this scene with surprise. They didn't know how this beautiful sister in front of them appeared, but judging from her attitude towards brother Fu Yi, they seemed to have a close relationship with her. After the passionate kiss, Lu Erlong looked back at Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqin who were standing next to Fu Yi. "Bad guy, having me and Xiao's sister is not enough." As Lu Erlong spoke, she walked to the sides of Zhu Zhuqin and Zhu Zhuyun. At this moment, she looked up and down at the two people who looked very similar, and a gleam of brightness flashed in her fiery red eyes. She gently pinched Zhu Zhuyun's little face, and then whispered in her ear, "If this bad guy bullies you again, tell me and I will help you to deal with his crimes." As she said this, Lu Erlong hugged Zhu Zhuyun's delicate body like a big sister. Lu Erlong's words and this sudden scene left Zhu Zhuyun a little confused. "Sister, don't you blame me?" Zhu Zhuyun was very confused. Wouldn't it be a very infuriating thing if her man was taken away by someone else? "Why should I blame you, sister? This guy is too strong. I, the ultimate Douluo, and Xiao Wu, the super Douluo, can't defeat him. More sisters can help." Lu Erlong whispered in Zhu Zhuyun's ear, speaking in a low voice that only Zhu Zhuyun could hear. "Ultimate Douluo." The red-haired girl in front of him actually said that she was an ultimate Douluo. Zhu Zhuyun was stunned when she heard the news, and the other party said that Fu Yi was very strong indeed. But she quickly came to her senses and looked at the girl next to her with some confusion in her eyes. "Then why are you so sure it's me? Can't it be my sister?" Zhu Zhuyun was very confused. She and her sister both had stunning figures and looks, so why did the other party immediately assume that it was her? "Sister, you don't understand. Fu Yi, this bad guy, is not interested in a little girl like your sister who hasn't grown up yet, and those rouge and powder out there. Think about it, I met him when I was 15 years old, but I didn't get him until I was 19 by force." Lu Erlong talked incessantly to Zhu Zhuyun about what happened back then. After hearing Lu Erlong sharing her experience, Zhu Zhuyun immediately took out a small notebook to write it down. But at this moment, Fu Yi ruthlessly covered her mouth with his big hand. Fu Yi really didn't dare to let Lu Erlong continue. After all, Zhu Zhuqin was still blushing with embarrassment, and he couldn't let her hear too many private things. You are still the same crazy girl as before. Nothing has changed. Loyola, you're the man I spent so much effort to get, so what's wrong with saying a few more words?" Zhu Zhuyun, PWQ, Zhu Zhuqin, 2.5 minutes later. "This is where you sisters will rest from now on. It's a newly renovated single-family apartment, just right for the two of you to live in." Lu Erlong looked at the vacant double apartment and nodded with satisfaction. You will train with the members of the Tianshui team from now on. The training will start on time at 9:30 tomorrow morning. If you want to practice instead of sleep, there is a complete set of simulated training places on the east side of the academy. After hearing Fu Yi's words, Zhu Zuking's eyes flashed with light. This kind of place where she could quickly improve her strength was exactly what she needed. But now that I think about it carefully, it seems that I don't need to practice so hard. After Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun entered the apartment, Lu Erlong looked at Fu Yi with fiery eyes. What? You want me to be a dragon rider again? Hee, that's not necessarily the case. This time I'm the dragon and I want a knight. After laying the groundwork for so long, I'm now going to start recruiting girls. I've finally explained all the troublesome things. You don't know how serious my writer's block has been these past few days. I can only write 3,000 or 4,000 words in one night. Damn, I even want to punch myself. End of this chapter. Chapter 78 Tang Chuan absorbs the one-year soul ring long-haired pig. Chapter 78 Tang Chuan absorbs the one-year soul ring long-haired pig. When the first ray of sunlight penetrates the layers of clouds and falls on this mysterious land, the whole world seems to wake up from its deep sleep. The undulating mountains are looming in the morning light, like sleeping beasts, exuding a majestic and mysterious aura. Looking down from a high building, you can see blooming ice flowers, and the crystal dewdrops shine like gems under the sunlight. The flowers swayed and emitted bursts of exotic fragrance. On the west side of the college, a clear stream gurgles, and the water sparkles silvery in the sun, like a cheerful silver snake. It is now 7 o'clock in the morning. Xiao Wu is sleeping soundly beside Fu Yi. Fu Yi has left his own mark on the winding road. At this time, Fu Yi was still fighting with the dragon. Holding a magic weapon, he was in a fierce battle with the dragon's abyss. According to the latest battle situation, the evil dragon still shows no signs of giving up. Evil dragon, why don't you surrender? Don't try to seek death. Tactical retreat. Fu Yi looked at the miserable red dragon in front of him and issued his final warning. So what if you are a dragon knight? Dragons will never be enslaved. On the other side, inside the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, a young man with ragged clothes, an ugly face and a green mark between his eyebrows was watering the flowers and grass cautiously on the wasteland. Because standing behind him was a beautiful girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, holding a whip and staring at him impatiently. Shh! Snapped. Ow! With one whip, the ugly boy's clothes on his back were torn again, and the wound on his back that had been slowly scabbing was directly cracked open at this moment. Hurry up! You dare to trespass into my and my grandfather's medicinal garden, and you even want to disrespect me and do something inappropriate. I am doing you a great favor by not killing you. The girl's voice was crisp, and the boy who was knocked to the ground by the whip moved even slower. Shh! Snapped. Shh! Snapped. What? Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. I'm speeding up. That's right, the one being whipped was the ruthless man who came to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire 2 years ago to plunder the magic grass, enslave Douluo, and forcibly take Douluo. This is Tang Chuan, the reincarnation of the God King, but things didn't seem to be going in the direction he wanted. Not only did he fail to find a single magical herb in this huge yin-yang eye of ice and fire, but he was also caught red-handed by the grandfather and grandson, Douluo and Douluo. Just when he proudly told Douluo about his illness and that he would have to marry Douluo to him if he wanted to be cured, Douluo directly inserted a drop of his own poison into his forehead and treated him like a lowly medicine slave. The antidote that can relieve the poison is on Douluo's body. The other party gives him one pill every day to ensure that he will not die from the poison. You are such an ugly toad, you actually want to have ideas about me. Work faster. Otherwise, I will let my grandfather remove your hands and feet. Listening to Douluo's words, Tang Chuan just wanted to find a piece of tofu and die. Everything has changed. Everything has changed. Douluo's illness was surprisingly different from that in his previous life. Apart from some insignificant trace amounts of poison remaining in his body, there was nothing wrong with him. And judging from the opponent's posture, it seems that he has found a way to get rid of the poison. He was so angry about this discovery that he wanted to curse. First, there was the young man who appeared inexplicably and took away his 2 wives from his past life and this life, and then there was the poison that Douluo inexplicably recovered from. Moreover, he could sense the scent of the magic grass on Douluo and Douluo. They had actually taken the magic grass before. You have to know that in his previous life, in order to make Douluo willing to work for him, he deliberately destroyed all the herbs that could cure his illness, and then used the slowest and most common method to keep him alive. Because he knew very well that the simpler and more effective the method was, the more Douluo would look down on him, so he set a trap for Douluo. And for more than half a year, he did deceive the other party into friendship, and later managed to make the other party kill most of the spirit masters of the spirit hall to relieve himself of the pressure. At the same time, this is also the best result for him. The infamy will only appear on Douluo, and not on the head of a famous sea god like him. In his previous life, due to his own design, Douluo died on the eve of the war. Almost all the high-end combat forces on the continent died in that war of gods. This also laid a solid foundation for the future development of the Tang sect he founded. Shh! Snapped. Hurry up. Do you still want the antidote? Dugu Yen whipped Tang Chuan's ugly face directly with a whip, and this whip made Tang Chuan's already ugly face even more creepy. But Dugu Yen did not notice that Tang Chuan's expression became sinister at this moment. Boy, are you tired of living? How dare you look at my precious granddaughter with that kind of eyes? That's right, Dugu Yen didn't see it, but Dugubo, who had just returned from catching a few hundred-year-old soul beasts to satisfy his hunger, happened to see it. Senior Eye. Snapped. Dugubo, the titled Douluo at level 94, waved his hand lightly and Tang Chuan was blown away. Dugubo was radiant at this moment. His originally emerald green hair had almost completely turned into a healthy black, and his whole temperament was like that of a young man in his early 20s. Grandfather. When Dugu Yen saw his grandfather coming back, he immediately dropped his whip and ran over. Hey, Yen Yen. Dugubo has never lacked love for his granddaughter. His son and son-in-law died early, but his granddaughter is more important to him than his own life now. Grandpa, he destroyed someone's flower garden. I asked him to restore it for me, but now he's always being lazy. Dugu Yen looked at her grandfather with a face full of grievance, and how could Dugubo, a top grandfather, tolerate someone bullying his little granddaughter? Boy, I remember that when you first came here, you stole 2 of the spiritual herbs I had just planted. Now it seems to have reached level 30. There was a hint of evil amusement in Dugubo's eyes. The 12-year-old soul master was indeed a genius, but the other party actually wanted to take his residence in Yen Yen, which he absolutely could not tolerate. Senior you. After hearing what Dugubo said, Tang Chuan thought that Dugubo had changed his mind and wanted to win over this genius like him. I see that you have been doing odd jobs here for more than a year. Plus, I'm in a good mood today, so I'm going to give you a top-grade spirit ring. I wonder if you are willing to accept it. Dugubo said this very solemnly, but Dugu Yen covered her mouth and laughed after seeing her grandfather's sanctimonious look. She knew very well that her grandfather was the best to others when he was usually fierce, but of course when he started to become serious, he would most likely start to cheat others. Sure, I do. Tang Chuan began to get excited. A top-grade spirit ring. How could a spirit ring that could make Dugubo, a super Douluo, say the word top-grade be bad? And this also shows that Dugubo has begun to accept me now. When I become Dugubo's son-in-law in the future, however, before he could fantasize for a while, Dugubo threw a hairy piglet directly at him. This long-haired pig soul ring, which was born less than a year ago, is definitely a top-grade one. But don't rush to reject it, because the result of rejection is death. End of this chapter. Chapter 79 Top Yoga Techniques. In the quiet Tianshui training room, sunlight shines softly onto the ground through the floor-to-ceiling windows, as if covering the space with a layer of dreamy gauze. They closed their eyes slightly and stretched their bodies gracefully. Every movement was like a dancing butterfly, light and agile. That's right, this is exactly the good stuff that Fu Yi took out from the system, the top yoga technique. This thing is different from the yoga on Blue Star, which can only improve the body shape. According to the system, this top-level yoga technique seems to have originated thousands of years ago, but its inheritance was interrupted for unknown reasons. It allows practitioners to widen their meridians in a short period of time and increase their practice speed, but this widening is also time-limited. This was also a good thing he accidentally saw while browsing the system mall. At this moment, Fu Yi was sitting gently behind Han Ruyan. As the dean of the academy, Han Ruyan was not supposed to practice with the students, but she was really interested in this yoga technique. Brother Fu Yi, after doing this set of movements, I feel that the flow of my soul power has become much faster. There was a hint of excitement and a blush on Han Ruyan's beautiful cheeks. You know, this was the first time she was so close to a man. Compared to Han Ruyan's excitement, there was a hint of dissatisfaction in Fu Yi's eyes. After all, the effect that this yoga technique could achieve was far from what it could achieve on Han Ruyan now. Your movements are not very standard. Although the movements just now temporarily opened some acupuncture points in your body, it is only a semi-finished product at most. Fu Yi did not object to Han Ruyan calling him big brother. After all, she called Lu Erlong's sister. Normally, he should be in his 40s, but he had already locked his age. Ah, is that so? But I also feel that the flow of soul power is indeed slightly blocked in some places. Han Ruyan immediately understood the reason after hearing Fu Yi's words. Let me teach you. This is the only way to learn faster. Fu Yeki stepped forward and instantly came to Han Ruyan's side. Erlong, Xiao, Wuling, Zhuqing, Binger, the 9 of you watch carefully. I will lead Dean Ruyan to demonstrate it to you. As long as this top-level yoga technique is trained properly, it will open up all the acupuncture points in the body in just half an hour. Although it is not permanently open, it can last for a day. During this period, your training speed will also increase by 50% to 100%. After hearing Fu Yi's words, the 9 girls' eyes were full of excitement, and their training speed increased by 50% to 100%. Of course, Xiao Wu and Lu Erlong were only interested in the movements inside. Ruyan, I'm going to start. Okay. Oh, Fu Yi stood behind Han Ruyan, his whole body pressed against her back, his hands gently holding her wrists, and performing various most effective yoga moves to open the acupoints under the careful and curious eyes of everyone. Han Ruian's current favorability is 83%. Listening to the system's voice, a smile appeared on Fu Yi's lips. The secret of yoga is to force open various acupuncture points in the body through various movements, just like opening up the 8 extraordinary meridians. It's just that this yoga technique can only open the acupoints for about a day, but fortunately it can be opened an unlimited number of times. As long as a person's physical strength can keep up, the speed of practice can be improved. Fu Yi's technical guidance lasted for nearly half an hour, while Shui Binger, Xiao Wu and the other 8 people were constantly trying the difficult moves that Fu Yi and Dean Han Ruian performed. Soon Han Ruian was sweating profusely, and hot steam was rising from her body. This was the result of opening the acupoints. In this state, the energy in the Soul Master's body would be consumed rapidly, but the speed of cultivation would be greatly increased. In order to prevent their bodies from having too little energy, Fu Yi prepared a lot of nourishing meals for them before training. Okay, I've opened 99% of the acupoints on your body for you. Now all that's left is the last step. Han Ruian's clothes were soaked with sweat, and her cheeks looked rosy. She was a little confused at this moment, and she stumbled and fell on Fu Yi. Little Pandu, who had been suppressed by Fu Yi for half an hour, finally couldn't help but stood up and faced the dark sky. At this time, Han Ruian seemed to have noticed something strange, and her beautiful big blue eyes seemed to be evasive, but she did not make any other moves in the end. Seeing this, Fu Yi took Han Ruian, the dean of Tianshui, to perform a few more difficult moves, but little Pandu Kaishan's attitude became more and more arrogant. Han Ruian's current favorability is 87%. As the system voice sounded, Fu Yi took Han Ruian to perform the last difficult move. At this time, Fu Yi supported himself on the ground with his hands and feet, and his face was facing upwards to form an arch. Han Ruian was lying on him at this time, seeming a little ashamed, and her cheeks were a little redder than before. Boom! Han Ruian only felt a muffled sound coming from her body, and right after the muffled sound, she felt that her meridians seemed to be more unobstructed than before. Okay. Fu Yi's little Pandu was now tightly attached to Han Ruian's back. His strong and powerful figure made the dean, who advocated not liking male homosexuality, blush. Okay, Dean Ruian, I believe you have already mastered the essence of opening the acupoints. Now it will be your turn to teach Xiao and Erlong. Han Ruian is only 1.63 meters tall, and looks as small as a loli in front of Fu Yi, who is 1.85 meters tall. Fu Yi touched her ice blue hair as if he was coaxing a little girl, and this scene aroused the envy of the other 8 girls present except Xiao Wu and Lu Erlong. Han Ruian's current favorability is 90%. Brother Fu Yi, can you come and help Yu Er with training? Yu Er feels like there are still many things she doesn't understand. At this moment, Shui Wei waved at Fu Yi in a cute way, but what could Fu Yi do? They were all his students, and since they had spoken, he could only teach them some standard guiding movements. Shui Yuer and the others' body flexibility is not as good as that of Dean Han Ruian, so their movements are mostly stiff. In response to this, Fu Yi plans to give them a round of flexibility training. You should know that the girls who become soul masters in Douluo continent generally have very good physical conditions. In addition, the daily nourishment of soul power also makes their bodies more extensible and malleable. A quarter of an hour later. At this moment, Fu Yi was sitting face to face with the little girl Shui Yuer, but the expression on her face was slightly painful. That's right, Fu Yi is here helping her practice the splits. The school uniform of Tianshui College is a uniform ice blue dress with white silk gloves and white stockings with a hint of hollow patterns. This kind of stockings has the advantage of being plastic and breathable at the same time. Shui Yuer was lying directly in front of Fu Yi at this moment, and Fu Yi was helping her to spread her legs and help him complete the splits training. His Yuer's legs are a bit painful from being pressed. Shui Yuer's expression contained a hint of pain, just like an ordinary dance trainee, who would definitely have painful memories during her body flexibility training. Xiaoyue, be good. Only when you get used to this intensity, you will be able to open up various acupuncture points through yoga like your dean. In the future, it will double your training speed. Just think of it as a small sacrifice for your training. End of this chapter. Chapter 80 Ning Rongrong reports to Tianshui College. Chapter 80 Ning Rongrong reports to Tianshui College. The days passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye a month had already passed. Early in the morning, Fu Yi woke up from his sleep. Today was also the last day for Tianshui University to enroll students this year. At this moment, Fu Yi was holding a big cat maid in his arms. Her cheeks were rosy. Feeling her movements in his arms, Fu Yi knew that she was full. As a man with a good concept of time management, he naturally arranges the time of his girls properly. On Monday, I went to the Spirit Hall to accompany Bibi Dong. On Tuesday, I went to Yuexian and Yuehua to have fun. On Wednesday, I went to the Xingda Great Forest to accompany Ao and Ian, and on Thursday, it was Lu Erlong and Xiaoa. Today is Friday and there are no classes in these 2 days, so Fu Yi has been making the big cat Zhu Zhuyun happy since yesterday afternoon until now. Although Zhu Zhuyun was still a servant to him, in Fu Yi's heart she was already his woman. After all, being a servant was just a play between them. Seeing that he still had 2 days of free time every week, he felt that maybe he was being too restrained. Think about other time travelers who had 10 girlfriends at the age of 8. I am already 21, and I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, or 7 girlfriends. Isn't it a bit little? Fu Yi leaned over and put his mouth close to Zhu Ziyun's ear and whispered, "This is a ferocious beast-level netherworld white tiger torso bone. It's a reward for you being my servant these days." As for Zhu Ziyun, Fu Yi was not going to use her talents to their fullest directly. As mentioned before, this was a link between their two plays. Zhu Ziyun was so tired that she couldn't speak. She and Fu Yi had been happy for a day and a night. Her body and mind were telling her that she had to rest now. Fu Yi placed the soul bone in her arms, then summoned a puppet of the extreme Douluo level as a guard and placed it in her shadow. He put on his clothes and left his bedroom with brisk steps. After all, Zhu Ziyun and Zhu Qing live in the same dormitory. He can't quarrel with Zhu Ziyun in front of Zhu Qing. That would be too embarrassing. As for whether Zhu Qing knew about his relationship with Zhu Ziyun, of course she knew. After all, he never did this behind Zhu Zuking's back. For example, he took her sister away in front of Zhu Qing. But if you know it, you know it. It's no big deal. A young girl is valuable, but a loli is even more valuable. If sexiness is the only consideration, both can be discarded. He, Fu Yi, loves mature and sexy girls, loves cute loli, and likes beautiful girls. He is a veteran pervert. Of course, the girl will eventually mature and become the person Fu Yi likes the most. The entrance of Tian Shui University is particularly lively today. Shui Binger and Shui Wu, the captain and vice-captain, were helping with enrollment, while Lu Erlong, Han Ruyan, and Xiao Wu were sitting in the back, chatting. Its brother Fu Yi. Shui Yuer, who was originally standing behind her sister to help, ran over to Fu Yi and threw herself into his arms when she saw him walking towards her. Boom! Feeling the bear hug from the little girl Shui Yuer, Fu Yi just gently stroked her little head. "Brother Fu Yi, Yuer still doesn't quite understand the yoga you taught her. Can you teach her a few more times?" Shui Yuer grabbed Fu Yi's arm like a pervert and rubbed her little face against Fu Yi's wrist. Han Ruyan, who saw this scene, actually walked directly to Shui Yuer, who was still acting funny and taking advantage of Fu Yi, and picked her up in her hands. "Yuer, if you don't understand yoga, you can come and ask me, your dean. You don't need to bother your instructor Fu Yi." Then, Han Ruyan placed the person next to Shui Binger under Shui Yuer's unhappy gaze. At this time, the 4 members of the Tian Shui team, including her sister Shui Binger, were secretly looking at her with the corners of their eyes and covering their mouths with their hands and laughing. Shui Yuer's current favorability is 95%, Shui Binger's current favorability is 92%. Suo's current favorability is 94%. Current favorability of Shen Liuyu 93%. Yu Haro's current favorability is 95%. Han Ruyan's current favorability is 95%. Zhu Qing, dancing spirit. Seeing that these little girls all had a favorability level of over 90, Fu Yi felt happy from the bottom of his heart. As for Wu Ling and Zhu Qing, they were still too young to be controlled. After all this was the goodwill that I had earned myself through my personal charm over the past 2 years. As the saying goes, 3 women make a drama, and here there are 6 women. But no matter what they were thinking, Fu Yi was not in a hurry. "Author, if you don't accept girls, no one will read this. I will starve and you won't be better off." Fu Yi, guarantee to complete the task. Author's current favorability 99%. Master Fu Yi, Wu Ling also wants a hug. At this moment, the little girl Wu Ling trotted to Fu Yi and opened her tender little hands for a hug. "Well, Xiao Wuling is the best." Wu Ling leaped up and hugged Fu Yi tightly, then made a face to Shui Yuer and the others without Fu Yi knowing, as if to say, "See, Master loves me the most." Time passed quickly as the little girls played around. In the blink of an eye, it is time for Tian Shui College to end its enrollment. Enrollment is conducted once a year for 3 days each time. Tian Shui College has the capitalist Lu Erlong behind it to invest money, so the quality of learning can be fully guaranteed. But what Fu Yi didn't expect was that he actually saw a very familiar figure. "Huswu, we can finally get off work." Looking at the gradually setting sun, Shui Binger stretched lazily. "Loyalo, Sister Binger is so mean. She clearly agreed not to snatch teacher Fu Yi's things from me, but in the end, she dragged teacher Fu Yi to give you special yoga training by herself." Suo's face was full of unhappiness, and her fingers as white as jade gently pinched Shui Binger's delicate cheeks. "Hee, but brother Fu Yi is definitely mine. You will be so jealous then." Suo looked at her good sister very proudly as if she was declaring her sovereignty. However, before Shui Binger could speak, a clear voice came from not far away. "Wait a minute. Sisters, wait a minute." But I saw a girl in a green skirt jogging towards Tian Shui College, and it could be seen that her steps were a little hurried. Fu Yi, who was originally preparing to go back, also noticed this situation. "Huh, that little witch Ning Rongrong is here too. Oh, that's right, that old fox Ning Fengzi seemed to have told me about this a year ago." End of this chapter. Chapter 81 Dean Han Ruyan and 039's Late Night Invitation. Chapter 81 Dean Han Ruyan's Late Night Invitation. "Don't worry, little sister. The sisters haven't left yet. Take a rest first. Looking at the little girl panting in front of her, Shui Binger couldn't help but feel distressed. How could such a beautiful girl come to report to them alone? The world is so chaotic now, what should we do if we encounter danger? Wrong. You're here too. Wu Ling exclaimed when she saw that the person coming was Ning Rongrong. Wu Ling, you are here too. The two little girls who had met once 2 years ago hugged each other. It was obvious that they were both happy to see each other again. After the excitement, Ning Rongrong introduced herself to the sisters around her. Hello sisters, my name is Ning Rongrong, my martial soul is the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, I am 12 years old this year, and I am a level 27 auxiliary weapon spirit master. Omit, brother Fu Yi, is this where I will live from now on? Ning Rongrong looked at the elegant little blue apartment in front of her with curiosity. It was not very big, just a 2-story building covering an area of about 100 square meters. It was a luxurious double room of Tianshui College. Well, this will be your dormitory from now on. Wu Ling also lives here, so you two can keep each other company. At this moment, Wu Ling, who had come back early to clean the room, also walked out of the small building. Hee, Sister Rongrong, come quickly, the beds are already made, we can sleep together tonight. Having said this, Wu Ling took the little girl Ning Rongrong back to reminisce about the past. Although they had only met for 1 day before, they were each other's first good friends. They are all lovely children. Han Rian, who was standing next to Fu Yi, couldn't help but sigh when she saw the two little girls, Wu Ling and Ning Rongrong. Well, Xiao Wuling's childhood was not very happy. Her father was a selfish nobleman, and her mother was just a servant in his father's family. After hearing what Fu Yi said, Han Rian also became interested and started chatting with Fu Yi while walking. Then how did you get to know this cute little girl Wu Ling? It was a coincidence. She was 6 years old and was being chased by a group of noble students. I just happened to be passing by. Fu Yi shook his head. He really didn't understand the chaotic world of Douluo continent. Then how did you and Sister Erlong know each other? Before you came, I heard Sister Erlong talking about you every day. Han Rian was like a curious baby at this time, mainly because he was really curious about how his sister managed to win over such a perfect man like Fu Yi. Guess what? What? Not long after, Han Rian arrived at her residence first. It was a single-family villa close to the teaching area on the west side. It was surrounded by trees and bamboo forests. The environment was very quiet and elegant. Seeing the other person's fair and white feet stepping onto the steps to go home, Fu Yi was also ready to go back to rest, but at this moment she called Fu Yi. Brother Fu Yi, do you want to hear my story? Han Rian looked back at Fu Yi with a hint of evasion in her ice-blue eyes, but soon her gaze became firm. I'd like to hear more about it. After hearing Fu Yi's reply, Han Rian nodded slightly. Then come in and sit here with me. As Fu Yi stepped into the small villa, a sense of grandeur and elegance came over him, yet it also wonderfully blended cuteness and simplicity, making people feel very comfortable. The central high-ceiling design gives the space a great sense of openness. The small but numerous crystal chandeliers hang in the center of the room like bright stars, casting a soft and bright light. The floor is covered with a blue carpet with exquisite patterns, which makes people feel very refreshing. Several single-colored pillows are placed casually on the ice-blue sofa, adding a touch of cuteness to the elegance. Fu Yi sat down on the soft and comfortable sofa without any hesitation, while Han Rian brewed a pot of good tea and placed it on the glass coffee table in front of them. Brother Fu Yi, you know what? I really envy Sister Erlong. After Han Rian returned to her own nest, the solemn and dignified temperament on her body had completely faded away, because only at home would she not think about work. In fact, I am the strongest genius in my family, but my father chose a husband for me when I was 10 years old. I didn't like him, but he had good talent. I thought he would treat me wholeheartedly, but it turned out to be the opposite. Having said this, Han Rian paused, then fixed her gaze on Fu Yi's cheek. He is a very immoral person. It's bad enough that he had an ambiguous relationship with his cousin, but later he was caught having an affair with a prostitute and had a child with her. As he spoke, a self-deprecating smile appeared on Han Rian's face. I hate my family because I saw them kill my 6-year-old cousin with my own eyes. The reason was simply that she didn't have any accompanying soul power when she awakened. In the eyes of those elders, she had no use at all. But I was only 7 years old and she was my only friend. Han Rian and Fu Yi talked a lot about how she escaped from her family, founded Tianshui College, and adopted Shui Binger and others. Going up the stairs, the wooden handrails are warm and smooth. There are several simple decorative paintings hanging on the walls of the corridor on the second floor, which are not ostentatious but just right to embellish the space. In the bedroom, a spacious and comfortable bed is placed in the center, and the sky blue bedding gives people a sense of simplicity. There is a unique leisure chair by the window, and the sunlight shines on it through the floor-to-ceiling windows, creating a warm atmosphere. Fu Yi carried the already asleep Han Rian and gently placed her on the bed in her bedroom. As a gentleman, old pervert, he would never do such a thing as taking advantage of someone in distress. She was crying so sadly, but he still forced himself on her. That was not a scumbag, that was a human scum. But when he put Han Rian on the big ice-blue bed, he found that her face looked a little strange, and her green fingers were tightly grasping Fu Yi's wrist. No, there's a problem. He has a very good control over his desires. As a gentleman, he would never take advantage of others in distress. But why does he feel that something is wrong with his situation now? End of this chapter. Chapter 82 Prevent Fire, Theft and Best Friends. Chapter 82 Prevent Fire, Theft and Best Friends. However, at this moment, Fu Yi's eyes gradually became cloudy, and in his confused brain, only one biological instinctive command was the clearest. In the last second before he lost his mind, Fu Yi finally figured out what was wrong. It was the pot of tea. He was a limit Douluo, the only quasi-god on the continent, but he was actually defeated by a soul Douluo. Ruyan, you will regret doing this. Fu Yi retained his last bit of rationality at this time and whispered in Han Ruyan's ear. At this time, Han Ruyan regained some consciousness after hearing Fu Yi's words. Hee, I won't regret it. I've been craving your body for a long time. Han Ruyan said this, and then she grabbed the remaining half of the box of blue pills and poured half into Fu Yi and herself. But I just feel sorry for my best friend, but love is something you have to fight for yourself, right? Fu Yi swallowed it all without any reaction. You seem to have misunderstood what I meant. But at this moment, Han Ruyan's ice blue eyes gradually became blurred, and her eyes became clear at this moment. She left no room for herself to retreat. Look at the airstrike on Pearl Harbor in the United States from the world's highest peak, Mount Everest. No one knew what an unprecedented catastrophe this would be. Congratulations to the host for conquering Han Ruyan. The current favorability is 100%, and the maximum level of favorability has been locked. In the early morning, Fu Yi's mind finally got through the chaos and occupied the high ground of IQ. Looking at his own actions that were still completely based on biological instinct, Fu Yi felt like the sky was falling. What was going on? The head of a hospital actually did something so disgusting to a young man like him who was pure, handsome, cute and charming. Fu Yi's mental strength was pretty good. Although Han Ruyan fed him so many blue pills, he recovered consciousness in just one night. You should know that there are also such special medicines in Douluo continent, but most of them are made of 1000-year-old whale blue. It can be said that it is a special tonic that can increase the speed of cultivation, but what they have more of is a strong aphrodisiac ability, and this kind of natural treasure is basically monopolized by the nobles, who use it to satisfy their own selfish desires. Fu Yi turned around and looked at Han Ruyan, whose eyes were still clear and seemed not very smart. He leaned close to her ear and asked softly, "My commander Han Ruyan, do you accept it or not?" Fu Yi expressed his respect for this opponent with whom he had fought for hundreds of rounds. After hearing Fu Yi's words, Han Ruyan seemed to regain a bit of sanity. Slightly. Forehead, still standing there. It seems that he is too soft-hearted. What he will face next is himself in his prime. The war lasted for a whole day and 2 nights, until the early morning of the next day, when the sun gradually rose from the distance. Han Ruyan, the admirable commander, finally admitted his defeat. With your mediocre skills, if you want to fight with me, you should first raise your strength to the level of titled Douluo. Fu Yi stood up and carried her to the bathroom. He originally just wanted to teach Han Ruyan a little lesson, but he didn't expect that the other party was not only weak, but also very stubborn. Fu Yi conservatively estimated that she would not be able to get out of bed for 3 to 5 days, even if she was a contra. At this time, Lu Erlong, who was sitting on her bed, watched her best friend and Fu Yi disappear for more than a day, and probably guessed something. Sister Ruyan, welcome to join us. She fully supports her best friend's joining, as this will also lay a solid foundation for their sister group to defeat Fu Yi one day in the future. She clearly remembered that Fu Yi had rubbed their dignity on the bed repeatedly every time, and she would take revenge for this sooner or later. If 1 doesn't work, then 2 will do. If 2 doesn't work, then 4 will do. If 4 doesn't work, then 8 will do. She just doesn't believe that she and her sisters can't win over the bad guy Fu Yi once. At noon, Fu Yi slowly woke up from his sleep, and the lovely girl in his arms was breathing a little unsteadily. How do you feel now? Fu Yi gently hugged Han Ruyan's waist. There was an inexplicable fragrance on her body, similar to the scent of vanilla in her previous life. But at this moment, she had a look of pain on her face, and then she bit Fu Yi's forearm directly. Ow. Fu Yi was caught off guard by Han Ruyan's bite. Hey, is this how you treat your husband? Fu Yi said that he would really thank her. He had worked so hard for a whole day and 2 nights. Even if he had no credit, he had worked hard. Even if he hadn't worked hard, he was tired. How could she still bite him? Humph, you bad guy, how can you eat like that? I can't even move now. Han Ruyan pretended to bite Fu Yi at this time, but he pressed her into his arms. Good boy, isn't this all what you asked for, Madam Han? Could it be that you have forgotten the harsh words you said these past 2 days? Fu Yi looked at Han Ruyan with a half-smile. Fu Yi had heard a lot of her dirty jokes in the past 2 days. Loyalo, I didn't say that. Now I can't get out of bed because of you. How are you going to compensate me? Hearing that the little girl Han Ruyan was acting like a scoundrel here, Fu Yi said that he could be even more shameless. Loyala, if you have the guts, kill me. Humph, it doesn't hurt, you are just. If you don't admit defeat, then make me unable to get out of bed if you can. Fu Yi vividly helped Han Ruyan recreate the tone of voice and various expressions she had when she said those words, which made Han Ruyan blush. In the end, she endured the pain in her arms and put her young hands on Fu Yi's lips. "Stop talking, bad guy. Stop talking now. It's so embarrassing." Seeing Han Ruyan's look of "I was wrong," Fu Yi knew that his power as a husband was completely secured. He would give opportunities to the wives who dared to challenge his authority as the head of the family, but the price of not admitting defeat would be very heavy. For example, Han Ruyan, who is unable to move now. Bo. Fu Yi kissed his new wife's lips with great satisfaction. Although he had kissed her countless times, how could he ever get tired of such a thing? "Oh, you bad guy, you are not a good person." Just at this moment, the tightly closed door was pushed open, and the person standing at the door was Lu Erlong in red clothes. Han Ruyan was filled with nervousness when she saw her best friend push the door open. After all, she was the one who gave her best friend's husband to Sister Ruyan. "How is my brother Fu Yi?" Lu Erlong was like a fire queen, emitting a burning aura all over her body. At this moment, Han Ruyan avoided looking at her best friend. However, there was a hint of pride in Lu Erlong's eyes when she looked at Fu Yi. "Now it's my turn, my dear brother Yi." End of this chapter. Chapter 83. The rapid growth of Tian Shui team members. During this period of time, his relationship with these little girls was gradually warming up. The early morning sunlight shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, gently pouring into the spacious and bright training room. The wooden floor exudes a faint natural scent, and the mirrors on the wall reflect a peaceful and beautiful space. In this picturesque scene, a group of beautiful girls are practicing yoga with full concentration. They were wearing a fitted ice blue yoga outfit, the close-fitting fabric highlighting her perfect body curves. The elegant colors complement her temperament, making them elegant yet lively and smart. Whether standing, sitting, or stretching, every one of her postures is like a work of art, pleasing to the eye. The long ice blue hair was casually tied behind her head, with a few strands falling on her cheeks, adding a touch of gentleness and playfulness. Their eyes are clear and focused, as if the whole world has stopped at this moment and only they are talking to their inner selves. The girls put their feet together, straightened their backs, and let their hands hang naturally. They took a deep breath, slowly closed their eyes, and let their body and mind gradually relax. With the rhythm of their breathing, they began to adjust their mentality, put aside the noise and disturbance of the outside world, and focus their attention on the present moment. However, at this moment, a light voice was heard in the room. "Brother Fu Yi, there are some things Suo still doesn't understand. Can you teach me more?" Hearing Suo's voice, Fu Yi stood up from the podium and walked towards where Suo was. When the other girls saw this situation, a hint of jealousy flashed in their eyes. They should have said it in advance. Is there anything you don't understand? Do you want me to walk you through it again?" In response to Suo's request for help, Fu Yi, a gentleman, said that he would not let down any girl who asked him for help. "Yeah, brother Fu Yi, Suo feels that the details are not handled perfectly. Now I can only increase the training speed by 80% at most." It is true that Suo has ulterior motives, and it is also true that she wants Fu Yi to train her. She has been practicing yoga every day for the past month, and the improvement in her practice has increased from 50% to 80%. But she never reached the top 100%. Fu Yi sat gently behind her, and the other girls also cast envious glances at her at this moment. "Come on, I'll show you how to do it again, but you have to remember it well this time." Fu Yi looked at the little girls around him. The ones who were the best at practicing this top-level yoga technique were Wu Ling, Zhu Zhuqin and Ning Rongrong. After all, the three of them are generally younger, so they are more flexible than Shui Binger and the others. However, they have not yet reached the most perfect state, and on weekdays they can only increase their cultivation speed by about 90%. As usual, Fu Yi pressed Suo's back against his chest, held her fair little hands and slowly raised them above her head, then stretched them to both sides, letting her feel the stretching and extension of her body. Fu Yi's movements are light and smooth, like a dancing butterfly. Then, he led Su Dongwu to bend his knees slightly, lean forward, and touch the ground with both hands, forming a perfect forward-bending posture. During this process, Fu Yi's breathing remained stable without a trace of disorder. However, Suo's heart was beating fast and her thoughts were in a mess at this moment, but the soul power in her body was very stable. Following Fu Yi's guidance, she slowly straightened her body, then stood on one foot, lifted the other foot backwards, and stretched her hands forward to maintain her body balance. This action may seem simple, but it requires tremendous concentration and core strength, among which the expansion of soul power and its smooth flow are of utmost importance. There was no tension or anxiety on her face, only determination and confidence. She slightly adjusted her posture to make her body more stable, as if she was integrated with the earth. Next, Fu Yi took her into a more difficult posture. She first supported herself on the ground with her hands, then pushed her legs upwards, instantly standing upside down. Her arms supported the weight of her body steadily, her legs were straight, and her toes pointed to the sky. In this state, she felt the blood flowing back and her body becoming light, as if she had turned into a free-flying bird. Fu Yi relied on his soul power to stick closely behind her. Under Fu Yi's guidance, every movement of Shui Wu was very standard, and the acupoints in her body were constantly opening along with the movements of the two. While practicing yoga, Suo's face was always filled with blush and joy. Under Fu Yi's guidance, her understanding of this top-level yoga technique seems to have deepened, and her relationship with brother Fu Yi seems to have become closer. The yoga technique taught by Fu Yi allowed her to learn how to communicate with her body and how to listen to the voice of her body. Hu-ho. After an unknown amount of time, her breathing actually became heavier. However, she knew that this was the essence of this technique. It consumed a large amount of physical energy and increased her training speed in a short period of time. Time passed by unknowingly, and Fu Yi helped Suo complete the last posture. After this top-level yoga technique reached 100%, the physical strength consumed would increase. Now Suo needed to relax her body and mind. Her breathing gradually became slow and deep, and her heartbeat gradually returned to normal. Suo slowly opened her eyes and looked at Fu Yi, who held her in his arms because he was afraid that she would fall, with a hint of sweetness and joy in her heart. "Brother Fu Yi, thank you so much." Suo threw herself into Fu Yi's arms in front of her other sisters, and hugged their favorite teacher Fu Yi tightly amid their unhappy gazes. Suo's current favorability is 98%. Shui Binger's current favorability is 96%. Shui Yuer's current favorability is 98%. Zhu Zuking's current favorability is 89%. Ning Rongrong's current favorability is 90%. Current favorability of Wu Ling 95%. Yu Hero's current favorability is 97%. Current favorability of Shen Liuyu 97%. Zhu Ziyun's favorability 100%. Feeling the warmth in his arms, a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of Fu Yi's mouth. Suo is the real big sister of the Tian Shui team except for the Captain Shui Binger. Even Captain Shui Binger has to obey Suo's arrangements in some aspects. Alright, stop playing tricks on me, you're almost 19 years old and still acting like a little girl. Fu Yi stroked her icy blue hair, then released his warm embrace on her as she looked reluctant to leave. At this moment, he was facing all members of the Tian Shui team, as if he had something to announce. "In a while, I will take you to Tiandu Imperial City to sign up for the Great Fighting Soul Arena competition. You must work hard in the near future. You must practice these 4 skills, Xian Tian Gong, Ghost Shadow Mirage Step, Purple Demon Eye, and Control Crane and Capture Dragon, and don't slack off." Hee, I get it, brother Fu Yi, but you also doesn't quite understand some things. End of this chapter. Chapter 84 Mysterious Tenderness Under the Starry Sky. Chapter 84 Mysterious Tenderness Under the Starry Sky. When night falls, the bright starry sky unfolds slowly above our heads like a huge scroll. Countless stars twinkle with mysterious light, as if countless pairs of eyes in the universe are staring at the earth. The stars, some bright as diamonds, some faint as fireflies, interweave together to form a vast sea of stars. The Milky Way is like a shining ribbon. Under this silent starry sky, the world seems to become particularly peaceful. The breeze blew gently, bringing a hint of coolness. Leaning on the sofa and looking up at the starry sky, Fu Yi's heart was filled with an inexplicable emotion. It seems that in this endless universe, all my troubles and confusions become insignificant. The stars silently witness the passage of time. Their existence is so eternal. The starry sky is the most beautiful gift given to us by nature, and it will always make people intoxicated. In 2 days, Fu Yi will take them to the Great Fighting Spirit Arena in Tiandu Imperial City to participate in a fighting spirit competition. In the future, they will probably encounter the self-important Huangdu team. I just don't know whether the little girl Dugu Yen will enter the Tiandu Royal Academy like in the original book. Alas, this is also his fault. Why did he forget to bring this little girl to Tian Shui? But this is not a big problem. At worst, I can go and say hello to the old guy Dugu Bo myself when the time comes. Close your eyes and go to sleep. Fu Yi seemed particularly lonely tonight, but he could only blame the girls who always wanted to challenge his masculinity. Because they were going to the Great Fighting Spirit Arena to compete, Fu Yi, Han Ruyan, Xiao Wu and Lu Erlong discussed and decided to give the 4 little girls a holiday. Fu Yi didn't expect that the 3 of them were actually setting a trap for him. They said they were giving Shui Binger and the others a holiday, but in fact they wanted to bring Zhu Zhuyun, a strategic ally, over. They wanted to use the human wave tactic to deal with him. However, the outcome was obvious. They still won the 2-day offensive and defensive battle yesterday and the day before yesterday. The 4 girls' expectant hearts finally died. In order to punish them, Fu Yi deliberately increased the severity of the punishment, which resulted in half a day passing and the 4 of them still couldn't get out of bed. Late at night, everything is silent. The world seemed to be immersed in a sea of silence, with only the occasional rustling of leaves in the breeze. The moonlight was like water, pouring down on the earth, covering the whole world with a layer of silver gauze. In the hazy moonlight, a girl with an ice-blue figure quietly appeared. She was like an elf walking out of a dream, with a mysterious and elusive beauty. The girl was wearing an ice-blue long dress, the hem of which fluttered gently in the breeze, like flowing lake water. The ice-blue color exudes a cool and charming glow under the moonlight. Her long hair fell on her shoulders like an ice-blue waterfall, and a few strands of hair fluttered gently in the wind, adding a touch of lively beauty to her. The delicate face appeared particularly hazy in the moonlight, and the exquisite facial features were looming. The eyes are like deep lake water, sparkling with mysterious light, as if hiding endless stories. The slightly playful pink lips were slightly raised with a faint smile, like a flower blooming in the night sky. The girl had come to the bed without knowing when, reflecting the elegant moonlight, as if she had merged into one with the whole world. The lingering reflection of the bright moon outlined a beautiful silhouette for her. Her figure seemed so illusory yet real in the hazy moonlight. She lowered her head slightly and looked down at the boy who was so close to her. At this moment, her eyes were filled with the boy she had been thinking about for more than 2 years. The moonlight sprinkled on her face, making her skin seem transparent. Her eyes were full of yearning for the unknown and longing for beauty. Unconsciously, the girl gently took off her black leather boots. Her movements were light and graceful, like a dancing butterfly. Her skirt fluttered with her movements, like a blooming ice blue flower. Her figure was particularly graceful in the moonlight, and every movement was full of rhythm and rhythm. Fu Yi slowly opened his eyes as if he felt something, but before he could see who was coming, he felt a soft little hand covering his eyes. The originally dry lips were now covered with a sweet taste, and the clear sweetness entered his throat. This was a new taste he had never experienced before. Clap. A subtle sound like that of a guitar string breaking came from in front of him, and silence was the main theme of the night. Warmth pressed against his chest, tenderness enveloped his heart, and broken strings were tied around his spine. Tonight's dance has no musical accompaniment, only the breeze and the moonlight. But the dance of the unknown figure is full of life force and emotional expression. She uses her body language to express her love for life and pursuit of beauty. Under the moonlight late at night, this silent dance seems like a dream performance. Her figure swayed in the moonlight, bringing a touch of vitality and energy to this silent world. Her beauty lies not only in her appearance, but also in the purity of her heart and her persistence in pursuing beauty. As the symphony of life progressed, the girl's figure gradually became illusory. She seemed to blend into the hazy moonlight and become a part of the beautiful night scene, but the lightness and eccentricity she left behind were deeply imprinted in Fu Yi's heart. Late at night, the moonlight, and the warm and mysterious shadows form a beautiful and hazy picture. This painting is full of mystery, beauty and touching, which makes people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. It makes Fu Yi feel the charm of nature and the beauty of life, and also makes him full of hope and longing for the future. On the other side, inside the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, a middle-aged man with unshaven beard and ragged clothes came to such a blessed place. Kaka. Clap. A thin, pale-faced, ragged figure was building a wall on this wide, flat ground under the moonlight. However, at this moment, a green figure quietly appeared behind the middle-aged man, his eyes full of hostility. "I wonder why you have trespassed into my residence." A middle-aged man in dark green clothes appeared behind the other party. Yes, it was the poisoned Douluo. Haha, it's nothing. I just came to pick up my useless adopted son. At this moment, the middle-aged man just silently looked at the young man who was working there in tattered clothes, and then he turned his head to look at Douluo. Although all of this was caused by his own actions, and I know everything that happened, he has been suffering here for more than 2 years. I think the anger in your hearts should have subsided a little. The middle-aged man's words shocked Douluo. He actually knew so much. End of this chapter. Chapter 85 Father's love is like a mountain, father is kind and son is filial. Chapter 85 Father's love is like a mountain, father is kind and son is filial. Chapter 85 Father's love is like a mountain, father is kind and son is filial. Haha, he dared to covet my granddaughter and my residence. He will be my drug slave for the rest of his life. Douluo doesn't care who the other party is. He will not let go of anyone who dares to touch his bottom line. Douluo, you don't have to be so hasty to reject me. Although Xiaochuan was at fault first, I believe he should have realized his mistake. Just think of it as giving me some face. The middle-aged man sighed helplessly. He originally didn't want to care about this wild child he picked up, but every time he came to see him, he would find the child screaming. Now he felt a little bit reluctant. After all, he had raised the other person for 6 years. Although they had no blood relationship, he was still half his son. Give you a favor? I don't think you can get any favor in your miserable state. Face. Why should Douluo give others face when doing things? Not to mention that this kid dared to covet his residence and granddaughter. However, when Douluo finished speaking, an extremely powerful aura emanated from the down-and-out middle-aged man. What about now? That's right, this is the adoptive father of the god king Tang Chuan, Tang Hao. Yellow, purple, black, black, black. 9 soul rings filled with terrifying energy appeared in front of Douluo at this moment. I'm not here to argue with you. Xiaochuan did do something wrong, but he has been punished by you for more than 2 years. I also hope that you, poison Douluo, will not refuse a toast and drink a penalty. Tang Hao's voice became sharp at this moment. After all, he was his adopted son and he couldn't let him always be a drug slave to Douluo. If this got out, he would lose all face. On the other side, Tang Chuan, who was still thinking about how to get the antidote and escape, also felt this familiar powerful aura. A ray of wisdom suddenly burst out from his turbid eyes. His father is here. You are actually a titled Douluo. Douluo just felt a little dazed at this time. You know, there are not many titled Douluo in the whole continent, but he had never heard of anyone who dressed like a beggar like the other party. If you extract the poison from Xiaoquan's body, this matter can be resolved. Otherwise, you don't want to be targeted by a titled Douluo. Having said this, Tang Hao directly took out his martial soul, the clear sky hammer that symbolized his identity. After seeing the sledgehammer, Douluo's eyes actually flashed with a hint of solemnity. As a veteran titled Douluo, he naturally knew what the other party's martial spirit was. The hammer head was huge and cylindrical, the handle was about half a foot long, and the whole body was as black as ink. There were faint lines on the surface, and the color was deep and dark. It turned out to be the clear sky hammer. I know what happened. You can take this thief Tanguan away. However, if he dares to have any improper thoughts about my granddaughter in the future, even if you are from the Clear Sky Sect, I will not let you off. Douluo sighed. He knew that he couldn't keep Tanguan, the bastard, today. However, he could escape the death penalty, but he couldn't escape the punishment of life. His Bylon Snake King poison had already spread from the other party's forehead to all parts of his body. At this moment, Tanguan ran out from somewhere, and after seeing Tang Hao, his dark eyes were filled with tears. Father. Hearing Tanguan's voice, Tang Hao frowned slightly. After all, this adopted son was too good at causing trouble, and he was too violent. If he was allowed to grow up, he would probably cause him a lot of trouble in the future. It would be difficult to deal with him. That's right, when Tang Hao saw Tanguan for the first time, he felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have come here. It didn't seem like a bad thing to let this troublemaker die here quietly. Seeing Tanguan running towards him with tears and snot, Tang Hao felt sick. Snapped. A loud slap landed directly on Tanguan's face. Oh. Tang Hao's blow was quite powerful. He slapped Tanguan so hard that he staggered. His ugly face, which had been disfigured, fell directly onto a big tree beside him. You still have the nerve to call me dad. You've completely disgraced our Tang family. Looking at Tang Hao's angry face, Tanguan seemed to feel a little bit of disbelief. Dad, your son, almost died at the hands of this old bastard. How could you? Snapped. However, before Tanguan could finish his words, Tang Hao slapped him loudly on the ugly face. Bang! Tanguan's head hit the tree, and he fell unconscious. You rebellious son. I have worked hard to raise you for 6 years, and you were restless even after I sent you to the academy. You even sneaked out here to be a thief. How could I? Seeing that Tang Hao was about to slap Tanguan in the face again, even the ruthless Douluo couldn't bear it anymore. Even a tiger will not eat its own cubs, but the middle-aged man in front of him is obviously trying to sacrifice his own relatives for the sake of justice. Hey, wait a minute, brother. Although this kid is indeed naughty and deserves to die, you are a father. You can't really beat him to death. That's right, Douluo came to mediate the fight, although he also wanted to kill that little bastard Tanguan. Don't hold me back. Today I will make sure this little brat knows the rules of my Haoshan sect. Tang Hao is so strong, how can the mage Douluo hold him back? Thus, the scene of a loving father and a filial son was immediately played out in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Tanguan, Dad, you won't beat me to death, will you? Tang Hao, it depends on my mood. Tanguan, Dad, I almost died at the hands of Douluo. Tang Hao, yeah. Tanguan, Dad. Tang Hao, stop talking, I just want to beat you up now. The noise here also woke up Douluo, who was still sleeping. He was seen rubbing his sleepy eyes and walking to the open space with lotus steps. Grandpa, what are you doing so late at night? It's so noisy. Seeing his granddaughter coming over, Douluo quickly protected her behind him. He didn't want the war between his father and his eldest son to affect his granddaughter. It's okay, Yen. It's just that the father of that little bastard Tanguan is here and wants to beat him up. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was early morning. The unconscious Tanguan was finally taken away by Tang Hao, and Douluo was also considerate enough to take away the innate poison left on Tanguan's forehead. However, Douluo remained silent about the remaining green-scaled Snake King poison in Tanguan's meridians. I believe that in the near future, Tanguan will be able to understand the pain he once felt. On the other side, inside Tianshui College, a beautiful girl lay quietly in Fu Yi's arms. At this moment, she looked like a beautiful painting. Her long blue and white hair was like a waterfall, casually scattered on the pillow, adding a bit of lazy beauty. Her skin is whiter than snow and seems to emit a faint halo under the soft sunlight, just like a lotus just emerging from water, fresh and pure. Her eyes were lightly closed, and her long, curled eyelashes trembled slightly, as if telling a story in a dream. Her lips were naturally red, and the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned with a faint smile. She just slept peacefully on the bed, emitting a peaceful and charming aura that made people intoxicated and unwilling to disturb this poetic and picturesque scene. Suddenly, the girl's eyebrows moved and her sky-blue eyes slowly opened. Feeling this warm embrace, her cheeks showed a bit of youthfulness and playfulness. At this moment, Fu Yi slowly opened his golden eyes and almost couldn't hold back when he saw the smug look on the girl's face. Suo, you are such a messy little girl. End of this chapter. Chapter 86, Suo and 039's Initiative. Tian Shui and 039's first entry into the Great Fighting Spirit Arena. Chapter 86 Suo's Initiative, Tian Shui's first entry into the Great Fighting Spirit Arena. Suo's current favorability is 100%, the maximum level of favorability has been locked. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing Suo. Hehe, I just simply like brother Fu Yi. Suo in Tian Shui College is equivalent to Ning Rongrong in Shrek College in the original novel, a true king of dirty jokes. As she said this, Suo took out her fair little hands that were around Fu Yi's waist and slowly placed them on Fu Yi's handsome cheek. Now I am brother Fu Yi's woman. Even if Binger and the others want to join us in the future, they can only call me sister. Having said this, Suo went straight into kissing him deeply, and her little hands under the quilt became restless again. 2 days later, Tiandu City. The Great Fighting Soul Arena in Tiandu Imperial City covers a very large area. From a distance, it looks like a small city. The overall building is tall and majestic, with towering walls reaching into the sky, giving people a strong visual impact and highlighting its important position in the architecture of the Tiandu Empire. Its exterior design is also unique. The main body of the building presents a rounded arc, as if a huge bowl is upside down on the ground. This design not only ensures the spaciousness of the interior space, but also adds to the artistic beauty of the building. At the top of the building, there is a huge dome inlaid with glazed tiles of various colors, which sparkles brilliantly under the sunlight, like a dazzling crown. In addition, exquisite patterns and designs are carved on the outer walls of the Great Soul Fighting Arena, most of which are based on themes such as soul beasts, martial souls, and other elements related to soul masters. There are several tall pillars standing at the entrance, which are also carved with complex patterns, and the capitals are inlaid with precious gems. There are also numerous ancillary facilities, such as areas for spectators to rest and shops selling various items. The existence of these facilities provides great convenience for people who come to watch the Fighting Spirit competition, and also makes the Fighting Spirit Arena a comprehensive place integrating competition, entertainment, and leisure. Binger, do you think we can get the Gold Fighting Spirit medal within half a year? Of course, but Suo, why do I feel like you seem to be in better shape these past 2 days? Shui Binger looked at Suo with curiosity. After all, girls all pay attention to their own figure and the figure of those around them. After hearing Shui Binger's words, Suo's cheeks turned red, but she quickly suppressed it. Hehe, if Binger wants to listen, you can come to my room tonight and I'll tell you some tips on how to manage your body. The rest of the girls from Tian Shui College, Zhu Zhuqing looked at her sister silently at this moment. Her sister seemed to be thinking of this. Zhu Zuking's cheeks turned red, and Zhu Zhuyun also noticed Suo's words and her sister's expression. Tisk, Zhu Qing, you are still too young, don't worry, I will help you to find someone in 2 years. Zhu Zhuyun quietly leaned over to her sister's ear and whispered this sentence. Zhu Zhuqing. Sister, I don't have any. No, you do. Fu Yi led the girls of the Tian Shui team into the Tiandu City's soul fighting arena, facing the envious gazes of the surrounding spectators. Inside the Great Fighting Spirit Arena of Tiandu City, the entire space is extremely open. The towering dome is like an endless sky, inlaid with countless dazzling crystals, emitting a soft and bright light, illuminating every corner. The auditorium is arranged in a circular shape, with densely packed seats that seem to have no end, and can accommodate tens of thousands of people to watch the game at the same time. The seats are made of solid stone and are carved with exquisite patterns, which are both comfortable and noble. In the center of the venue is a wide and flat battle area, paved with special hard stone. After countless fierce battles, it still exudes a tenacious atmosphere. The air is filled with tension and expectation. People's shouts and cheers seem to converge into a turbulent torrent, making people's blood boil involuntarily. This is the stage of glory and dreams, and every battle will bloom here with the most brilliant brilliance. Of course, this is also the favorite place of those nobles, and it is also the place where the powerful and wealthy must check in for their daily entertainment. At this moment in the Great Soul Fighting Arena, 2 soul masters stood facing each other, and the atmosphere was tense and solemn. Suddenly, one person took the lead in attacking, and a low shout was let out as his soul power surged. First soul skill, Flame Explosion Fist. His fist was instantly wrapped in blazing flames and blasted towards his opponent like a burning meteor. The other soul master's eyes focused, without any fear, and he shouted loudly. Second soul skill, Water Curtain Shield. A transparent water curtain rose up instantly, blocking the oncoming Flame Explosion Fist. The flames collided with the water curtain, making a sizzling sound, and water vapor rose in the air. Third soul skill, Fire Storm. The surrounding air suddenly became extremely hot, and countless whirlwinds of fire swept out. Seeing this, the opponent immediately counterattacked. Fourth soul skill, Ice Spike Attack. Sharp ice spikes protruded from the ground and pierced the fire storm. The collision of the 2 sides' spirit skills made all the dignitaries and common people in the entire Fighting Spirit Arena excited. Fu Yi just silently glanced at the fight between the 2 soul sect members below. It can be seen that they are both martial artists and their moves are ruthless. However, these were not the points that Fu Yi wanted to focus on. He did notice that from the moment he brought Xiao Wu and the members of the Tian Shui team into the soul fighting arena, there were no less than 10 eyes secretly staring at them in the dark. Because the academy had to be left unattended, Lu Erlong and Han Rian, the best friends, did not follow Fu Yi here. He only hoped that these trash nobles could be more restrained. After all, the hundreds of extreme Douluo puppets he placed in the shadows of the women were not vegetarians. And as long as the extreme Douluo puppet takes action, the opponent's 9 clans can be wiped out from the history books of Douluo continent. However, those greedy eyes in the dark showed no sign of restraint. Check it out for me. I've seen a lot of top-notch women, but I've never seen so many at once. TSK, they are all top-notch. Go investigate their identities. If they don't have any backers. What a bunch of beauties. It looks like this Earl can have a dozen more concubines. In less than a quarter of an hour, Fu Yi and everyone else had obtained the qualifications to participate in the Great Fighting Spirit Arena. Shui Binger, Frost Phoenix Dance Spirit, Light and Dark Peacock Zhu Zhu Qing, the Netherworld Spirit Cat Zhu Zhu Yun, the Phantom Civet Ning Rong Rong, 7 Treasures Glaze Shui Yuir, the Blue Ice Dolphin Snow Dance, Polar Ice Spirit. Yu Hero, Extremely Cold Ice Spearshan Liuyu, the Flow of Frost. The current Tian Shui team consists of only 9 people, and 2 of them will be substitutes in the 7-person team competition. Let me explain here that when Fu Yi arrived at Tian Shui College 2 years ago, there were only 5 talented students including Shui Binger. As for the other 2 Tian Shui female students selected for the competition in the original book, they were selected from the tallest of the short students in Tian Shui College. However, since Fu Yi brought people into the college and it was not yet time for the competition to start, the latter 2 were not selected. End of this chapter. Chapter 87 Zhu Zhuqing vs Meng Yuran. Chapter 87 Zhu Zhuqing vs Meng Yuran. In the Tiandu City's Great Fighting Spirit Arena, in the luxurious private room number 2, all the women were sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows looking at the huge square arena below. In the fighting arena, the atmosphere was tense and heated, and the audience was eagerly waiting. The protagonists of this scene are 2 beautiful girls with excellent figures and temperaments. I didn't expect that Sister Zuking's first opponent would be the talented girl Meng Yuran from the School of Exotic Beasts. Hehe, Sister Zhuqing is now only 1 spirit ring away from becoming a spirit master. The chances of success are very high. Shui Binger and the other girls started chattering, while Zhu Zhuyun fell comfortably into Fu Yi's arms. Seeing this, Swu seemed to want to assert her sovereignty as well, so she lay down on the other side of Fu Yi. The other girls were all filled with jealousy when they saw this. Shui Yuer, damn it, I was actually preempted by this woman Swu. Shen Liuyu, brother Fu Yi belongs to everyone. Swu, please get out of the way. Shui Binger, Swu, I am the captain, I order you, the deputy captain, to give me some space. Wu Ling, master, Wu Ling also wants to be close to master. Xiao Wu, my dear disciple, I will take you to play duo in a few years. Oh, in the huge arena, Zhu Zhuqing stood quietly on one side of the venue. She was tall and had a curvy figure. The black tight-fitting outfit perfectly outlined her perfect figure. Her long hair fell casually on her shoulders. She was wearing a purple-black mask, and her deep eyes were full of determination and calmness. She is like an elegant and mysterious black cat, ready to strike a fatal blow at any time. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing had no distractions in her mind. She was only thinking about how to show her strength in this battle. However, she seemed to have guessed that the girl in front of her should not be underestimated, but she was confident in her martial spirit and abilities. I will go all out in this battle and not slack off at all. I want brother Fu Yi to see my progress. Thinking this in her heart, Zhu Zuking's eyes became more determined. Meng Yuran was standing at the other end of the venue. She was wearing a dark green long skirt, the hem of which fluttered in the wind like a nimble green snake. She holds a snake staff martial spirit in her hand, which is engraved with exquisite snake patterns and exudes a mysterious aura. Meng Yuran's eyes were full of confidence and pride. She was confident in her own strength, and although she didn't think that this girl she had never heard of was stronger than herself, she was still afraid of Zhu Zhuqing deep in her heart. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our Tiandu City Grand Fighting Arena to watch the battle in our arena. The referee spoke in a high-pitched tone, and as he pointed his hands at Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Yuran on the side, the introduction of the game began. Standing on my left is a new beautiful girl contestant who has just registered in our Tiandu City Great Fighting Soul Arena. She is a netherworld spirit cat with a soul power of level 29. Standing on my right is the popular beautiful girl who has won 5 consecutive games in our Great Fighting Spirit Arena, the Green Snake Scepter player. I wonder what kind of sparks will happen when the two meet. Let us wait and see. As his words fell, the audience burst into amazing cheers. They loved watching the fights between soul masters, but they loved watching the fights between beautiful girls even more. Not to mention that this was a fight between 2 beautiful girls. Then, let the game begin. With the referee's order, the battle officially begins. Meng Yuran took the lead in launching an attack. She swung her snake staff and her first soul skill snake blade was instantly activated. A green light shot out from the snake staff and turned into a sharp blade, flying towards Zhu Zhuqing like lightning. Zhu Zuking's eyes focused, and her body instantly burst out with astonishing speed. She flashed sideways like a black lightning and easily avoided Meng Yuren's attack. Her movements were light and nimble, like a ghostly cat moving through the darkness. Zhu Zhuqin was not disturbed by Meng Yuren's attack, but just calmly analyzed the opponent's attack method. Her attack speed is fast, but not fast enough to pose a threat to me. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhuqin also had some ideas for attack. Meng Yuren didn't get discouraged when she saw that her attack missed. She waved her snake staff again. Second soul skill, snake body. The second soul ring behind him shines with dazzling brilliance. Her body instantly became soft like a snake and coiled around Zhu Zhuqin at an extremely fast speed. Meng Yuren's legs were connected by a huge illusory snake tail, moving flexibly in the venue, trying to compress Zhu Zuking's movement trajectory tightly within his own attack range. Let's see how you dodge this time. Meng Yuren's lips curled up slightly. Seeing this, Zhu Zuking's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. She quickly retreated, dodging Meng Yuren's attack, and launched her first soul skill in the direction of Meng Yuren. Netherworld thrust. Suddenly, her body rushed forward like lightning. Meng Yuren was not careful for a moment and was broken through the attack range of her snake tail by the opponent. Zhu Zuking's speed was like a black panther ready to pounce, leaving only a black afterimage on the field. Seeing this scene, Meng Yuren was shocked. She didn't expect Zhu Zhuqin to be so fast. She quickly adjusted her body shape, and the snake staff in her hand emitted a green light, but before she could react, Zhu Zuking's figure had quietly come to her side. 100 Claws of the Underworld. Zhu Zuking's hands instantly turned into countless sharp claws, which rained down on the snake staff that Meng Yuren was using to block in front of him. Her attacks were like a violent storm, dazzling the eyes, and each claw shadow contained great power. But Fu Yi taught her that if she failed to defeat him with one strike, she should flee immediately. Agility attack spirit masters must seize every opportunity to attack. Meng Yuren waved her snake staff in panic to defend herself, but Zhu Zhuqin once again turned into a shadow and disappeared in front of her. Meng Yuren, who had recovered from her shock, was breathing heavily. Zhu Zuking's attack was too fast and she could not resist it completely. It can be said that if I had not relied on the protection of my snake body and martial spirit, I would have already lost. However, at this moment, a tiny voice came from behind Meng Yuren. Not good. Meng Yuren turned around instantly, and the illusory snake tail swept backward suddenly. However, the moment the snake tail hit Zhu Zhuqin, Meng Yuren realized that it was actually an afterimage. The first soul skill, Netherworld Thrust. Zhu Zuking's voice came from above Meng Yuren. The first soul skill, Snake Blade. Without a chance to think, Meng Yuren almost relied on instinct to release his first soul skill above himself, and then used his second soul skill, Snake Body, to cover his body. Chang. The second soul skill, 100 Claws of the Netherworld. However, under Zhu Zuking's attack, Meng Yuren, even with the protection of the snake body, gradually had scars on her body. Her green dress was torn, revealing her snow-white skin. Meng Yuren gritted her teeth and decided to fight back with all her might. She activated her first soul skill, Snake Blade again, and at the same time injected soul power into the snake staff, making the power of the snake blade even stronger. A huge green blade shot out from the snake staff and flew towards Zhu Zhuqin with great force. That's right, Meng Yuren was going to make a desperate attempt. End of this chapter. Chapter 88 They All Want a Princess Hug. Chapter 88 They All Want a Princess Hug. Zhu Zhuqin felt Meng Yuren's counterattack, her eyes flashed, and the strength and speed of her hands became faster. Her netherworld claws and Meng Yuren's snake blades collided fiercely in the air, making loud noises, sparks flying, and powerful energy waves spreading in all directions. The audience was deeply attracted by the fierce battle between the two beautiful girls. They looked at the two people in the venue with surprise and exclaimed from time to time. Fu Yi, who was sitting in the private room, couldn't help but marvel at Zhu Zuking's reaction and speed. She was worthy of being Zhu Zhuqin. You have to know that he didn't give her any soul bones to help her improve her strength quickly. In just over a month, the opponent's combat awareness and soul power level have improved so much in such a short period of time. In fact, Zhu Zuking's talent is indeed not good, but the conditions here are really too good. There is soul beast meat that replenishes energy every meal, and top-level yoga techniques that can double the speed of cultivation. You should know that Zhu Zhuqin is a cultivation maniac in the original novel and the most hardworking one among the 7 monsters in the original novel. Now that she has such good conditions, it does not seem to be a difficult thing to accept for her to quickly improve her strength. The battle soon entered a white-hot stage, with both sides attacking each other with all their might. But Fu Yi could see that Zhu Zhuqin won the game. As expected, at the last critical moment, Zhu Zhuqin dodged Meng Yuren's charged snake blade by simply turning sideways, and then the first soul ring behind her flashed instantly. Netherworld Thrust. A ghostly figure instantly appeared in front of Meng Yuren, and at this moment Meng Yuren had no chance to fight back. She was like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Referee, we surrender. Stop her. At this moment, a slightly hurried and old voice was heard, but it was too late. Zhu Zuking's attack had already reached Meng Yuren. However, just as everyone's heart sank and they nervously closed their eyes, there was no blood-stained arena, only silence. I won. But Zhu Zuking's sharp cat claws fell into the air, and Meng Yuan in front of her also sat on the ground exhausted, as if he had just been to the gates of hell. The next second, an old woman landed beside the girl, seemingly checking her injuries. The referee came back to his senses upon seeing this, and looked at Zhu Zhuqing with a hint of admiration in his eyes. I declare that the Nether Spirit Cat player wins this match. As the referee announced the final result of the game, the spectators in the stadium all cheered warmly. Zhu Zhuqing, who won the game, didn't pay attention to these voices. Her soul power was exhausted at this moment. The only reason she didn't fall down was because of the obsession in her heart. However, her steps when she left the ring were a little unsteady, and the audience on the stage seemed to notice that something was wrong with her. However, before some sharp-eyed people jumped off the stands to have a close contact with this beautiful girl, a handsome young man in gold-plated clothes suddenly appeared beside Zhu Zhuqing. "Little girl, you did a good job." "That's right." Fu Yi, the modest young man, came to show his gentleness. After hearing Fu Yi's voice, Zhu Zhuqing showed a smile. Brother Fu Yi, who picked her up, praised her. "Okay." Zhu Zhuqing nodded weakly. It was obvious that she could no longer walk back alone. "Let me carry you back." Using soul skills so many times in a row must have consumed a lot of soul power and mental energy. Fu Yi lifted her up lightly, using the standard princess hug posture. Zhu Zhuqing, who was held in his arms, didn't know whether it was because of exhaustion or shyness. Her cheeks were red, but her body showed no signs of struggling. Some of the gorgeously dressed young men who had just jumped down from the stands were now staring at Fu Yi with jealousy on their faces, but in response to their gazes, Fu Yi gave their eardrums a hint of sword intent. Pft, pft. Blood-stained arena. This group of extras and losers all fell down in the entrance passage with their ears covered. As for their future, Fu Yi would not care about such trivial matters. "That's all for today's battle. I'll take you to absorb the third spirit ring later." After hearing Fu Yi's words, although Zhu Zhuqing felt that she could hardly open her eyelids at this moment, she still responded to Fu Yi. However, at this time, in the luxurious private room number 2. "Wow, Sister Zhuqing is so lucky. She actually got to enjoy Brother Fu Yi's princess hug. Sister, I want this too." "No, I want to do the same as Sister Zhuqing later, release my soul skills until I am exhausted, and then enjoy Brother Fu Yi's princess hug." "Oh, mouth." When Fu Yi returned to the room with Zhu Zhuqing in his arms, he saw that except for Suo and Xiaolo, who were already his wives, all the other girls looked at him expectantly, but in fact, there are not many talented soul masters. Most of those who come here to compete are ordinary soul masters who want to make money. Super geniuses like Shui Binger who can challenge higher levels are rare even in this imperial city. What made Fu Yi feel strange was that although the opponents were not very strong, why did these little girls always pretend to be weak when they stepped down and let him carry them back to the luxurious private room? Shui Binger's opponent. No, she must have some serious illness. I was just a minor character, and she actually hit me with the ice phoenix. She even pretended to be weak afterwards. Yuharo's opponent. No, your ice spear is free. Ah, you almost broke my martial soul, and you're still weak and wronged. Other opponents. The baby feels sad, but dare not say it. After the game was over, before they even left the Great Fighting Spirit Arena, they ran into the little wild cat Zhu Zhuqing, her first opponent in the Great Fighting Spirit Arena today, Meng Yuan. Although Zhuqing was wearing a mask at the time, Meng Yuan still recognized at a glance that the other party was the Netherworld cat that fought with him on the ring. "Thank you for showing mercy, otherwise I would have." Finally, Meng Yuan bowed to Zhu Zhuqing again. "Thank you." In the evening, Fu Yi took Xiao Wu and several girls from the Tianshui team to the most luxurious Tingxiang Hotel in Tianda City. At first, he had wanted to take these little girls to Juxiang Pavilion, but there were too many of them, so Fu Yi spent a huge amount of money to rent a dozen rooms on the top floor of Tingxiang Hotel for them to use as residence for a year. Of course, Fu Yi, the upright gentleman, also lives there. End of this chapter. Chapter 89. Things are a little beyond expectations. Chapter 89. Things are a little beyond expectations. Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the ultimate Douluo level Black Armor Puppet 99. Following Fu Yi's instructions, this group of black armored puppets turned into black shadows and dissipated in the room, and finally merged into the shadows of all members of the Tianshui team. With 9 puppets protecting each person, there should be no problems in the future. Thinking of this, Fu Yi lay directly on the bed and thought about what he needed to do next. It is expected that he will take Zhu Zhuqing to the Stardow Great Forest for a stroll in the next few days. Of course, taking Zhu Zhuqing to the Stardow Great Forest is just a cover. The main reason is that he wants to take away the 8 spider lance and take a look at how Xiao Sanzi and the others are doing. Mr. Lu Sun said it well, you can have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. If you give Tang Sen a book of hidden weapons, he can do a lot of things in Douluo continent. If you give him the 8 spider lance, he might kill gods. Although the 9999 plus in his system has no shortage of this thing, but knowing this, he would definitely not leave it to Tang San. As for Tang Chuan, the reincarnation of our god king, Fu Yi has not paid any attention to him since he became Dugabo's drug slave. After all, that old guy Douluo is not a good guy. Given Tang Chuan's current situation, there is no chance for him to escape unless Tang Hao takes action. He has already made some plans for the past 2 days. He will let Xiao Wu lead the Tianshui team first. In addition to Xiao Wu, the super Douluo, Fu Yi has placed more than 100 extreme Douluo puppets in their shadows, so there shouldn't be any big problems with safety. But just as he was looking up at the roof and thinking about something, a nimble black shadow stepped on the broken moon's afterimage and broke into Fu Yi's room through the window. On a quiet night, the moonlight sprinkles on the earth like water. A girl with a perfect figure broke into Fu Yi's room like an elf in the dark night. Her long hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, and her delicate face looked even more charming in the moonlight. Her proud breasts in particular rose and fell slightly with her breathing, exuding endless charm. She entered the room through the window gracefully and elegantly, her dark eyes filled with 3 parts of shyness and 7 parts of TSK. Fu Yi was startled by the sudden intruder, but when he saw that it was Zhu Zhuyun, he felt an inexplicable cough in his heart. Seeing Zhu Zhuyun slowly walking towards him, her steps were light and graceful. Fu Yi looked calmly at Zhu Zhuyun who was gradually walking towards him, but there was a hint of passion in his calmness. Looking at his little servant coming to him, he raised his head slightly, and a hint of charm appeared in his dark eyes. Zhu Zhuyun bit her lips lightly at this moment, and a blush appeared on her face. Fu Yi couldn't help but reach out his hand and stroke her cheek. Zhu Zhuyun closed her eyes and felt the warmth of Fu Yi's palm. I am already a quasi-soul king at level 49. I wonder what the master is going to do with Zhuyun today. You should know that when Zhu Zhuyun met Fu Yi, she was already a level 38 soul master. In more than a month, she successfully advanced to soul sect. Fu Yi also gave her a divine soul ring. Ever since Zhu Zhuyun absorbed the beast's soul bone a few days ago, the soul power in her body began to soar, and her soul power increased like a rocket, and now she is already a 49th level soul master. A 200,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger trunk bone can increase the soul sect's 9th level soul power, which should be reasonable. I even feel that the soul power given by this soul bone is a bit low. Tisk, you can play any tricks you want, but the key is your fragile little body, can you handle it? Fu Yi pinched Zhu Zhuyun's fair chin teasingly. In his opinion, Zhu Zhuyun was a little drunk these days and came to him every few days to seek warmth and comfort. Zhu Zhuyun did not say anything about this, but just silently felt Fu Yi's body temperature and strong heartbeat. However, when Zhu Zhuyun and Fu Yi were immersed in that moment of intimacy, Zhu Zhuyun's keen intuition made her notice something strange at the door. Suddenly she tilted her head slightly, the heat in her black eyes faded a little at this moment, and there was a hint of playfulness at the corner of her mouth. TSK, my good master is really popular with girls. Well, let me see which sister it is. Having said this, she kissed Fu Yi's lips very aggressively, then quickly let go of Fu Yi and lightly hid under the bed. The room returned to silence again, as if everything that had just happened was just a dream. Fu Yi naturally knew that there was a figure moving quickly towards this side not far away. After all, when he spread out his mental power, he already knew the answer. A moment later, there was a slight noise coming from the window. A pretty girl with long dark blue hair and sky blue eyes quietly entered the room. That's right, this is our Tianshui dirty joke king, Swu. Her perfect figure looked even more graceful in the moonlight, and her beautiful appearance was like a fairy walking out of a painting. Swu's gaze fell on Fu Yi, with tenderness and shyness in her eyes. Fu Yi looked at Swu who suddenly appeared, and he was not too surprised. After all, Swu had already been his woman. She walked up to Fu Yi with lotus steps, took off her white leather boots and walked directly onto the bed, with twinkling lights in her gorgeous sky blue pupils. Swu gently stretched out her fair little hand, held Fu Yi's warm big hand, and then placed his palm on her pretty face. Brother Fu Yi, it would be lonely without the company of girls in the quiet night, so Shuewu came here to accompany you. Swu pounced on Fu Yi like a ferocious kitten. As Swu approached, their breathing could be heard. Swu leaned forward slightly, and then kissed Fu Yi's lips very forcefully. Yoshihisa under the bed, Zhu Zhuyun was observing all this curiously. She didn't expect that the oldest sister Swu in the team was also captured by the bad guy Fu Yi. At this moment, Swu was completely unaware of Zhu Zhuyun under the bed. She continued to enjoy this warm moment, as if she and Fu Yi were the only two people in the world. The night was still quiet, but the atmosphere in the room became more subtle. On this extraordinary night, the moonlight sprinkled on the earth like water, covering the whole world with a layer of mysterious silver gauze. In Fu Yi's room, the atmosphere was particularly exciting and full of surprises. Swu was originally immersed in an intimate interaction with Fu Yi, her heart filled with tenderness and joy. However, the slight sound outside the door suddenly made her sense a hint of danger. She tilted her ears slightly and actually heard the faint sound of footsteps coming from outside. The sound was getting closer and closer. It was obvious that someone was standing at the door and wanted to enter the room. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on Fu Yi's door, and Swu came back to her senses from her dazed look. There was a flash of panic in her eyes. Brother Fu Yi, go open the door. I'll hide for a while. In a hurry, Swu looked around for a hiding place. Her eyes fell on the bottom of the bed, and without any hesitation, she quickly hid inside. But the moment she got under the bed, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. Zhu Zhuyun, Zhu Zuking's sister, the girl with beautiful looks and great figure, is also here. Swo was so frightened by this scene that she was about to scream, but Zhu Zhuyun was quick to lock her body and cover her mouth in an instant. Don't make any noise. End of this chapter. Chapter 90. There is no more room to hide in the house. Zhu Zhuyun looked at the bewildered Swo with a look of evil amusement, and Swo was frightened at the moment, but little did she know that Zhu Zhuyun's heart was also filled with helplessness. She originally thought that she was safe enough hiding here, but she didn't expect Swo to choose this place too. Then both of them held their breath silently, nervously paying attention to the movements in the room, for fear of being discovered. Clap. The door was gently opened by Fu Yi. A beautiful girl wearing a pink miniskirt, with a delicate face, white stockings and black leather boots walked in. That's right, it's Xiao Wu, the most lively one among his group of wives, no doubt about it. When Xiao Wu saw Fu Yi, there was some joy in her eyes, and she walked straight towards Fu Yi. When Fu Yi saw Xiao Wu, a gentle smile appeared on his face. She slowly approached Fu Yi and hugged him gently. Brother Fu Yi, Xiao Wu has been practicing some new tricks recently. Let's try them out with Brother Fu Yi today. Next time, Xiao Wu will bring the sisters along. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with a bright light, and Fu Yi's face was also a little embarrassed. If he hadn't hidden two girls in his room, it would be more or less embarrassing to do it now. Although they have all become his women, Swo does not know the existence of the two sisters Xiao and Zhu Zhuyun. Swo, who was lying under the bed, was somewhat surprised when she heard what her teacher Xiao said. After all, Xiao was always quite serious in front of them. Fu Yi looked at Xiao Wu with love in her eyes and felt something was wrong, because there were two more people hiding under the bed. But Xiao Wu is worthy of being the rogue rabbit who has lived with Fu Yi for 4 years. Now she has become addicted to it and she gathers her sisters to attack Fu Yi every week. If it weren't for the option of not getting pregnant with relatives, Xiao Wu would have given birth to many little rabbits for herself. The night is as dark as ink, and silence shrouds the entire space. Little did they know that in Fu Yi's room, a more dramatic story was about to unfold. Boom boom boom. Brother Fu Yi, Yuer wants to chat with you, is that okay? When Xiao Wu heard the knock on the door and Shui Yuer's voice, there was a bit of dissatisfaction on her pretty face, but a wicked smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Brother Fu Yi, it's Sister Yuer. As a teacher, I won't disturb the emotional exchange between Brother Fu Yi and Sister Yuer. As he said this, Xiao Wu slid and tackled eyes squeezed together with Zhu Zhuyun and Swo. When our eyes met, fortunately, Xiao Wu has a big heart. After seeing her big-breasted sister Zhu Zhuyun's bright smile, she instantly understood. Sister Swo, I didn't expect you to come this far. At this moment, Xiao Wu's face was full of smirk. So, in front of Swo's horrified eyes, Xiao and Zhu Yun, the good sisters, attacked her. Snow dance. The door was slowly pushed open again, and a girl in a dark blue skirt walked in. She has a pretty and lovely face, with long light blue hair draped over her shoulders, like an elf walking out of a dream. There was a determination and passion in her light blue eyes. As soon as she saw Fu Yi, she walked towards him without hesitation. Although Fu Yi was mentally prepared, he was still startled by Shui Yuer's sudden approach. Before he could react, Shui Yuer had pushed him down on the bed, facing Fu Yi's face in a very domineering posture. But despite this posture, there was a hint of shyness on her soft face. Although Shui Yuer's power was not enough to do anything to Fu Yi wanted to see what this bold girl would do to him. For a moment, there was no resistance in the room, only Fu Yi's compliance. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuyun and Shui Wu, who was crying, were all carefully feeling the movement on the bed. Shui Wu was tied up by Xiao Wu and Zhu Yun in a very strange position, and Xiao Wu, the rogue rabbit, was helping Shui Wu do some very novel things. Time passed quietly, and the room was filled with a tense and ambiguous atmosphere. Brother Fu Yi, Yuer wants to talk to you. At this moment, Shui Yuer spoke, but when she saw Fu Yi's attitude that he had no intention of resisting, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. What are you doing in my dormitory so late at night? Aren't you afraid that I, your teacher, will go wild and kill you? In response to Shui Yuer's blatant provocation, Fu Yi said that he would not fall into disadvantage. But that's it. Sure. Yuer has been craving for Brother Fu Yi's body for a long time. As she said this, Shui Yuer kissed Fu Yi's lips directly. Shui Yuer's current favorability is 99%. At this moment, Fu Yi felt happy but also felt something was wrong. He felt that he was being treated as that by these little girls, one after another, and without paying. This reminded him of a saying by Cao Cao during the Three Kingdoms period, a little red lip tasted by thousands of people. How can, Fu Yi, %%%. Shui Yuer was completely immersed in the close contact with Fu Yi and seemed to have forgotten everything around her. However, the dramatic scene appeared again and again. Soon after, she seemed to hear some movement and stopped abruptly. Then, she heard a clear knock on the door. Brother Fu Yi, I'm Lu Yu, I want to talk to you. Shui Yuer was shocked and hurriedly got up from Fu Yi in panic, her light blue eyes looking at the door nervously. Brother Fu Yi, Lu Yu is here, please lend me the cabinet to hide for a while. Her eyes fell on the luxurious wardrobe beside her, and without any hesitation, she quickly hid in it. Well, the room fell silent again. Fu Yi sat on the bed with a complicated expression and helplessness in his heart. No, did you guys discuss this? My room is only this big, can you all fit in? At this moment, the door was knocked again. The sound seemed particularly clear in the silent night, as if urging the gears of fate to continue turning. Fu Yi stood in the middle of the room. He looked at the closed door, and it felt like a million alpaca horses were galloping through his heart. After a moment, Fu Yi came back to his senses and slowly pushed open the door. He saw a beautiful and graceful figure walking in. However, the lines on her face were more lively than Shui Yuer's. That's right, it was Shen Liuyu, with delicate and fair facial features, slightly red cheeks, and apparently a little shy. Brother Fu Yi, I hope I won't disturb you by coming to your place so late. At the same time, the four people hiding in the room Shui Yuer, no, it turns out that Liuyu, you can be so proactive. Swo, my sisters, I am always one step ahead of you. Zhu Zhuyun, I didn't expect that this dull little girl would have such a bold side. Xiao Wu, TSK, give me a few more allies, and then you can see how I lead my sisters to defeat the bad guy Fu Yi. It's Xiao Liuyu. What's the matter with you coming to see me so late? End of this chapter. Chapter 91, Shui Binger and 039's Early Confession. Chapter 91, Shui Binger's Early Confession. There was another knock on the door, and Shen Liuyu hid in the closet in panic. She saw Shui Yuer, who was also hiding in the closet. However, before she could say anything, Shui Yuer pulled her in. Moon, you, Brother Fu Yi, I'm Yuhero, and I don't quite understand some things about cultivation. Another 2.5 minutes later. Boom boom boom. Brother Fu Yi, I'm Shui Binger. I don't quite understand yoga, so I wanted to ask you for advice. Hearing the knock on the door, Yuhero hurried to the luxurious closet, only to find Shui Yuer and Shen Liuyu hiding inside. Come in quickly, my sister is coming. Oh. At this point, in addition to Fu Yi who was in the open, there were 6 people hiding in the room. Clap. Fu Yi opened the door, and the girl who came into view was a girl who looked 70% like Shui Yuer, except that Shui Yuer's facial lines were softer. It's Binger. Why do you have time to come and show off to me so late instead of going to rest? Fu Yi stroked her ice blue hair helplessly. You know, Shui Binger is always very steady in front of him. He can understand that Shui Yuer and the others come to him to chat, but it is a bit interesting that Shui Binger also comes to him so late at night. Binger is worried that Brother Fu Yi will be bored staying in the room alone. Can Binger enter Brother Fu Yi's room? Fu Yi, you are indeed a group of sisters living together. It seems you all have the same excuses. Shui Binger no longer had the serious look she had in front of Shui Yuer and the others. She now looked just like a sweet smiling girl next door. Of course, come in and sit. It's not that easy to get in. Except for Wu Ling, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, 3 little girls who are under the age limit, all the other members of Tian Shui College are crowded here, 3 under the bed and 3 in the closet. After the 2 of them sat on the bed, Shui Binger's icy little hand boldly held Fu Yi's hand. At this moment, her pretty face was slightly red, and there was a hint of evasion in her eyes. Brother Fu Yi, can you teach Binger to practice yoga? Binger still doesn't understand some details. Shui Binger said this and sat directly in front of Fu Yi, then obediently placed her fair arms on both sides of Fu Yi. Sure. Fu Yi did not do anything out of line or forceful. Since the other party wanted him to teach her the top yoga techniques, he would just teach her. But Fu Yi and Shui Binger were dancing seductively in the bright moonlight. Abridgment. The whole process took about a quarter of an hour. Shui Yuer and the other 2 girls were hiding in the closet, secretly watching their captain and teacher Fu Yi practicing yoga under the moonlight. Shui Binger's current favorability is 98%. After the whole set of movements was completed, Shui Binger was sweating profusely, and her favorability towards Fu Yi reached a high of 98. Hoo. After Shui Binger tried hard to adjust her breathing several times, the feeling of weakness in her body gradually dissipated, and then she felt that her body became clearer at this moment. This was a feeling she had never experienced when practicing yoga alone. You are worthy of being Brother Fu Yi. Practicing yoga with you and practicing it on my own have completely different effects. At this moment, Shui Binger lay directly in Fu Yi's arms like a rogue, and her delicate face was unwilling to leave Fu Yi's arms. Rustling. A tiny sound came from the bed, and Shui Binger, the captain of the Tian Shui team, turned around and looked at Fu Yi face to face. Shui Yuer, Yuhero and Shen Liuyu who were inside the closet held their breath and dared not make a sound. What happened today would definitely be a topic of conversation for the 3 sisters after dinner for some time to come. You know, their captain would never be caught by them, and now they can finally find a reason to tease each other. But now it feels like my big sister is going to get there first. Brother Fu Yi, the dean and Binger said that all men are bad and they forbid us from dating, but I think Brother Fu Yi is a very good person. Shui Binger was looking at Fu Yi seriously at this moment, with many unexpressible emotions hidden in her deep blue eyes. For 2 years, their elder brother Fu Yi had never kept to himself all the various cultivation techniques, martial arts, and methods for improving cultivation speed. Even the Juxiang Pavilion where elder sister Lu Erlong, who sponsored their academy, worked was also an asset of elder brother Fu Yi. Her heart might have been covered with ice by her sister, the dean, but during the more than 2 years of getting along with each other, the ice in her heart was gradually melting and turned into a pool of spring water. As she said this, Shui Binger held Fu Yi's perfect cheek with her left hand. Shui Binger's right hand seemed to have touched something, and her cheeks flushed instantly, but at this moment her movement stopped, and her ice-blue eyes seemed to be slightly evasive. Brother Fu Yi. The pink lips kissed Fu Yi directly, and Fu Yi's brain was blank at this moment. No, is this really Shui Binger? She, is not. She, for a long time, the lips are divided. Shui Binger's cheeks were flushed with shame, but there was some hesitation in her eyes when she looked at Fu Yi. Xiao, Zhu Zhuyun and Suo, who were under the bed, saw this scene and looked at each other. The three of them clearly felt each other's interest. Fu Yi's powder keg was also ignited by Shui Binger's action just now, but there were quite a lot of spectators at the scene, so, brother. Fu Yi, can you give Binger some more time? After hearing Shui Binger's words, Fu Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Shui Binger was the last one to come and was rational enough, otherwise who knows what would have happened. You little girl, hey be good, go back and have a rest. Having said this, Shui Binger actually kissed Fu Yi on the cheek again. Boom. Hee, after this sweet kiss, I will be yours. In the future, I will give myself to brother Fu Yi. Shui Binger's current favorability is 100%, and the maximum level of favorability has been locked. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing Shui Binger. As the fragrance of orchids in her ears gradually faded away, Shui Binger trotted out of the room. After Shui Binger left for a long time, the three little girls who were peeking in the closet finally came in one after another. Bo. Shui Yuer imitated her sister and gave Fu Yi a sweet kiss, then leaned close to Fu Yi's ear and whispered softly, Hee, brother Fu Yi, my sister and I will come over when the time comes. The second person to come over was Shen Liuyu. Wouldn't Brother Fu Yi, sister Binger is so mean. We clearly told her not to compete with others for you. But Liuyu will come to find you too. After Shen Liuyu comes Yu Haro. Brother Fu Yi, they are all so mean, but Hai Ro will get there before them. After the three women left, Xiao, Zhu Zhuyun and Suo appeared from under the bed. But Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuyun put the blushing Suo on the bed with sly smiles on their faces. Sister Suo, we agreed under the bed that you would be the pioneer today. Xiao Suo, as your teacher, I order you to take the lead today. Snow Dance. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuyun. Fu Yi, end of this chapter. Chapter 92 Heading to the Star Forest. 2.5 days later. At noon, the scorching sun shines fiercely on the ground, waking up the sleepy people. The crystal dew hanging on the leaves had long been dried by the scorching sun, and the morning breeze turned into a thick warm current at this moment. Tianda City, on the top floor of Tingxiang Hotel, in the luxurious suite number 4 where Fu Yi lives. Fu Yi had already put on his gilded robe, because he wanted Zhu Qin to get the third spirit ring. Actually, it was just a small excuse to prevent Tang San from absorbing the spirit ring and spirit bone of the human-faced demon spider. Fu Yi has already tested Zhu Zuking's physique with the help of the system's detection card. Now her third soul ring can absorb the soul rings of ordinary soul beasts that are less than 3,300 years old. This is also one of the benefits that Fu Yi has brought them from practicing this yoga technique during this period of time, which is to widen their meridians and enhance their ability to withstand stress. Don't ask why they went to the Xinga Great Forest when they had a god-given spirit ring. The reason they asked was simply to find a reason to kill the human-faced demon spider and not leave it to Tang San, and to push the plot forward at the same time. Looking back at Xiao Wu and the other two girls who were still sleeping on the bed, Fu Yi felt helpless. A super Douluo and 2 soul lords actually dared to challenge the dignity of an ultimate Douluo. God knows how infuriating it was when I felt sorry for those 3 people a few days ago but was led by Xiao Wu to act arrogantly. In the Xinga Great Forest, inside a post station 100 miles away, Fu Yi flew slowly with Zhu Zhuqing and finally arrived here before dusk. If his guess was correct, then he would be able to meet those Shrek members who were mediocre and did not dare to cause trouble. However, Fu Yi was very curious. Shrek only had 4 aboriginal members, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. Where would they find the remaining 3 members? Could it be that Shrek Academy was going to be disbanded before it even started? Brother Fu Yi, today we. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing, who was standing behind Fu Yi, pulled at the corner of Fu Yi's clothes, and it could be seen that she seemed a little nervous. Well, let's rest here for one night. I'll take you to hunt spirit rings tomorrow. Fu Yi likes this little kitten Zhu Zhuqing very much. She is calm and courageous. She knows that her talent is not top-notch, so she works several times harder than others to catch up with others. You should know that the most hard-working person among the Shrek 7 devils in the original novel is Zhu Zhuqing, but without the blessing of the magic grass, the person most likely to become a god besides Tang Sen is Oscar. After all, a food-type soul master with innate full soul power is no joke. Of course, this is none of Fu Ye's business. He would not cultivate an unstable factor, especially since the other party is a man. Goo goo. Zhu Zuking's stomach was growling, her cheeks were slightly red and she lowered her head as if to ease the embarrassment. You must be hungry. I'll take you to dinner. Fu Yi gently pressed Zhu Zuking's little head, and then he brought Zhu Zhuqing, the little black cat, to the largest restaurant here. This restaurant seemed to have been through a lot of weather. The wooden walls were a bit mottled and there were a few tiles missing from the sides. But even in such a seemingly dilapidated place, there are quite a lot of people inside, and this hotel also provides accommodation services. Looking at the attire of these diners, Fu Yi could guess that most of them were soul masters who came here to hunt for spirit rings, or to hunt for soul beasts to get their flesh and bones in exchange for money to supplement their family income. There were a few simple tables and chairs placed at the entrance of the hotel. Perhaps because it was cool outside, there were a few tables of people sitting at the entrance, toasting each other. Walking into the restaurant, the interior layout is also very simple. The outermost layer is a few wooden tables and wooden chairs. The area closer to the inside and the window is equipped with some better configurations, including solid wood chairs with soft backrests, and tables and chopsticks that look more refined. The cashier counter of this store is a long counter with various wine jars and utensils placed behind it. It can be said that the owner of this store knows what it means to save where necessary and spend where necessary. Boss, please bring all the signature dishes here, and open 2 rooms for me. Fu Yi casually threw 1,000 gold soul coins in front of the waiter, and the other party couldn't take his eyes off the bag of gold soul coins. Yes, yes, yes. Please take a seat first. The waiter who was in charge of collecting money came out directly at this time, and took Fu Yi and Zhu Qing to the best and quietest place on the first floor with a smile on his face. However, when he saw Zhu Qing beside Fu Yi, his dark eyes turned around in his eye sockets. Objective, we will serve the dishes you requested right away, but... The waiter turned around pretentiously and looked at the packed room. We only have one upper room left. The rest have all been rented out. Please see. Listening to the waiter's classic speech, Fu Yi said that you are a boy with a good eye and will become a great man in the future. There's only one room left, but we have 2. Before Fu Yi could finish speaking, the waiter started answering. Don't worry, our room is very big and fully equipped. It can accommodate 3 or 4 people at the same time. After hearing the waiter's words, Fu Yi turned around and looked at Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing, you have to absorb the spirit ring tomorrow, so this room is for you to rest. Conan from Japan once said that you have to pretend when it is time to pretend, and only by retreating in order to advance can you be a real man. This. After hearing Fu Yi's words, Zhu Qing had a 2-second mental storm. It's okay. Brother Fu Yi and I can just sleep in the same room and rest. It's hard enough for you to bring me here to hunt for spirit rings, and he just said that the room is big, so. Omitted here. The waiter exchanged glances with Fu Yi before leaving. As a true man, he knew what the other was thinking just by eye contact. Waiter, boss, I have done the job for you. Fu Yi, boy, I'll give you a thumbs up. Fu Yi and Zhu Qing sat inside the restaurant and waited quietly. After all, it takes time for the food to be served. But at this moment, a noisy sound came from the door. Tang-san, what's wrong with your brother? It's fine that he let you carry him on the way here, but look at him now. Hearing this voice, Fu Yi already knew who the people were. Weren't they those unlucky guys from Shrek Academy? Looking back, I saw several familiar figures. Flanders, Zhao Wuji, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Tang San, and Tang Chuan. How did our God King's reincarnation, Lord Tang Chuan, come back? Wasn't he a medicine slave in Douluo's medicine garden? Could it be that old guy Tang Hao went to rescue him? Fu Yi carefully scanned Tang Chuan's body, and the poison on his forehead was really gone. But these are not important. Be it Tang Chuan, Tang San or the God Realm, they basically pose no threat to him. Now he just doesn't want those self-righteous people or gods to disturb his carefree days. Hey, brother, why don't you just be honest? You've been away for 2.5 years and you're back with scars all over your body. Tell Teacher Zhao and the Dean about your grievances. They will help you, too. Tang San's words were like a sharp knife piercing straight into Tang Chuan's chest, tearing the scar in his heart that had long since healed. Confess? How do you want me to confess? Those monkeys, those scumbags, those 3 wretched scums. And Douluo who imprisoned me for 2 periods of time. He hates it, he hates it. End of this chapter. Chapter 93 Encounter with Shrek Academy. Fatty, stop standing there and order some food. You're the best eater. Dai Mubai kicked Ma Hongjun in the butt from behind, but even though he was kicked, he still went to order food with a smile on his face. What a joke. Dai Mubai is the biggest financial backer among them. Dean Flanders and his men don't care about their food and drink. Now they can only rely on Dai Mubai. Ahem. Don't worry, boss Dai. If nothing else, we are definitely first-rate when it comes to eating. Seeing Ma Hongjun hurriedly drawing the menu with a pen, Dai Mubai turned his gaze to Tang San and the others with a slight smile on his face. It's fate that we can all go to school together at Shrek. I'm the oldest, so today's meal can be considered as a welcome dinner for Tang-san and the others. As Dai Mubai looked over, he saw that in addition to the two brothers Tang Chuan and Tang San who had just joined Shrek, there were also two new students, a boy and a girl, with peculiar figures. But looking at their slightly curious eyes looking around, Fu Yi guessed that they might have entered by meeting Shrek's passing line. At this moment, two virtual templates appeared in front of Fu Yi. Name, Ximen Qing. Age, 12 years old. Soul Power, Level 21 Strong Attack Master. Martial Soul, Iron Fan. Name, Pan Jinlian. Age, 12 years old. Soul Power, Level 21 Auxiliary Soul Master. Martial Soul, Lotus. However, at this moment, Pan Jinlian was looking straight at Tang Chuan. Judging from her muscular body, she was not a weak woman. Even Ma Hongjun, who couldn't suppress his lust when he saw a woman, didn't even look at the other person. Ximen Qing, on the other hand, looked weak and frail, and walked in a sissy manner, with his finger pinched into a clenched shape. It was hard to associate him with a strong attacking spirit master. Objective, your dish is here. At this moment, the waiter and several waiters served Fu Yi the delicious food. There is some low-level soul beast meat in it, which is more nutritious than ordinary meat. Zhu Qing, let's eat. At this moment, Zhu Qing was staring at Fu Yi in a daze without blinking, and she came back to her senses instantly after hearing his words. Okay. Oscar, look. The girl at that table wearing black tights has a really hot body. Just as Fu Yi and Zhu Qing were happily having dinner, they didn't expect that Shrek's group of problem children would find trouble with them before the old turtle in the original book even appeared. Oh wow, it's true. And she is so beautiful. Even prettier than the top lady from the day before yesterday. Oscar and Ma Hongjun's eyes were like detectors, scanning Zhu Qing, but most of their sight was blocked by Fu Yi who was sitting opposite Zhu Qing. Damn it, that kid is really ruining the mood, he actually dared to block me from looking at the beauty. At this moment, Ma Hongjun spat on the ground, and Oscar also looked unhappy. After all, there is Pan Jinlian, a girl who is more manly than any other man in Shrek today, so there is no need for them to restrict their own quality and behavior. In the original novel, they dared to make dirty jokes to the female students of Kangui Academy in front of three girls, Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong. Now that there are only boys and one tomboy in the academy, they have become even more unscrupulous. After hearing Oscar and Ma Hongjun's discussion, Tang San, Dai Mubai and others also turned their eyes to Zhu Qing who was eating, and Fu Yi naturally noticed this. However, Tang San's eyes narrowed after seeing Zhu Qing's figure. That's right, Tang San was simply stunned. After all, he is a virgin who has lived 2 lives. In the original novel, he had Xiao Wu to accompany him, but now he has never even held a girl's hand. The most beautiful girls he had ever seen were Xiao Wu and Wu Ling, and Zhu Qing's appearance was obviously not inferior to Xiao Wu and her figure was even better. When Dai Mubai saw Zhu Qing's appearance clearly, the excitement in his eyes instantly turned into fear. At this moment, he looked at the young man sitting opposite Zhu Qing with horror. No, it's impossible. How could it be? How could it be him? Dai Mubai's weird look was seen by Tang Chuan. He was extremely depressed at the moment. His Xiao Wu was taken away. He originally wanted to enslave Dugu Yen, but he became Dugu Bo's drug slave for more than 2 years. After arriving at Shrek, he found that the 2 girls, Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong, had disappeared, and all his teammates had been replaced. This discovery made him feel a little panic, and he guessed that this world did not seem to be the world he had ever existed in, but a parallel time and space with similar people and things to the original time and space. Having been the God King for so many years, Tang Chuan has a wide range of knowledge. Now Shrek has undergone a major reshuffle, the Blue Bully Academy has disappeared, and the Juxiang Pavilion Hotel has appeared inexplicably. Only a parallel world can explain so many changes. But he knew clearly that no matter how the world changed, the Spirit Hall's ambition to unify the continent would always exist. Bibi Dong had now obtained the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, and the angel god Qianrongxu would probably soon pass the angel god's assessment. No. He, Tang Chuan, can't just disappear into the crowd like this. Shui Yi has the vast sea universe cover of Poseidon Island, and Dugu Bo must have hidden all the magic herbs. As long as he can rely on foresight to steal a magic herb and successfully get the vast sea universe cover, he can also start the test of Poseidon in advance. As for the assessment of the Shura god, I only need to rely on hidden weapons to kill my way through the city of slaughter in advance. Later, he will naturally beg me to take the Shura god's throne like a dog. Thinking of this, Tang Chuan felt a little better. I am the former ruler of the god realm, the former god of wisdom, Tang San. He only needs to make a slight move to reach the limit of the continent. As long as he can become a god, he can do whatever he wants. What Fu Yi, what Wuhan Hall. He swore to make Dugu Bo watch his granddaughter kneeling on the ground and licking the soles of his shoes. He wanted to make all those who were hostile to him become slaves under his feet. Thinking of this, he also turned his gaze in the direction Ma Hongjun pointed, but he saw a scene that made him unbelievable. Zhu Qing. How could it be Zhu Qing? How could she appear here? When he came back to his senses, he happened to meet Fu Yi's golden eyes as he turned around and looked at them. Tang Chuan froze on the spot when he saw Fu Yi's familiar face. Fu Yi met their gazes and glanced at them, then sat directly next to Zhu Zhuqing. In the envious gazes of Ma Hongjun, Oscar and other Shrek members, he hugged Zhu Zhuqing in his arms in front of them. End of this chapter. Chapter 94, Jealous Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai leaves. Chapter 94, Jealous Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai leaves. Zhu Zhuqing's current favorability is 90%. Zhu Zhuqing naturally noticed the aggressive looks from those people over there, but she didn't want to cause trouble for brother Fu Yi, so she could only be patient and ignore them. But she didn't expect that brother Fu Yi would sit next to her and hold her in his arms. Oh, mouth. Ma Hongjun's lustful eyes were almost burning with jealousy. Why? Because he was handsome. Because he was a gigolo. Damn. He actually dared to provoke your fatty. Today I will let this kid know how powerful his fatty is. Ma Hongjun is not a good person, and now the evil fire in his body has been drawn out a little. Now he is like a man who has taken stimulants and is completely irrational. Fatty, stop it. It's enough to just look at her. No matter how pretty she is, it has nothing to do with us. Although Oscar has been influenced by the various cultural backgrounds of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, he still knows what can be done and what cannot be done. At this moment, he held Ma Hongjun's arm tightly. After all, although Oscar was lustful, he was not a sex maniac. He could not do something like Dai Mubai did, which was to rob other people's girlfriends and fiancés. Haha, since I saw it, it's a big deal. She has such a great figure, but she's dressed so slutty. It's obvious that she's not a good person. At this time, Ma Hongjun's lower abdomen and the sperm in his brain were already running in two directions. At this moment, he just wanted to vent his inner desires. Fu Yi's eyes flashed with murderous intent after hearing what Ma Hongjun said, but he did not attack directly. Instead, he wanted to see what the other party would do next. Seeing that he could no longer hold Ma Hongjun back, Oscar directly called out to Dai Mubai, who was sitting beside him with his head lowered and not daring to say a word. Boss Dai, Tang-san, why don't you come over and help hold Fatty back? I can't hold him back any longer. Oscar was really having a hard time. Didn't Fatty just put out the evil fire last night? Why did he come again today? But at this moment, a sly smile appeared on Tang Chuan's lips. He knew the rules in the academy. Those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre. Fu Yi stole his wife, so he could let Ma Hongjun and Tang San give away their heads to help him vent his anger. He didn't ask for anything, just to make Fu Yi upset. That was enough. Oscar, stop stopping Fatty. Didn't the dean tell us? People who don't dare to cause trouble are mediocre. Are you willing to be a coward? Oscar was also stunned after hearing Tang Chuan's words. Although he looked down on Tang San, his brother with a scar on his face, from the bottom of his heart, the other party was a genuine soul master, and what the other party said was exactly what the dean had told them. Brother Chuan, isn't this a bit inappropriate? What are you afraid of? The dean is here to protect us. Only a dozen seconds later, except for Dai Mubai who disappeared inexplicably, the other 6 people of Shrek all came to the place not far from the gorgeous wooden table where Fu Yi was. However, at this time, Fu Yi was interacting sweetly with Zhu Zhuqing under the guise of doing good for her. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to know that Fu Yi was helping her out, so at this moment she sat obediently on Fu Yi's lap, with her delicate face gently pressed against Fu Yi's chest, and she slowly ate the shrimps that Fu Yi fed her. How's it going? Is it delicious? Fu Yi's voice was very soft. After hearing his words, Zhu Zhuqing nodded with a blushing face. This scene was seen by the 6 people present. Looking up at the Shrek people who were slowly approaching, Fu Yi picked up a piece of crystal clear shrimp and put it in his mouth. Then, under the envious and jealous gazes of the 6 people, he fed it to Zhu Zhuqing's pink lips. Zhu Zhuqing was frightened by Fu Yi's intimate behavior, but at this moment she had no intention of resisting. She just closed her eyes slightly and savored the sweetness in her mouth. Zhu Zhuqing's current favorability is 95%. Kid, take your dirty hands and dirty mouth off this girl, and get out of my sight. Ma Hongjun, with 5 Shrek members, came to Fu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing aggressively. You know, Dai Mubai is a paper tiger now, and the reason why Ma Hongjun called Dai Mubai Big Boss is simply because the other party is willing to pay for his prostitution. If we really talk about strength, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun are only 60 to 40, with Dai Mubai 60% and Ma Hongjun 40%. But as long as Ma Hongjun can obtain the 3rd spirit ring, then the strength between him and Dai Mubai will be greatly reversed. By then, Dai Mubai will be completely defeated by him. Tang San, who has been in the 1st ring for 10 years, Tang Chuan, who has been in the 3rd ring for 10 years, Oscar, the food-type soul master, 2 new level 21 great soul masters, and Dai Mubai, whose martial soul has been destroyed by 90%. Among Shrek nowadays, only Ma Hongjun, the fire-breathing chicken, is considered to be one of the most powerful fighters. Ma Hongjun felt a little proud of his rising status and strength in the academy, and his character became more and more arrogant and domineering. Brother Fu Yi, Zhu Zhuqing and Fu Yi ignored Ma Hongjun's barking at this time. You have to know that Zhu Zhuqing has never been in such close contact with a boy before, let alone feeding him lip to lip or mouth to mouth. This is the first time. Be good, Zhuqing. I'll take you to hunt for spirit rings later. Fu Yi rubbed Zhu Zuking's little head, then turned his gaze to Ma Hongjun and his group who were almost in front of him. What's up? Fu Yi held Zhu Zhuqing in his arms and lay comfortably on the soft chair. Under the envious gazes of the other people, he did not forget to kiss Zhu Zuking's slightly red cheek again. You. Ma Hongjun was really furious at this moment. It had always been Shrek that bullied others, and no one had ever been able to bully them. What are you talking about? If you have nothing to do, please leave quickly. My little cat and I need to rest. Fu Yi looked at the Shrek members nonchalantly, and at this time Tang San also widened his eyes after seeing Fu Yi's appearance clearly. Teacher Fu Yi. Tang San's words at this moment caused 1,000 ripples. Except for Ma Hongjun, who was obsessed with sex, everyone else was stunned. Teacher. At this moment, Tang San never dreamed that he would meet the teacher who resigned early from Nottingham College here. Xiao San, your memory is still not very good. After all, I am your teacher for 4 years. Oh, I was recognized, but it doesn't matter. Everyone present today will be severely beaten, especially Ma Hongjun. If he can walk out intact, Fu Yi will commit suicide. Fuck it, I don't care if you're a teacher or not. If you piss off your fat uncle, I won't let you off so easily. Ma Hongjun looked at Zhu Zhuqing who was so close to him, and he finally couldn't hold back his anger. Phoenix, possessed. The first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Wire. End of this chapter. Chapter 95 Zhao Wuji, sudden. The fiery red rays carrying a scorching breath rushed straight towards Fu Yi's face. However, such a small attack was as powerless to Fu Yi as the faint breeze brought by the ant under his feet slightly raising its head. Fu Yi finally had a thorough understanding of the character of the Shrek students at this time. Dai Mubai was a weakling who bullied the weak and feared the strong, and Oscar was just a hypocrite who took advantage of his power to bully others. And the fat guy Ma Hongjun is just an animal in heat who thinks with his lower body. There is nothing he cannot do as long as he is aroused by the evil spirit. As for Tang San, haha, who doesn't know the character of the god King Tang? I am the first person in the animation industry to kill his wife to prove his truth. When others are strong, I am submissive. When I am strong, I am the best in the world. You say you don't agree. Then look at my sea god trident. Is it sharp? After all, he was a ruthless man who could be so cruel as to tear his daughter's soul in half. Even Fu Yi admired his methods very much. Oh. Before the deep red flame ray reached Fu Yi, it exploded out of thin air and then dissipated in front of everyone. The ignorant are fearless, but guilty. Since you spoke rudely to my girl and even insulted me, you will be tempered in this sea of fire. As Fu Yi's voice fell, Ma Hongjun was horrified to find that the flames on his body were becoming out of control. Boom. Raging flames rose up from Ma Hongjun's body. That's right, his flames were actually burning his own body. At this moment, a cluster of small flames appeared at Fu Yi's fingertips, and almost instantly changed from yellow to red, then to blue, and finally to a sticky purple-black color. As Fu Yi casually threw it at Ma Hongjun, the flames on the other's body also turned into black and purple almost at the same time. The terrifying high temperature made everyone present retreat. Ah, it's so hot. It's so hot. My hand, my hand. A shrill scream came from the sticky flames. Suffering such pain, Ma Hongjun no longer thought about the beauty. He just wanted to put out the flames on his body. But how could the black fire that Fu Yi created be easily extinguished? It was like a maggot on the tarsal bone, sticking to Ma Hongjun's body and unable to be shaken off. Almost the next second after the black flame started burning, a strong smell of burning emanated from Ma Hongjun's body. Fu Yi just leisurely held Zhu Qing and watched the scene happening in front of him. Doesn't this fat guy like women? He wants to make sure that he will never be able to touch a woman again in his life. Crackling. The moisture on the surface of Ma Hongjun's skin was quickly burned by the black fire, evaporated, and finally turned into black charcoal. However, the horrible black fire was still attached to the black charcoal, burning Ma Hongjun's body all the time. Ah, save me, save me, let me go, I was wrong, I shouldn't have done that, ah. He rolled wildly on the ground, while Oscar, Tang Chuan and others beside him all retreated 10 meters away. It was because the fire was too terrifying. You should know that Ma Hongjun's martial soul was originally the Nine Heavens Rainbow Phoenix, but it became the evil fire chicken due to the mutation of the martial soul. But even so, his resistance to fire is still very good. Otherwise, if the fire had burned Dai Mubai, he would probably be lying on the ground motionless. Hongjun. Ma Hongjun. At this moment, Shrek's teachers finally arrived. The leader was none other than Flanders, who was tortured to death by Fu Yi 2 years ago. Seeing how well he had recovered now, Fu Yi felt that he had gone too easy on him initially. When Flanders saw his beloved disciple being burned by flames, he immediately used his soul power to grab the other person and took him out of the hotel at an extremely fast speed and threw him into the wide river outside. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The black fire entered the river and instantly evaporated the incoming water. As Ma Hongjun sank, the surface of the lake was constantly bubbling with hot water. At this moment, a short, muscular middle-aged man came up to Oscar and the others. Oscar, who made Ma Hongjun like that? The short man's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the murderous intent emanating from his body could not be stopped. Teacher Zhao, no, it's us. That's right, the person standing in front of Oscar is the vice president of Shrek, the notorious devil Zhao Wuji. It's you, right? You made Ma Hongjun look like this. Zhao Wuji was filled with murderous intent at this moment, and it was obvious that he really wanted to kill himself. Fu Yi looked at Zhao Wuji calmly, and did not forget to pinch Zhu Zuking's little face in his arms. Haha, I hate it when people show murderous intent in front of me. Looking at Zhao Wuji's bandit-like appearance, Fu Yi didn't want to say anything to him at all. First soul skill, the mighty diamond palm. He beat his student like this in front of him. If this got out, where would Zhao Wuji put his life? The golden giant hand rushed towards Fu Yi with the force of shaking a mountain, and it seemed that it wanted to beat him into a pulp. Teacher Zhao, don't. Although Tang San thinks Fu Yi is very strong, he is definitely not as strong as Zhao Wuji, the soul sage. After all, Fu Yi was his teacher who had taught him for 4 years, and it was reasonable for him to persuade teacher Zhao to let Fu Yi go. Of course, at most he could just give some advice. After all, the God King Tang during this period did have some character, but not much. Buzz. At some point, a 9-colored jade box appeared beside Fu Yi, and a red flaming sword with a terrifying temperature burst out from it. Fu Yi murmured softly, and at this time Zhao Wuji completed the martial spirit possession almost instantly. Everything is reduced to ashes. Almost in an instant, all the people and soul beasts within a 10-mile radius felt an indescribable heat, and Zhao Wuji also felt this breath that made him feel terrified. Hot hell. Fu Yi uttered softly, and the next moment the red flame sword carrying a blazing flame instantly broke through Zhao Wuji's first soul skill, and the carrier rushed straight to the opponent Zhao Wuji's heart with an unstoppable momentum. Not good. The 7th soul skill, the martial soul's true body. Pft. A red light flashed, and everything turned silent. Fu Yi was still leisurely teasing the blushing Zhu Qing in his arms, but Shrek's side showed horror at this time. Buzz. Crackling. Zhao Wuji's martial soul body, which was tens of feet tall, turned into a golden light spot and dissipated between heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, Tang San and Tang Chuan were all dumbfounded. It was killed instantly. Zhao Wuji, a high-level soul saint, was killed instantly after opening his martial soul body. Flames shot up from Zhao Wuji's body. This time, not even a burning smell was emitted. The blood-red flames instantly devoured Zhao Wuji's body. In front of them, he turned into a wisp of ash and dissipated between heaven and earth. Just at this time, Flanders came here with Ma Hongjun, who had already extinguished the black fire, and noticed Fu Yi sitting on the sofa. It's you. End of this chapter. Chapter 96 Zhu Qing takes the initiative, Dai Mubai eavesdrops through the wall. Chapter 96 Zhu Qing takes the initiative, Dai Mubai eavesdrops through the wall. Haha, aren't these old friends? I didn't expect that we would see each other again after 2 years. As Zhao Wuji turned into ashes and disappeared between heaven and earth, Flanders, the honorary dean of Shrek, finally arrived, but he met someone he never wanted to see again in his life. After hearing Fu Yi's words, Flanders' pupils shrank, and then, under the surprised gazes of the Shrek students, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. These naughty students of mine have offended you out of ignorance. Please forgive them. I can take them away right now." Flanders was really scared at this time. Judging from the character of his apprentice Ma Hongjun, he naturally knew what the other party would do, not to mention that there was such a beautiful girl in Fu Yi's arms. Haha, that won't do. Not only did your good disciple just say he wanted to beat me, he also wanted to snatch the girl from my arms. As for Flanders' educational standards, Fu Yi could only say that he was truly rubbish. How could a soul sage teach such a group of bastard students who dared not cause trouble? Was he a mediocre person? Your Majesty, but you have already killed my brother. However, before he could finish his words, he saw a flash of sword light, and the opponent's arm was cut off easily. Pft. Blood gushed out from the opponent's shoulder, but Flanders, worthy of being a soul sage, managed to hold back from uttering any screams. He just knelt on the ground, covering his broken arm, enduring the pain and saying nothing. Your brother. Anyone who dared to show murderous intent towards me seems to be dead. Fu Yi looked at Flanders indifferently with his cold eyes. The other party was really sensible and did not fight with him because of Zhao Wuji's death and his broken arm. Seeing Flanders standing there in silence, covering his broken arm, Fu Yi was too lazy to talk to him anymore. As the dean of the academy, you indulge your students to do evil. You are really the same as you were 2 years ago. Sure. Another flash of sword light appeared, and Ma Hongjun's entire right arm, whose body was burned to charcoal, was torn off by Fu Yi. Blood was flowing from his shoulder, and his face was turning pale at an extremely fast speed. Hongjun. Flanders was extremely regretful at this moment. How could he allow his apprentices to linger in brothels? If he could restrain them, they would not have offended Fu Yi, the plague god, today. He regrets it. However, Ma Hongjun had been burned to death at this time, and Tang Chuan looked at Fu Yi with horror. What did he just hear? Your Majesty. Flanders actually called Fu Yi Your Majesty. The other party was actually a titled Douluo. But how was this possible? How could such a young titled Douluo exist on the continent? Your Majesty, look. Get out. Fu Yi had nothing nice to say to Flanders. It was because of his kindness that the other party was able to save his life last time. This time, considering that his attitude is still sincere, I will break one arm each of his and his apprentice's arms. As for that trash Ma Hongjun, his cooking is even worse than that of a roasted suckling pig. Other people's roasted suckling pigs only need to have crispy skin, but he is already burnt. Not to mention medium rare, the whole person is at least medium rare. If the other party did not have soul power and a certain resistance to fire, he would have turned into a pile of ash by now. Of course, Fu Yi also held back, otherwise the opponent would definitely be turned into ashes in an instant like Xiao Wuji. Brother Fu Yi, they. Zhu Qing's face was flushed as Fu Yi held her hand in his arms, but she did not resist. She knew very well that some things would eventually come, and now she did not need to worry about family affairs, nor did she need to worry about survival and cultivation. This kind of comfortable and happy life is something that others cannot have even if they want it. Are you full? If so, let's go upstairs and rest. Tang San and the others had already disappeared without a trace, and Fu Yi didn't want to care about them. After all, he didn't come here to crush them to death this time, but if they really wanted to kill themselves here, Fu Yi wouldn't mind sending them to reincarnation first. Well, brother Fu Yi, I'm full. Zhu Zuking's cheeks were flushed, and she closed her beautiful eyes nervously when she said this. Zhu Zuking's current favorability is 98%. So, under the horrified and envious gazes of the remaining diners, Fu Yi carried Zhu Qing up the stairs. At this time, Zhu Qing just buried her face in Fu Yi's arms, and a trace of mist came out of her cheeks due to the heat. Fu Yi's upper room is on the 4th floor of the restaurant, which is also the top floor. Although the restaurant downstairs is not very good, the rooms on the top floor are very good. Even if it is not as luxurious as the Rose Hotel, it is not much worse. When you step into the room, the first thing you see is a large goose yellow bed. The two small rooms around it are also filled with many daily necessities. After washing up, Fu Yi lay down on the big bed wearing his loose gold-plated pajamas, while Zhu Qing walked slowly into the bathroom with a red face, and it could be seen that she seemed very nervous. Crash. Fu Yi lay on the bed, looking at the Soul Master magazine on the bedside table very comfortably. This is a log produced by the Spirit Hall, which contains some information about the current status of Spirit Masters and some simple knowledge about Spirit Masters. But watching this thing is just for fun. After all, many things in it have no basis in reality and are just fantasies. Rustling. Just then a slight sound came from the direction of the bathroom. Clap. Soon the bathroom door was opened, and a beautiful figure walked out, carrying a wisp of mist. Black cat ears, black cat tail, purple gauze dress, lace suspenders. Fu Yi, that's right, Zhu Qing is cheating. She is actually in a state of being possessed by a martial spirit at this moment. You should know that after a beast spirit possesses a body, it will have more obvious spirit characteristics, just like Zhu Qing and Zhu Ziyun's spirits are netherworld cats, so when they are possessed by spirits they will have cat ears and cat tails. Brother Fu Yi, am I beautiful? Zhu Zuking's current favorability is 99%. Looking at Zhu Zuking's extremely foul operation, Fu Yi said he couldn't stand it. He had originally planned to wait 2 years until the kitten was fully cooked before eating it, but now it seems that it would taste more refreshing if it was a little green. You have to know that Fu Yi is an out-and-out pervert. If you use such beauty to seduce him, you can only say that you have caught a weak spot. Zhu Qing walked in a cat-like manner and arrived in front of Fu Yi in just a few breaths. Stepping gently onto the bed, the fresh and milky fragrance emanating from Zhu Zuking's body after bathing rushed straight into Fu Yi's nostrils. Zhu Qing, are you sure? If you take this step, there will be no turning back. Although Fu Yi said this, at this moment he was extremely domineering and pushed Zhu Qing against the wall. On the other side of the wall, Dai Mubai was startled by the noise, but when he heard the other party say the name Zhu Qing, his pupils suddenly shrank. At this moment, he put his ear against the wall with a nervous expression. He couldn't believe the sound he just heard. End of this chapter. Chapter 97. Dai Mubai collapsed. Chapter 97. Dai Mubai collapsed. Impossible. This is impossible. How could she do this? How could she do this to me? No. I don't believe it. Dai Mubai was almost going crazy at this time. Although he had made an engagement with Zhu Qing on the surface, their private cancellation of the engagement would not count without the approval of the royal family. But now that Zhu Qing was really going to leave him, Dai Mubai was completely panicked. If he thought that Zhu Qing lay in Fu Yi's arms just to make him angry before in the restaurant, the current situation means that she has completely lost hope in him and wants to cut off contact with him completely. Huh, brother Fu Yi, am I not beautiful? Her voice was very soft. During this period, her sister would do ideological work on her every night. Coupled with her sister's excited descriptions of her every night, she also felt some strange movements in her heart. After all, whether in terms of character, ability or appearance, brother Fu Yi is the best boy she knows. No, you are very beautiful, even more beautiful than your sister. Dai Mubai felt all this and his heterochromatic pupils were filled with anger. At this moment, even his breathing became heavier. To him, the actions of Fu Yi and Zhu Qing were undoubtedly a slap in the face. Of course, even if Fu Yi knew what the other person was thinking, he would still scorn it. After all, it was you who abandoned him, and now it is you who is licking his face and asking for a reconciliation. People maintain their innocence for you, but you throw yourself into the colorful world right in front of them, and flirt with those so-called wild flowers. Sometimes Fuyi really couldn't understand Dai Mubai's strange train of thought. If you say he is a coward, he is a real coward. If you say he is useless, he is still somewhat useful. If you say he is loyal, he betrays his brothers. If you say he is disloyal, he still has some conscience. But these have nothing to do with Fuyi. Xiao Mao has now broken off her engagement with Dai Mubai, so she is a free person. Parental matchmaking, royal marriage, all these are nothing in front of Fuyi. In this world, only strength is the most important thing. The little kitten lying in Fuyi's arms had a face full of shame and anger. After all, Big Brother Fuyi said that she was beautiful and even prettier than her sister, so why didn't she make any move yet? She was beginning to doubt her own charm. After all, what she was facing now seemed different from what her sister had said. Listening to Zhu Qing's words and watching the other party's actions, Fuyi knew that this must have been taught by that little woman Zhu Zhuyun. After all, in his impression, although the other party was not naive, she was almost there. Zhu Qing, what should I do? What my sister taught me is totally different from what I am facing, and she is not here now. What should I do next? Zhu Qing was a little panicked. After all, according to her idea, it should be a gradual process and then come naturally. But brother Fuyi, the little kitten, was very upset. She wanted to give herself away but found that it was not so easy to implement. She was very curious about how her sister had accomplished this feat. Kielo. Zhu Qing swallowed her saliva. At this moment, she was already caught up in self-confusion and even began to feel insecure about her appearance and figure. Her eyes began to become nervous and a little erratic. At this moment, she could only turn her attention to other things and not look at Fuyi's handsome face. Soon her eyes were attracted by Fuyi's abdominal muscles again. With smooth, white, strong and domineering abdominal muscles, Zhu Qing seemed to have forgotten that she was lying in Fuyi's arms. In Fuyi's eyes, her current behavior seemed to be no different from that of a fool. Zhu Qing, brother Fuyi's abdominal muscles are so big. She seemed to be a little excited, and she pinched them with her fair little hands. Well, brother Fuyi's abdominal muscles are not only big, but also very hard. On the other side, Dai Mubai leaned against the wall with no desire to live. Where was his former high spirits? He was like a lost dog. Dai Mubai was completely desperate at this time. Fuyi was a titled Douluo and he could not pose any threat to him at all, and he could not even talk to the Star Luo Empire. After knowing this, they will definitely try their best to win over Fuyi, and then spare no effort to kill me. Dai Mubai's eyes, which alternated between red and blue, were filled with bloodshot. He had never imagined that he would end up like this. Fuyi watched the kitten entertaining itself, and he didn't do anything. Girls like her who were both aloof and a little naive were rare in the Douluo continent. But now, Zhao Wuji is dead, Flanders is seriously injured, and Ma Hongjun is half dead. After this series of events, they are forced to go back. The main reason he came here this time was to destroy Tang Sen's third spirit ring and external spirit bone, but now it seems that this matter is not urgent. Unknowingly, the night had passed quietly, and Dai Mubai, who had fainted in the middle of the night due to grief, left after waking up. He didn't want to stay in this sad place any longer. After leaving here, Dai Mubai found that all his companions had left, so he simply left this sad place and returned to Shrek. Evening is coming. The sound of mist never stops. Product, Powerful Endurance Recovery Potion. After taking this potion, you will continuously recover your spirit, physical strength, and injuries for 3 days without any side effects. Stock, 99999 plus, price, 0. The original intention of this endurance potion was for Fuyi to restore his soul power and recover from his injuries, but what was unexpected was that this thing would actually have a miraculous effect in this aspect. Fuyi's use of this thing is just like the nobles' use of whale glue and musk. The nobles used the things that improved the soul master's physique and martial soul quality as tools for their own entertainment. Fuyi used this continuous recovery potion to cheer up his wife. In fact, what Fuyi couldn't understand the most was the soul master system of Douluo continent. After all, in other fantasy worlds, practitioners could kill millions of troops with a wave of their hands, but look at Douluo here. What about 100,000 troops killing a soul Douluo, and tens of thousands of troops killing a soul emperor or soul saint, not to mention using the high-explosive grenade, Buddha's Wrath Lotus, to directly seriously injure a god-angel god. Later, a rifle bullet called Guanyan's Tears pierced the heart of the god-angel god and almost killed him. All these inexplicable behaviors made Fuyi feel a great crisis. After all, a grenade would definitely kill a person, but you said that you could seriously injure a god. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to tell others about it? After becoming a god, he punched 100,000 tons. What about the semi-trailer in the previous life? Not to mention the 100-ton king in the Magic Modification series, a 3-wheeled vehicle can pull 5 sea god tridents. Are you confused? End of this chapter. Chapter 98, Meeting Meng Yuan again, the human-faced demonic spider. Chapter 98, Meeting Meng Yuan again, the 1,000-year-old human-faced demonic spider. On the morning of the 4th day, Zhu Zhuqing, who had slept all day, finally regained some mobility, but her limping posture looked a little strange. "Little wild cat, how do you feel?" Fu Yi looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was limping and had a stubborn look on her face, with a bit of pride on his face. Then, while he was not paying attention, he took a step forward and hugged her in his arms, gently stroking her still swollen belly, which made her blush. "You have to know that you are the blood of the dragon god. The things in your body are excellent supplements for soul masters with beast martial souls. Humph, it's all your fault. No matter how much you eat, it's never enough." Zhu Zhuqing tried her best to push the bad guy Fu Yi away. God knows how she got through the past few days. Thinking back to the ridiculous things she had done in the past few days, she wanted to dig a small hole and bury herself in it. "TSK, I don't know who is holding me and saying it's not enough and keeps whining." After hearing Fu Yi's words, Zhu Zhuqing pounced on Fu Yi and blocked his mouth with her fair little hands. "Don't say it, or I will." Seeing the blush on Zhu Zhuqing's pretty face, Fu Yi closed his mouth. After all, even though the kitten had been eaten clean by him, it was still very thin-skinned in public. As soon as they got downstairs, they saw Dai Mubai sitting alone eating with a lonely look on his face. However, neither he nor Zhu Qing paid any attention to each other. Fu Yi paid a little attention to him, while Zhu Qing just treated him as a passerby. After going through the ups and downs of the past 3 days, Zhu Qing felt much more natural sitting in Fu Yi's arms than before. Just as Fu Yi and Zhu Qing were ordering food, Dai Mubai finally noticed them. Dai Mubai's eyes regained some spirit the moment he saw Zhu Zhuqing, but when he saw Fu Yi's large palm slowly stroking Zhuqing's slightly bulging belly as a veteran driver, Dai Mubai recalled that the other party had been in the room for 3 days, and he understood Zhu Zhuqing's situation almost immediately. After a moment of unconsciousness, he was in a trance and even stuffed the food on the chopsticks into his nostrils without noticing. Fu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing were flirting with each other, while Dai Mubai was sitting there with lifeless eyes. Less than half an hour passed, and Fu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing were ready. "Zhuqing, how are you? Are you full?" Zhu Zhuqing was shocked after hearing Fu Yi's words. "No, you've been eating it for 3 days. If you eat it again, it will go bad." "No, I'm asking if you've had enough food. We're going to get the spirit rings." Finally, Dai Mubai, who had been patient for 3 days, couldn't hold back his anger anymore. "Ah, I hate it. I hate it. Why in heaven's name would you play with me like this? Ah, the sound is getting farther and farther away." That's right, Dai Mubai finally couldn't stand it anymore, and left here like crazy, running desperately in the direction of Shrek. Dai Mubai, wah. Fu Yi, Zhu Zhuqing, no. This time, Fu Yi had to respect Dai Mubai. Although he is not a real man, he is really smart. The Star Forest is an extremely vast world. From a distance, it was an endless green ocean, with tall and dense trees like giant green umbrellas, blocking out the sky and the sun. The sun shone through the gaps between the branches with difficulty, forming mottled light and shadows, as if golden threads were dancing in the forest. The ancient trees were thick and tall, and their trunks were covered with moss and traces of soul beasts walking. Some of the trees are twisted and coiled, but their leaves are emerald green, rustling in the breeze. The ground is covered with thick brown fallen leaves and humus, which is soft and elastic when stepped on. Fu Yi came to the Star Forest again, but this time he didn't come to play with Ah Wu and the others. After all, it was not time to turn over the cards yet. At least he had to wait until the day after tomorrow to play with them, Russell. As soon as Fu Yi and Zhu Qing arrived here, he immediately spread his spiritual power. For him, finding a suitable soul beast was extremely easy. As Fu Yi's spiritual power covered dozens of kilometers around, he soon found a soul beast that was very suitable for Zhu Qing. "Brother Fu Yi, what kind of soul beast are you going to find for me for my 3rd soul ring?" Zhu Zhuqing had gradually regained her mobility by now, and she no longer limped when she walked, although her gait did not seem very natural. "Well, I found it for you. It's a 3,000-year-old night dragon. It still has a trace of true dragon blood, so its quality is pretty good." Fu Yi's words frightened Zhu Zhuqing. "Is it so fast? You know, they just came to Xingda Great Forest. Let's go, I'll take you there to absorb the spirit ring first." Fu Yi gently embraced Zhu Zhuqing, and the two of them disappeared from the spot in an instant. On the other side, a black shadow about 3 meters long was fleeing frantically in the forest, and behind it was a tall figure holding a dragon-headed cane. "Damn beast, running so fast." The tall figure cursed inwardly, then increased his speed after looking at the old man and the young man who were following closely behind him. That's right, they are Mr. Long, Mrs. Snake, and their granddaughter Meng Yuan. Because the 1,000-year-old cockatoo they found at the beginning escaped, but fortunately they encountered this 1,000-year-old human-faced demon spider, which is more suitable for their granddaughter than the previous cockatoo. "Grandma, let's speed up too." "No need. Believe in your grandfather's strength. He is a powerful soul Douluo." Fu Yi brought Zhu Zhuqing to the lair of the Dark Night Dragon, which was a very deep cave. The Dark Night Dragon should be resting at the bottom of the cave. After all, this kind of creature hunts at night. You have to know that the true strength of a dark night dragon with a trace of true dragon blood is probably twice its age. However, the absorption conditions of these top-grade spirit rings are not much higher than those of ordinary spirit rings. This is why the children of large families are looking for more powerful spirit rings. Shueihan, Tianhong, go get that brat out there. Fu Yi released his martial soul and divine sword box. You know, he hasn't summoned all the divine swords until now, and each sword of his martial soul is spiritual and can understand Fu Yi's simple orders. Shuh. 2 magic swords, 1 red and 1 blue, instantly pierced through the cave entrance. In less than a minute, Fu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing both felt the vibration under their feet. Ho 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 ho. A shrill dragon roar came from the cave, followed by a huge dark figure rushing towards the sky. The great red lotus hell is frozen. Fu Yi uttered softly, and then a terrifying ice blue light burst out from the Shui Han sword, and the sword pierced directly into the spine of the Dark Night Dragon. Boom! As the Dark Night Dragon was frozen until only its head was left, its huge body fell directly to the ground. End of this chapter. Chapter 99, The Strong Dragon Prince Gets Beaten Online. Chapter 99, The Strong Dragon Prince Gets Beaten Online. Pfft. Zhu Zhuqing was very natural. With the help of Fu Yi's claw opening, she pierced the Dark Night Dragon's brain directly with one claw. A deep purple soul ring slowly emerged from the Dark Night Dragon's huge body. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the deep purple soul ring on the body of the Dark Night Demon Dragon, and her eyes were filled with indescribable excitement. After all, this was her first 1000-year soul ring, and it was a 3000-year super soul ring that surpassed the age of ordinary soul rings. She could feel a strong soul power wave emanating from the soul ring of the Night Demon Dragon. She took a deep breath and began to absorb the soul ring. However, before absorbing it, she looked at Fu Yi with excitement. It's okay. With your physique, you can definitely absorb this spirit ring. Fu Yi came up to her and touched her little head, his voice full of confidence in her. Okay. She sat cross-legged and used her soul power to slowly guide the power of the soul ring into her body. At first, the soul ring gave off a strong resistance, as if it didn't want to be absorbed. But Zhu Zhuqing did not give up. With her firm will and tenacious perseverance, she continued to increase the output of her soul power. As time went by, the resistance of the spirit ring to her gradually weakened, and the countdown for her absorption of this spirit ring began. But there are always unexpected events. Fortunately, Fu Yi noticed early on that a little bug had stepped into his area. Sizzle. Not long after, a gigantic purple-black spider came straight towards Fu Yi through the big tree behind it. It was obvious that it was running very fast, so much so that it only noticed it when it saw a living person like Fu Yi approached it. Haha, you really are a 1750-year-old human-faced demon spider. I originally thought that I would have let you go if I hadn't met you, but with your current attitude of seeking death, even if the Azura god came here, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to stop you. Along with a golden shield that instantly covered Zhu Zhuqing tightly, Fu Yi punched directly on the armor on the abdomen of the human-faced demon spider. Boom! The punch went straight to the trunk of the tall ancient tree opposite, but did not immediately disintegrate into snow foam. This was naturally because Fu Yi was holding back. Because he discovered that the Dragon King and the Snake Queen and their 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren were following closely behind him. Sure. The next moment, Lord Long rushed out, but, 30 seconds later, tap tap. As soon as the 2 figures, one old and one young, came out of the jungle, they saw Duke Long, whose face was covered with scars, being stepped on by a young man. Old man, if you don't tell the truth, don't blame me for being rude. Fu Yi stepped on Long Gong's face and rubbed it repeatedly without any hesitation. When the old man saw the knocked-out human-faced demon spider, he thought it was killed by Fu Yi. In anger and humiliation, he wanted to argue with Fu Yi. However, the result is now clear. With Fu Yi's reasonable argument, the stubborn Meng Shalonggong was subdued by Fu Yi. Aha! Fu Yi put one foot directly on Long Gong's old face, and it can be seen that he seemed to want to defend himself. You still haven't told me? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Boom! So, under the shocked gazes of Meng Yuan and the Snake Lady, Long Gong's head was stepped directly into the ground by Fu Yi. Old man. Grandpa. Meng Yuan and Snake Lady were both frightened by this scene. However, when they saw clearly who beat up Lord Long, they were shocked again. It's you. It was this voice that pulled Fu Yi back from the joy of torturing others. Are you the little girl who competed with Zhu Qing? Fu Yi pretended to know nothing, and then stepped on Long Gong's back with the soles of her feet. You, bad guy. Let my grandpa go. Meng Yuan was almost dying of anxiety. She never expected that it would take so long to find a suitable soul ring here. The first one escaped, and she had just found the second suitable soul beast when her grandfather was beaten again. Oh, is this your grandfather? Haha, even if he is, but if you want to attack me, you have to pay a corresponding price. Fu Yi has always been an approachable, humble and polite person, but he has zero tolerance for those old men and young men who are the first to use violence and those who are looking for trouble. That old guy Douluo is a good example. Although he was beaten like a dog, Didn't he still help him remove the poison and give him the magic herb because he had guarded the medicine garden for so many years? Douluo, oh, yes, yes, yes. Tanguan, so what? I promise to be your wife. Fu Yi, flirtatious scumbag. The one who plays with one and then abandons one is a scumbag. Although I fall in love with every girl I meet, I have a full set of ferocious beast soul bones, a full set of God-granted soul rings, matching fairy herbs, and 9 extreme Douluo bodyguards as a dowry. Old man, if you don't explain what you just did, don't blame me for burying you here today. Looking at Lord Long, who is now in the same situation as Douluo was back then, Fu Yi felt a surge of nostalgia. Next time when you meet Douluo, you can do these little tricks with him to reminisce about the past. My friend, Boom. Another step, Meng Shu felt his brain go blank. You know, he is a powerful soul Douluo. He was suppressed by the opponent and even his martial spirit could not possess him. My friend, this matter is the old man's. Boom. My friend, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Boom. Brother, I am wrong, I am really wrong. Please stop stepping on me. If you continue to step on me, my body will be broken. Good man, he stepped on the old guy several times before he finally let go of his attitude. He hated these old guys the most who took advantage of their seniority in front of him, calling him old man when they opened their mouths and kid when they closed their mouths, and only called him young friend when they were happy. Look at it now, the old man has changed his address to old man and the young friend has changed his address to young man. Tisk, look at you. Why didn't you just say that earlier? You're already my prisoner, but you're still putting on airs here. If not you, who's going to get beaten? Fu Yi pulled his foot out from Meng Shu's face, which had sunken into the dirt, and looked back at Meng Yuan and his grandson, who were standing there in a daze. Little girl, your grandfather is a little too stubborn. You should talk to him more when you have nothing to do. He has to be kicked by me before he learns to respect others. Fu Yi stretched his muscles and then went straight to Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was nearing the end of absorbing the soul ring, but she could feel a mysterious and powerful force beginning to flow into her body. Her hands began to change, her nails became sharp as blades, and black lines spread like dragon scales. End of this chapter. Chapter 100 Kitty Fusion 2 years old Fierce Beast Level Dark Holy Dragon Right Claw. Chapter 100 Kitty Fusion Year-old Fierce Beast Level Dark Holy Dragon Right Claw. Fu Yi naturally noticed the black dragon claw shadow that appeared on Zhu Qing's right hand, but at this moment he was very dissatisfied with this external soul bone. Must change. Absolutely must change, since Zhu Qing has become his wife, he must not use such a low-level thing as the external soul bone. Product, Dark Holy Dragon's Right Claw Bone, 200,000 years old Ferocious Beast Level External Soul Bone, stock, 99999 plus price, 0. After looking at the things given in the system mall, you should know that this Dark Holy Dragon has the ultimate dark attribute, and it will definitely be a huge boost to Zhu Qing. System, 1 serving first. Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the right claw bone of a 1-year-old Fierce Beast Level Dark Holy Dragon X. The host's inner needs have been detected, and the host's dependent Zhu Zhuqing is absorbing the Dark Holy Dragon's external soul bone. Does the system have this function? Why didn't he find it before? But that's not important. What's important is that I can use this Dark Holy Dragon's external soul bone to replace the garbage of the Dark Knight Dragon. At this moment, in Zhu Zhuqing's Sea of Consciousness, the remaining spiritual power of the Dark Knight Dragon was wreaking havoc in her Sea of Consciousness, but Zhu Zhuqing knew very well that as long as she could hold on to this offensive, the rewards she would get would be unimaginable. Ho ho ho. The Dark Knight Dragon was still showing off its might in Zhu Zhuqing's spiritual sea, unaware that a certain big man who didn't want to reveal his name was about to rush to the scene. Ow. The next moment, an extremely terrifying dragon roar directly shattered Zhu Zhuqing's defense of the spiritual sea. A giant dragon with a length of more than 1,000 feet and full of extreme dark aura looked down at Zhu Zhuqing and the little residual soul under it. Roar. A shocking dragon roar spread out from Zhu Zhuqing's Sea of Consciousness, and the next moment, the huge dark dragon actually swallowed up the Dark Knight Dragon in an instant. At this time, Zhu Zhuqing was already stunned. How could such a terrifying dragon appear in her Sea of Consciousness? Now the only possibility is that her elder brother Fu Yi is helping her outside. Ow. The dark dragon merged into Zhu Zhuqing's spiritual sea at this moment, and Zhu Zhuqing only felt the soul power in his body soaring, and a hint of coldness appeared on his right hand. Meanwhile, the outside world. After Zhu Zhuqing merged with the soul bone of the ferocious beast-level Dark Holy Dragon, her body was filled with an extreme dark aura. Meng Yuan and her grandson, who had noticed this abnormality, froze in place. Chang. The Dark Holy Dragon's claws were perfectly absorbed with the help of the system. Zhu Zhuqing's soul power soared at this moment. The energy brought by just this external soul bone and the soul ring has pushed her own soul power to the 39th level. Now she is only 1 level away from reaching the Soul Master realm. Zhu Zhuqing exhaled a breath of foul air. At this moment, she only felt that her body was light and her physical strength seemed to be far beyond what it was before she absorbed this soul ring. However, when she checked the soul power in her body, she felt uneasy. Brother. Fu Yi, my soul power. However, before Zhu Qing could speak, she saw 3 unfamiliar figures in front of her, and one of them was a tall old man who looked very embarrassed. Well, it's not bad. I'm already level 39, so the next breakthrough isn't that far away. Seeing the kitten absorb the soul ring and soul bone, Fu Yi came directly to her side and held her in his arms. Our brother Fu Yi is bad. Although Zhu Qing was frightened by Fu Yi's actions, she had no intention of avoiding him. Instead, she obediently hid in Fu Yi's arms. This whole scene was seen entirely by Meng Yuren and her 3 grandchildren. Since you have absorbed all the spirit rings and spirit bones, let's go. Fu Yi pinched Zhu Zuking's small nose. Of course, he knew that the beautiful girl Meng Yuren was present, but so what? Zhu Qing was his wife now, and he had just taken her body. If he ignored his little kitty just for Meng Yuren's illusory favorability, then what was the difference between him and a scumbag? Yeah. Zhu Qing naturally knew why her soul power had soared so much, and there was also a black dragon that covered the sky and the sun in her sea of consciousness. These things must have been created by her husband Fu Yi. Little friend, wait a minute. Just when Fu Yi was about to take Zhu Qing away, Meng Shu actually called him. What? Still want to get beaten? Fu Yi looked back at Meng Shu, and at this moment Lord Long was extremely panicked. Your Majesty, I would like to know which academy you are a teacher in. At this moment, the snake woman who asked Meng Shu to call Fu Yi spoke, and at this time Meng Yuren also looked at his grandmother with a blank look. Are you asking me where I am so that you can seek revenge on me later? Fu Yi didn't understand at this time. What the hell were Meng Shu and the snake woman doing? He had been out with Zhu Qing for 4 days. If he didn't go back, Xiao Wu would probably cause some trouble again. No, Your Majesty, you misunderstood. My name is Zhao Tangxiang, and my husband Meng Shu is the head of the exotic beast sect, known as Lord Dragon. Most of the soul masters call us the dragon snake couple. Okay, what the hell is this self-introduction? What kind of plane is this? At this time, Meng Shu was also confused and didn't know what this old woman was going to do. So, get to the point, or I'll take my kitty and leave. Fu Yi was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party. What happened to the Dragon Lord? What happened to the Snake Lady? He just wanted to go back and do routine work with his wives. I want my granddaughter to join your academy. Meng Shu, Zhu Qing, Fu Yi. Hiss, if this is the case, it doesn't seem impossible. That's right. The academy I attend is Tianshui College. All the students there are girls, and I'm just the team leader and instructor there. When Fu Yi heard that his granddaughter Meng Yuren was allowed to enter Tianshui College, he said that there was no problem at all. Of course, he still had to hold the kitten in his arms tightly. After they got back, the group of little girls rushed forward and Zhu Qing probably had no chance to get a seat. After all, she is a newlywed young wife, and she should be given the privileges at the appropriate time. But your little granddaughter's talent isn't particularly good. I believe you saw it during the last battle with Zhu Qing. As for Meng Yuren, her talent is indeed not high. Of course, that is only compared with Zhu Qing and others. Compared with other soul masters, Meng Yuren's martial soul and talent can be regarded as geniuses. Your Majesty, she still practices very hard every day, and... End of this chapter.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.